Chapter 459. At the martial arts exhibition, Zhang Xiaohua had felt that Chang'eng was a kind and amiable monk. However, when she heard that when the Misty School was destroyed, Chang'eng also appeared on the Misty Peak and dealt with the people of the Misty School, her impression of him was immediately replaced by that of a wolf in sheep's clothing. Now that she thought of this, she wondered if she should go to the Daoist temple and ask him to fulfill his promise. If he did not admit it, she would be surrounded by a few young monks and a few old monks. Even if she had 3 heads and 6 arms, she might not be a match for them. Well, before she had absolute confidence, she had better not pluck the tiger's whiskers. There was still some time before the appointed time with Nie Qinyu, so Zhang Xiaohua did not want to waste time. She returned to the elixir chamber and sat cross-legged on the futon, carefully comprehending the rabbit talisman in her mud pill palace. Although the rabbit talisman was one of the talismans of the entire outer formation of the elixir heart, the 365 incantations of the talisman itself formed a formation. Previously, when she had just learned dozens of incantations, her attainment in the formation had improved by leaps and bounds. If she could learn more than 300 incantations, she could be considered to have a small achievement in the formation. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua was also looking forward to it. Firstly, he wanted to combine the 365 incantations with the refining technique to make the rabbit jade talisman. He didn't know what kind of special effect it would have. Secondly, he wanted to make each incantation into a jade talisman. If he used the 365 jade talismans to set up a formation, would he be able to set up a powerful formation? These guesses could only be made after she finished comprehending all the incantations. The time for cultivation passed very quickly. Zhang Xiaohua was immersed in the pleasure of comprehending the incantations. With a thought, she released her divine sense and saw Nie Qinyu walking into the elixir chamber with a smile on her face. A wry smile appeared on Zhang Xiaohua's face. Cultivating in the mortal world was truly not an easy task. She faintly felt that the reason why she did not want to meddle in other people's business for a period of time might be related to cultivation. Looking up at the elixir chamber, Zhang Xiaohua found nothing wrong. She stood up and went to greet her. He ran into Nie Qinyu at the entrance of the elixir chamber. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua coincidentally walking to the door, Nie Qinyu felt very strange and asked, "Brother Ren, you're so amazing. It seems that every time I come to find you, you coincidentally walk to the door." "Oh, it's true. In the attic in the peach forest, and here, it's true." Zhang Xiaohua secretly said, "Isn't that nonsense? I only came out because I saw you coming." Sigh, but this is too obvious. However, he could only say, "Well, this young master had a sudden impulse and went to take a look at the entrance. I didn't expect to meet you here." Nie Qinyu curled her lips and said, "Every time he does it on a whim? Then Big Brother Ren's vigor is too vigorous. He's a young man after all. His qi and blood are abundant. There's nothing I can do about it. Besides, and what?" Nie Qinyu said playfully, "Did you feel that it was time for me to arrive, so you came to the door to welcome me?" This. Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat speechless. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua didn't say anything, Nie Qinyu thought that Zhang Xiaohua was a little shy. She also lowered her head slightly and said softly, "Big Brother Ren, I'm just the same. I felt that you were waiting for me at the door, so I hurried over." Her last words were so soft that they couldn't be heard. Zhang Xiaohua's heart, which had been tempered by the immortal cultivation method, suddenly jumped. She hurriedly changed the topic and said, "Little fish Nya, you came so early today. Why didn't you bring any medicinal herbs? Don't tell me you want us to go and pick them together?" Zhang Xiaohua changed the topic. Nie Qinyu's expression was a little sad, but then she smiled and said, "I wanted to go with Ren Xiaoxia, but how could I trouble Ren Xiaoxia to do it himself? Last night, Father specially found a few disciples to help him pick the herbs." "Oh." Zhang Xiaohua was astonished. "So it's like this. Won't we be able to familiarize ourselves with the growth of the herbs if we pick them ourselves?" Nie Qinyu shook her head and said, "Growing medicinal herbs is also a kind of knowledge. Otherwise, Senior Marshal Brother Fei he wouldn't have to manage the herb garden alone. wouldn't it be a waste of time if we were to pick the herbs? It's better to refine the pills directly. Although Zhang Xiaohua didn't quite agree with her opinion, she realized that her time was limited. After thousands of years of accumulation, Rejuvenation Valley had countless medicinal pills. She didn't know how many there were. If she refined a few pills a day, she didn't know if she could finish refining them before the people from the cult of fragrance arrived. Thus, she didn't express any more opinions. Nie Qianyu walked into the pill room and sniffed. Big Brother Ren, the smell of sealwort in the pill room is very strong. Did you succeed in refining the fasting pill yesterday? Zhang Xiaohua said disdainfully, look at what you're saying. How could Xiaoxia fail to refine such a simple fasting pill? You're looking down on me too much. Nie Qianyu looked at the cauldron in the groove and walked forward. She took out the box at the bottom of the cauldron and looked at the medicinal powder inside. She said with a smile, Ren Xiaoxia said that we forgot to put the fasting pill into the porcelain bottle. I'm afraid that a lot of the medicinal efficacy will be lost after a night. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She asked, will the medicinal efficacy of the fasting pill, which was refined using a complete pill formula, also disappear very quickly? Nie Qianyu nodded. Big Brother Ren doesn't refine many pills, so I'm afraid you don't know. It's not just the fasting pill that's like this. It's the same for the other pills. After refining, the pills must be refined as soon as possible and placed in the porcelain bottle. If they're spread out like this, they'll lose their medicinal efficacy very easily. After she finished speaking, she took out a small porcelain bottle from her bosom and poured all the powder in the box into it. She then said, however, the medicinal efficacy of these pills that Big Brother Ren refined using the ancient method is 50% better than the ones refined by Rejuvenation Valley. Even if the medicinal powder is spread out for a night, it should be similar to the ones refined by Rejuvenation Valley. While they were talking, a few disciples came to the pill room and placed a large pile of cleaned medicinal herbs on the ground. They stood there and waited for instructions. Nie Qianyu looked at Zhang Xiaohua and ordered the disciples to leave the pill room first. They were not allowed to enter without instructions. After the disciples left, Nie Qianyu said, Big Brother Ren, today we'll refine the all-dispelling pill, New Snow pill, Tianqiao pill, Plum Tongue pill, and Jinlu pill. These pills are recorded in the pill formula that I gave you yesterday. Take a look, when should we start? Zhang Xiaohua took out the pill formula and looked at each pill one by one. She said with a smile, then let's start now. I think the steps of refining these pills are similar to those of the fasting pill. There's no need to hesitate. Nie Qianyu said, that's great. Big Brother Ren, I'll watch from the side. If there's anything I don't know, I'll ask you. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me immediately. What do you think? Zhang Xiaohua nodded secretly. According to Valley Master Nie's intention, she wanted Nie Qianyu to guide her in refining pills. Nie Qianyu said that because she was worried about her reputation, she only said that it was a competition. She was really a sensible girl. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, that's great. If I do anything wrong, you can tell me. Nie Qianyu nodded and said, Big Brother Ren, you don't have to be afraid of making mistakes. These medicinal herbs are made in triplicate, enough for you to refine 3 times. If it's not enough, you can let the disciples pick them. Zhang Xiaohua said with satisfaction, no need, I think 3 portions are enough. Then, she walked to the side of the cauldron and turned on the earth fire. She looked at Nie Qianyu and said, then, I'll start? Nie Qianyu also nodded and said, then let's start. After saying that, she was about to help Zhang Xiaohua separate the medicinal herbs. Zhang Xiaohua quickly stopped her and said, let me do this. You can't always accompany me in refining pills. After saying this, she regretted it. It was too ambiguous. Sure enough, Nie Qianyu lowered her head slightly and did not answer. Zhang Xiaohua quickly separated the medicinal herbs for the all-dispelling pill and threw them aside. She slowly adjusted the flame until the cauldron was hot. When Zhang Xiaohua was about to put in the medicinal herbs, Nie Qianyu summoned the courage to look up and carefully watched Zhang Xiaohua's skillful movements. The refining of the all-dispelling pill was similar to that of the fasting pill. In a short time, Zhang Xiaohua had finished refining the all-dispelling pill. Nie Qinyu was a little surprised to see Zhang Xiaohua refining the all-dispelling pill so easily. Yesterday, when she saw Zhang Xiaohua controlling the temperature of the cauldron, she was still a little unfamiliar. She was worried that Zhang Xiaohua would accidentally burn the medicinal herbs today, but now it seemed that she was even more skillful than yesterday. How could she burn the pills? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua handing over the square box, Nie Qinyu woke up from her dream and hurriedly asked the disciples outside to come in and collect the pills in a porcelain bottle. Then, she hurriedly prepared to put in the second set of medicinal herbs, but was stopped by Zhang Xiaohua with a wave of her hand. Zhang Xiaohua said, "Let's put the rest of the herbs aside. I'll think about it in the afternoon. Let's refine other pills first." After he finished speaking, he rushed to take out a few medicinal herbs for the new snow pill. However, this time, he did not take 1/3 of the amount, but more than half of it. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's actions, Nie Qinyu's lips curled into an imperceptible smile. She thought to herself, Big Brother Ren is indeed a wonderful person. He knew that father sent a disciple over to take away the pills that he refined. Before I could say anything, he had already sent more than half of the pills over. Presumably, some of the pills on the ground were left for himself after he refined them in the afternoon. Sure enough, it was as Nie Qinyu thought. Zhang Xiaohua did not leave any of the medicinal dregs for the new snow pill and had the Rejuvenation Valley disciples put them all into porcelain bottles. Seeing this, Nie Qinyu nodded continuously to herself. Zhang Xiaohua became more and more proficient in refining. Later on, she was practically refining pills with her eyes closed. The sun outside the pill room was just hanging above her head. The few pills that Nie Qinyu had prepared to refine today were all refined by Zhang Xiaohua. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua clap her hands and call it a day, Nie Qinyu said apologetically, "Big Brother Ren, I thought that since it was the first time refining today, we would have to discuss it. In the end, you didn't even ask a single question and finished refining all the pills. I see that your technique is very skillful and almost exactly the same as described in the book." Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "Practice makes perfect. If you have vigorous inner strength and have mastered the method that I mentioned last time, there shouldn't be any problems." Nie Qinyu smiled bitterly, "It's a pity that I don't have such vigorous inner strength." Then, she smiled, "What plans do you have for finishing so early today?" As she said this, there was a slight expectation in her eyes. "Recommend me." Chapter 460. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said, "Little fish Nya, it's still early. I want to carefully recall the pill refining technique just now and think about the experience of refining the all-dispelling pill, new snow pill, etc. When I have time in the future, I'll accompany you to pick herbs. How about that?" Nie Qinyu forced a smile and said, "It's okay, Big Brother Ren, you cultivate first. I'll go back and prepare. Tomorrow, I'll bring more herbs and more pill formulas. I'm sure not only you, but also father will be very happy." After that, her eyebrows hung with disappointment and she hurriedly left with the disciples. Looking at Nie Qinyu's small and thin figure gradually disappearing, Zhang Xiaohua had an indescribable feeling in her heart. She sighed and closed the door of the pill refining room. The herbs for refining the pills had already been divided. After Zhang Xiaohua sat down, she took out the pill furnace. After calming her heart, she began to use the immortal alchemy technique to refine the pills just now. Not to mention Zhang Xiaohua, Nie Qinyu returned to the outer valley with a bit of bitterness and brought a few disciples to the hall where Valley Master Nie presided over the affairs of the valley. Valley Master Nie had just finished dealing with some things and was resting with his eyes closed. He was carefully pondering over the techniques that Zhang Xiaohua had given him. When he heard the footsteps and saw that it was Nie Qinyu, he was very surprised and asked, "Little you, why are you here? Aren't you going to the inner valley to teach Ren Xiaoyao the refining method of the pills today?" Nie Qinyu saw her father's concerned look and felt very uncomfortable. She pursed her lips and said, "How can I teach him? He's very powerful. Seeing that his daughter was angry, Valley Master Nia walked forward and smiled. It seems that this Ren Xiaoyao made you angry? What's going on? Tell me. Nia Qinyu didn't speak. She found a chair and sat down. She drank 2 mouthfuls of tea and said angrily, "Why would I be angry? I'm not angry at all." Okay, don't be angry. Valley Master Nia seemed to be very patient and said, "Then you have to tell father clearly so that I can settle the score with that kid." Settle accounts? Nia Qinyu looked at Valley Head Nia and said, "If you knew, why would you still look for Big Brother Ren? Wouldn't you be worshipping him?" Hearing Nia Qinyu say the words, Big Brother Ren, Valley Master Nia knew that his daughter was slightly happy. He then pretended to be curious and asked, "Then tell me, why do I have to worship him?" Seeing that her father was interested, Nia Qinyu asked, "Father, do you know why I came back so early?" When Valley Master Nia heard this, he muttered in his heart, "Didn't I ask this question from the start? Also, is there any difference between this question and the previous one?" However, he still looked at his daughter dotingly and asked in surprise, "Why? Little you, tell me about it." Seeing her father's astonishment, Nia Qinyu's gloominess dissipated. She said proudly, "Father, you don't know. I prepared 5 to 6 ingredients for the elixir today, thinking that it would be enough for today's use. However, I never expected that Big Brother Ren could refine each elixir perfectly without any mistakes." Valley Master Nia was also surprised and said, "When I saw him yesterday, his technique was still very rough. It didn't seem like he had refined elixirs before. Could it be that he became an expert just yesterday?" Nia Qinyu smiled, "That's right. The elixir recipes I gave him yesterday were all similar to the fasting elixir. The refining techniques were also similar. That's why he was able to refine the elixir so smoothly. Yes, even if that's the case, it's still extremely rare." "Oh, that's right. Father, Big Brother Ren refined most of the herbs into elixirs and gave them to me to bring back." Valley Master Nia frowned and asked, "Didn't you say that he would take half?" "Yes, that's what I originally said. However, Big Brother Ren didn't ask for the freshly refined elixirs. He only left a few herbs and said that he would refine them in the afternoon. It's considered his share. Sigh, this child is really benevolent. It seems that he really just wants to learn alchemy. Thinking about it, I still asked for half of the elixirs from him yesterday. That's right. Father, look at how magnanimous Big Brother Ren is. He didn't even look at the quality of the elixirs and let me bring them back. Little you still has good eyesight. Father is getting old." Nia Qinyu smiled slightly with a little shyness in her eyes and said, "Father, don't you want to take a look at the elixirs refined by Big Brother Ren?" Valley Master Nia stopped smiling and nodded, "Of course I have to take a good look. I have already seen the blood-replenishing elixir that he refined yesterday. With the same amount, the medicinal properties are more than 5 times stronger than the elixirs that we refined ourselves. I don't know if the elixirs refined today are the same." Nia Qinyu waved her hand and several disciples behind her brought up their porcelain bottles and then left the hall. Valley Master Nia casually took a porcelain bottle and opened it. A strong medicinal fragrance rushed out. Valley Master Nia took a sniff and exclaimed, "This is the new snow elixir. How can the medicinal properties be so strong? It smells more than 5 times stronger than the elixirs that we refined ourselves." Nia Qinyu said with a smile, "Father, this is just a sniff. If you study it carefully, I feel that it is at least 7 times stronger." Valley Master Nia did not doubt Nia Qinyu's judgment at all. He sealed the porcelain bottle and opened the other porcelain bottles. He sniffed them one by one and even poured out some medicinal powder from a few bottles to see and taste with his own eyes. When he finished sealing the porcelain bottles, his face had already revealed an expression of disbelief and surprise. He looked at Nia Qinyu and asked, "Little you, did you see Ren Xiaoyao personally refine these elixirs with your own eyes?" Nia Qinyu nodded solemnly and said, "Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. Big Brother Ren personally refined them." Good. Valley Master Nia's face was full of 3 good words. He praised with a smile, "We really picked up a treasure." "No, no, no, he is the savior of our Rejuvenation Valley." When Nie Qianyu heard this, her face was also full of smiles. She said, "Congratulations, father. If there is no problem with the cultivation method that Big Brother Ren taught you, father will be able to revive Rejuvenation Valley in a few months' time and reappear the ancient method of refining elixirs in the world." Valley Master Nya was also happy. He said, "Congratulations to you too. Little you, this is all thanks to you. Although you encountered a disaster on this long trip, you also turned misfortune into blessing. You even brought back such a great opportunity for Rejuvenation Valley." Then, he sighed and said, "The rarest thing is that not only did nephew Ren save you, he also imparted such an important cultivation method to you. This kindness, it will be difficult for Rejuvenation Valley to repay." Nie Qianyu said, "Father, you are thinking too much. Do you think Big Brother Ren is the kind of person who would ask for repayment?" Valley Master Nye shook his head and said, "When he saved you back then, he did not ask for a reward at all. He also did not ask for a reward when he took over the arena of the marriage by martial arts competition. He also did not ask for a reward when he imparted the cultivation method of refining elixirs to me. Is there really such a person in this world who does not care about himself and only cares about others?" Pfft, Nie Qianyu almost laughed out loud. She said, "If it was someone else, I might believe it. But if it is Big Brother Ren, I will not believe it even if you beat me to death." When she finished speaking, she told Valley Master Nya about some of the interesting things that happened along the way. Moreover, she took out the gold that she obtained from the peach forest outside Sorrow City and showed it to Valley Master Nya. She then said, "I reckon that this guy has forgotten about this gold. Otherwise, he would have asked me for it long ago." "I see." Valley Master Nya did not know whether to laugh or cry. The image of Zhang Xiaohua in his heart immediately collapsed and she became a living person. Then, "Little you, should we also prepare some gold and silver for him?" Valley Master Nya probed. "Don't. Why should we give it to him? He didn't ask for it." "Father, you don't know that he is greedy for small gains and has never asked for it. If you don't give it to him, he won't want it either. Now that you have asked, he will be very happy. If we don't give it to him, let's see how he will take advantage of it." Hearing Nie Qianyu's words, Valley Master Nya laughed in his heart. Little Yu is obviously angry with him. "Sigh, let them handle this kind of thing." He then said, "But if we don't express our gratitude, won't he think that our Rejuvenation Valley is stingy?" After thinking for a while, Nie Qianyu shook her head and said, "It's better not to express our gratitude. To be honest, Big Brother Ren just likes to take advantage of small gains. With his martial arts, what kind of gold and silver can't he get? Moreover, it's still the same sentence. With his temperament, he would definitely be able to obtain some benefits from pill refining. Since he wants to learn pill refining, and we've provided him with pill formulas and medicinal herbs, he can't be more than happy. There's no need to express anything, right?" But the pills that he refined were all left in Rejuvenation Valley. He didn't get anything himself. We are the ones who are secretly happy. This? Nie Qianyu was also somewhat speechless. Indeed, Zhang Xiaohua wanted to learn pill refining techniques, but the pill refining technique that she displayed today seemed to be the ancient method of pill refining. She didn't even learn any pill frying technique at all. If she said that she wanted to practice with pills, it didn't seem necessary. What if she wanted to see Rejuvenation Valley's pill formula? Thinking of this, Nie Qianyu couldn't help but glance at Valley Master Nya. Sure enough, Valley Master Nya was also looking at her. The two of them said in unison, "Pill formula. That's the only possibility." Nie Qianyu said, "But, before coming to Vow City, I never said that I was from Rejuvenation Valley." Moreover, looking at him, it seemed that he didn't know about Rejuvenation Valley. Valley Master Nya also said thoughtfully, "I've also discussed with your Uncle Yu. We feel that the possibility of this Ren Xiaoyao specifically coming to Rejuvenation Valley is not high. Moreover, the pill formula was something that happened after he took down the challenge arena. It definitely wasn't something that he had planned for a long time. Yes, I'm still at ease with Big Brother Ren's temperament. He's not that kind of person. Yes, that's good. Valley Master Nya thought for a moment and seemed to have made a certain decision. He said to Nye Qianyu, if that's the case, then let's fulfill his wish and give him all of our Rejuvenation Valley's pill formulas to refine. I'd like to see how big of a surprise this Ren Xiaoyao can bring me. Nye Qianyu was greatly alarmed when she heard this and hurriedly said, Father, you can't do this. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.Qidian. Chapter 461. Seeing that his daughter was so surprised and even wanted to stop him, Valley Master Nye nodded to himself. This girl hasn't lost her mind yet. Nye Qianyu continued, Father, are you sure you want to do this? There are a few pill formulas in there that are the treasures of our Rejuvenation Valley. They are the painstaking efforts of several generations of predecessors. Furthermore, the medicinal pills refined from these pill formulas are also treasures that are coveted by many in the martial world. If Big Brother Ren accidentally divulges them, it will bring disaster to our Rejuvenation Valley. Valley Master Nye listened and nodded, Little you are right. Father is gratified. However, you only saw the first layer and didn't see the depths. Father, please speak. First of all, although this pill recipe is Rejuvenation Valley's secret, it hasn't been refined into pills for thousands of years. Can a pill recipe that can't be refined into pills still be called a pill recipe? Secondly, the pills refined from this pill recipe can only increase one's inner strength and strengthen one's muscles and body. Ren Xiaoyao's martial arts are so powerful that even if he succeeds in refining it, it will only be a step further. Think about it, if he obtains this pill recipe or pill, will he tell others? Also, this kind of elixir is not a secret in the super sections. It has long been a legend in the ordinary Jianghu sections. Even if Ren Xiaoyao leaks it out, he has to first consider his own safety. Rejuvenation Valley is an aristocratic family that specializes in alchemy. It's not surprising that we have this kind of elixir recipe. Moreover, as long as we insist that this elixir recipe is illusory, who can use the 1,000-year-old legend as evidence? Moreover, the super sects won't care about this pill recipe. Why would we be afraid of the ordinary sects? Don't forget that our alliance is also a powerful force in the Jianghu. But, what if it's the force that wants to kill my daughter? Then there's even less to be afraid. Ren Xiaoyao escorted you back and ruined their plans. Ren Xiaoyao can't wait to avoid them. Why would he take the initiative to provoke them? Actually, once Father has mastered the cultivation method, we can also refine it ourselves. Why do we have to? Valley Master Nye smiled bitterly and said, although Ren Xiaoyao can use this cultivation method to refine medicinal pills, Father may not be able to succeed. Our Rejuvenation Valley's ancient method of refining medicinal pills has not been refined for thousands of years. The efficacy of medicinal pills is far from what is recorded in the ancient books. If we don't let Ren Xiaoyao help refine it now, there won't be such a shop after this village. In the future, it will be too late for us to regret. Nye Qianyu somewhat understood her father's thoughts. Rejuvenation Valley had always been famous in Jianghu for elixirs and healing. Others thought that Rejuvenation Valley's thousands of years of reputation must have a deep foundation. However, only a few people knew that Rejuvenation Valley's savings in the early years had been exhausted. Many of their elixirs had been lost, and their ancient methods of refining elixirs were extinct. It was far from being as glorious as imagined. If Zhang Xiaohua could refine all of Rejuvenation Valley's elixirs according to the ancient method, not to mention the great impact, it could at least make Rejuvenation Valley's waste a little stronger. Moreover, if Zhang Xiaohua refined Rejuvenation Valley's elixir recipes along the way, it would give Valley Master Nya, it should be pointing the way for Rejuvenation Valley's development in the future. Seeing that her father had made up his mind, Nye Qianyu nodded firmly and said, I know, Father. When I need those elixir recipes, I will tell you. Valley Master Nye nodded with a smile, I believe in your vision, little you. His gaze also turned out of the hall, and he said leisurely, I also believe in my vision. In the inner valley, in the elixir room, Zhang Xiaohua was sweating profusely for Rejuvenation Valley. She was continuously casting spells into the elixir furnace. Although there was a flash of fire in the furnace, the surrounding temperature was not too high. Even when the mouth of the furnace was open, there was no trace of heat coming out. Only impurities like flying ash occasionally floated out. The elixir recipes left by Nie Qinyu were all ordinary elixirs. Even if they were to use a martial arts cauldron, it would only take a short while, not to mention an immortal cauldron. Things like incubation and embryo elixir were all done in a flash and did not take too much time. When Nie Qinyu went to the hall to talk to Valley Master Nie, Zhang Xiaohua had already successfully refined half of the elixirs. However, although the process of refining these elixirs was the same, the situation during incubation was somewhat different. When Zhang Xiaohua used her divine sense to observe the all-dispelling elixir and new snow elixir, she could faintly feel the cycle of the 5 elements contained in the elixir. Although the refined elixir was small, it was like yesterday's fasting elixir. Very little of the medicinal power could seep out of the elixir. However, the plum tongue elixir obviously had a huge loophole. Although it was not as obvious as the fasting elixir refined earlier, the difference was also obvious. After a while, she finished refining the remaining medicinal herbs. Zhang Xiaohua pinched a spell and hit a few elixirs of different sizes. Those elixirs floated in front of her. Zhang Xiaohua used her divine sense to observe carefully. A small half of them were actually overflowing with medicinal fragrance. Looking at the other elixirs that were abnormally round and black in color, Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly. If her guess was correct, the elixirs that could restrain their medicinal power should have all 5 elements. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth could mutually reinforce and restrain each other, forming a small system of their own. They could be called true elixirs. The other elixirs probably lacked one or more of the 5 elements and could not form a system of their own. Alas, the majority of Rejuvenation Valley's elixir prescriptions were different from the elixir prescriptions of the immortal Dao, regardless of whether it was the name or the medicinal herbs. The jade slip that Zhang Xiaohua had obtained only contained elixir refinement techniques. There were only a few detailed records of precious medicinal herbs and drawings inside. The rest were only names. She didn't know if the medicinal herbs had all been lost or if they had all changed their names. There was no doubt that Rejuvenation Valley's elixir prescriptions originated from the immortal Dao. However, after 10,000 years, perhaps the medicinal herbs had been lost or the names had changed, the elixir prescriptions would also change. The all-dispelling elixir might be because the medicinal herbs' names were the same as before, or perhaps the replacement medicinal herbs found were the same as the original 5 elements, so it could maintain the elixir's 5 elements. The plum tongue elixir was probably not as lucky as the all-dispelling elixir. The replacement medicinal herbs used did not match the 5 elements, or perhaps there was some other reason. Zhang Xiaohua herself couldn't explain it clearly. In short, this elixir prescription was flawed. With a wave of her hand, Zhang Xiaohua placed the elixirs in the air into separate jade bottles and recorded the insights she had just gained into the jade slip. Only then did she raise her head with a trace of confusion in her eyes. With the annihilation of the immortal Dao, the elixir Dao naturally declined as well. After 10,000 years of changes in inheritance, the original truth was no longer known. She had the art of elixir refinement, but she couldn't find suitable medicinal herbs. What could she do? Moreover, there was another main reason why Zhang Xiaohua wanted to stay in Rejuvenation Valley and use their elixir prescriptions to refine elixirs. That was, there were 2 types of elixir refinement techniques recorded in the jade slip. One was the technique that she was currently using to stimulate the formation to produce elixir fire and refine the elixir. This technique was often used for ordinary elixirs. These elixirs required a short time to refine, had few spells, and didn't have high requirements. The other method was to use an external fire to directly heat the cauldron and produce elixir fire through the cauldron to refine the elixir. This technique was often used for more advanced elixirs. This kind of elixir took a long time to form, often several days, 10 days, or even several hundred days. The spells used were also extremely complicated, and the slightest carelessness would result in failure. Zhang Xiaohua had now mastered the first method of elixir refinement, but was unfamiliar with the second method. She saw that Rejuvenation Valley's method of elixir refinement was very similar to the second method. Moreover, Rejuvenation Valley also had conditions that the outside world didn't have. Thus, she wanted to try to see if she had the opportunity to truly learn the second method of elixir refinement in Rejuvenation Valley. However, the current elixir prescriptions could only be refined using the first method. There was no need for the second method at all. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua got up from the praying mat. Earlier, she had used her divine sense to explore this inner valley. She saw that there were many secluded places in the depths of the inner valley, with dense vegetation and endless streams. The key was that Rejuvenation Valley's vitality was dense. Perhaps there would be rare and precious medicinal herbs inside. These things might not be able to be seen clearly with her divine sense, so she had to go and see for herself. Moreover, since Rejuvenation Valley had elixir prescriptions, it might be some immortal Dao inheritance. If she strolled around inside, she might encounter some by chance. Finished thinking, Zhang Xiaohua formed an incantation with her hand and jumped down. She disappeared in a flash. She didn't even leave the door, and directly escaped into the depths of the inner valley. Fortunately, the divine sense technique at the end of God Traction was very useful. Zhang Xiaohua soon arrived at the side of a small stream. Next to the stream was a deep forest. The afternoon sun was already scorching hot, but this place appeared incomparably shady and cool. In front of her was a small hillside. Zhang Xiaohua floated up and stood on the hillside. She looked at several rather neatly repaired small medicinal gardens at the foot of the hillside. Needless to say, these were precious medicinal herbs specially planted by Rejuvenation Valley. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense swept over and discovered that the speed at which these medicinal herbs absorbed vitality was much faster than the surrounding medicinal herbs. The vitality in the air was also much denser. She walked towards the hillside again and bypassed several obstacles. She stopped in front of one of the medicinal gardens and squatted down to carefully examine it. Sure enough, it was a medicinal herb called eroding yin grass. The name of this medicinal herb in the jade slip was the same as the name in Rejuvenation Valley's book. Although the jade slip didn't have a diagram, the book had a drawing. Moreover, both records were the same: nature cherishes yin, relies on water. However, the jade slip contained the ingredients for refining the marrow communication pill, while the book contained the main ingredient for the spirit awakening pill. Seeing that this place was already very far from the entrance of the valley, it was a good place for eroding yin grass to grow. If she reported to Valley Master Nia and then came back to pick it, she would have to work hard. Since Valley Master Nia had already promised her that she could use the medicinal herbs in the inner valley as she pleased, presumably the medicinal herbs that were extremely far away should also be in the inner valley. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua didn't plan on being polite with Valley Master Nia. She took out the refined jade box from her bosom and carefully followed the steps described in the jade slip. She picked several stalks of eroding yin grass and sealed them in the jade box. Chapter 462. Subsequently, Zhang Xiaohua looked into the distance and visited all the places where precious herbs were planted in the Rejuvenation Valley. She collected some of them and collected them. Although these herbs were not described in the jade slip, they were the main ingredients of some elixirs in the book. If she didn't pick them now, when would she? It would be a waste not to pick them. She picked them all the way and gradually went deeper into the valley. Gradually, the medicinal garden disappeared and there were more wild plants. The unknown herbs also gradually increased. As Zhang Xiaohua went deeper, the environment gradually became worse. There was almost no way out. The shrubs were half a person's height and the towering trees needed several people to surround them. The birds became noisier and noisier. From time to time, small animals passed by in the trees, on the ground, and in the water. Zhang Xiaohua only released her divine sense slightly and covered a small area around her. She carefully checked, hoping to have an exciting harvest. While walking, after passing a slope, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly frowned and her expression became overjoyed. She jumped on a big tree next to her, but she looked a little flustered. About 100 feet in front of Zhang Xiaohua, there was a sunny area. This area was about 10 feet in radius, and there were no weeds, only some bare rocks. There was not even a bit of soil, and in the middle of these rocks, there was a bright red grass. The grass seemed to be able to burn under the sun, constantly emitting a beautiful light. Wasn't this one of the few herbs recorded in the jade slip, the bright sun grass? Zhang Xiaohua really couldn't believe that her luck was so good. When she reached the top of the tree, she pinched her thigh hard. And it was quite painful. It shouldn't be a dream. Right, why did she pinch herself? She had been with little girls like Jianghu for a long time and always listened to their nonsense. How could she dream? Zhang Xiaohua first used her eyes to appreciate the gorgeous scenery of the bright sun grass shrouded in the afterglow of the setting sun. Only then did she cast her divine sense into the bright sun grass. Sure enough, the vitality above the bright sun grass was 3 times more than the eroding grass, and the vitality in the bright sun grass seemed to be extremely terrifying. Yes, Zhang Xiaohua finally confirmed that this was what was recorded in the jade slip. It grew in a place where the yang qi was dominant. There would be no other plants nearby. Even the ordinary soil would be sucked dry by the yang qi in this grass and turned into hard stones. However, the only difference from the jade slip's introduction was that most of the precious herbs in the world would have some accompanying monsters that dutifully guarded them. Accompanying monsters? Zhang Xiaohua had always scoffed at this. It was just a matter of first come, first served, and the one who arrived early would be the first to arrive. But when it came to monsters, Zhang Xiaohua's first reaction was the thing in the lava of the volcano under the deserted island. How could he not be moved? Let's climb the tree first. However, after Zhang Xiaohua finished observing this herb and swept her divine sense into the surroundings, she didn't find anything out of the ordinary. Could it be that this monster was actually able to hide from her divine sense? Thinking of hiding from her divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but think of the incantation for concealing one's cultivation level. Since human cultivators could create cultivation methods that made others unable to detect their own divine sense and cultivation level, perhaps this demonic beast could also have the same ability. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua once again used all of her divine sense to carefully investigate the area around the bright sun grass within 100 feet. After a long while, she actually didn't find anything. Could it be that this bright sun grass didn't have any accompanying demonic beasts? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but hit her forehead with her hand, inwardly feeling ashamed. The world's vital energy had undergone a great change 10,000 years ago. Even if there were demonic beasts, they would all hide in places with abundant vital energy, such as the things in the lava. Although this Rejuvenation Valley's vital energy was different from other places, it was still far from meeting the living standards of demonic beasts. How could there be demonic beasts here? In this kind of place lacking vital energy, the bright sun grass couldn't mature. These demonic beasts would have already starved to death. Even if they didn't starve to death, they would have already died of old age. Zhang Xiaohua viciously thought. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua jumped down from the tree and swaggered towards the bright sun grass. However, before she could approach the bright sun grass, a fishy wind suddenly came from the side. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and didn't even turn her head as she sent her divine sense to the right behind her. She saw that several 100 feet away, there was something rapidly running in her direction. It howled as it ran, as if it was warning her of something. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but smile wryly and inwardly say, I have to go back and have a good talk with Jianghu. The scenery in her Rejuvenation Valley is beautiful and harmonious. Why is she raising such an ugly thing? It's fine if she's raising an odd beast or a small squirrel as a pet, but why is she raising a big white wolf for no reason? You can just be your big bad wolf, but you're still making it white like a big white sheep. You really need to be taught a lesson. It looks like I have to have the people of Rejuvenation Valley properly clean up the valley and reorganize it harmoniously. Alas, this guy really wanted to. How could the disciples of Rejuvenation Valley keep an eye on such a large place? If that was the case, then the bright sun grass would have been taken by the disciples of Rejuvenation Valley long ago. How could it possibly be his turn? The big white wolf let out a low growl and quickly ran over, but Zhang Xiaohua stood there calmly. A rare medicinal herb like the bright sun grass needed to be carefully picked without distraction. With the threat of the big white wolf, Zhang Xiaohua naturally wouldn't rashly reach out her hand. Thinking about it, why was she being so cautious just now? If she didn't discover anything with her divine sense, she could have just directly gone up to pick it. Why did she have to carefully inspect it a second time? Wasn't this trouble coming? However, Zhang Xiaohua wasn't nervous when she saw the trouble chasing after her. That's right, wasn't it just a wild wolf? Even with a white coat, it was still a wolf. It wouldn't be some monster with astonishing strength, and it definitely wouldn't be a martial arts expert with astonishing inner strength. Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense and locked onto the big white wolf from afar. The big white wolf seemed to have sensed the danger ahead and slowed down slightly. However, it was only a distance of a few dozen meters, so it only took a few breaths for the white wolf to reach the side of the slope. When it reached the slope, the white wolf stopped. It didn't directly pounce over like Zhang Xiaohua had imagined and start a fight. Instead, it used its eyes to stare straight at Zhang Xiaohua and sniffed with its nose. Then, it cast its gaze towards the bright sun grass in the sunlight and raised its head to howl. Zhang Xiaohua frowned. Although she hadn't seen a wolf before, she knew that wolves lived in packs. Was this big white wolf howling to summon the wolf pack? She was about to release her divine sense, but at this time, the big white wolf swept its tail on the ground and exerted force with its hind legs. Like a white shadow, it directly pounced towards Zhang Xiaohua. Wow! Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh in her heart. This white wolf actually knows the art of war. First, it warned from afar, then it approached. It only howled to make people think that it was waiting for its companions to come. But the moment people relaxed, it suddenly attacked. Unfortunately, at this time, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense was everywhere within 100 feet. Although the big white wolf was extremely fast, it was still clearly seen by Zhang Xiaohua. Seeing the white wolf approaching, Zhang Xiaohua could clearly see the unruly look in its eyes. Its two front legs revealed sharp claws. Without a doubt, as long as one was caught by these claws, at least a piece of flesh would be torn off. Not to mention the sharp wolf teeth behind the claws. Zhang Xiaohua was not in a hurry. When the big white wolf came close, she only slightly leaned to the side and let the big white wolf pass. The white wolf didn't have time to turn around in the air, so it swung its tail and slashed towards Zhang Xiaohua's face. Zhang Xiaohua laughed. Is this the legendary tiger tail scissors? When did this big white wolf steal it? Zhang Xiaohua still ignored it. She shrank back and dodged. The white wolf missed its target and landed on the ground. It did not rest, nor did it strike a pose. It turned around and pounced on Zhang Xiaohua again. Zhang Xiaohua did not frown. He thought that since the white wolf was able to protect the sunshine grass, it must have some kind of psychic ability. He had taken the wolf's item for no reason. Even if he did not repay the wolf's kindness, he would not take the wolf's life. So, he didn't want to fight back. He wanted to let the white wolf know the difficulty and retreat. Since it pounced for the second time, Zhang Xiaohua reached out and grabbed the white wolf's front leg from an extremely tricky angle. Then, she leaned to the side and easily used 4 tails against 1,000 caddies to throw the white wolf far away. The white wolf cried in the air, thinking that it was going to be hurt. In the end, although it was thrown for nearly 100 feet, it still landed steadily on the ground. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua finally had a chance. She used her divine sense to explore the depths of the forest. She didn't see any other wolves. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel a little astonished. At this time, the white wolf who was thrown far away didn't run away pathetically like Zhang Xiaohua had expected. Instead, it perked up and pounced towards him. This time, Zhang Xiaohua was really angry. He thought to himself, although this white wolf is handsome, it's not some spiritual thing. I've already spared it twice and it still doesn't know. Thinking, he grabbed the white wolf's throat which was pouncing towards him. Although there was a saying, copper head, iron back, hemp waist, was the weak point of a wolf. But with Zhang Xiaohua's current strength, why would he care about this? Although his palm wasn't big, but it was very strong when he grabbed the white wolf's huge neck. With just a little bit of strength, the white wolf's tongue stretched out and its throat let out a hoarse and low growl. It seemed to be afraid, unwilling, and begging for mercy. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the big white wolf which he had picked up single-handedly. Just as he was about to exert more strength, he saw the white wolf's eyes. The ferocious gaze just now had become extremely clear. It seemed to be that kind of sadness. That kind of familiar sadness, the sadness that was deeply imprinted in Zhang Xiaohua's mind. It was the gaze of the cat which was run over by the horse carriage on the snowy ground outside Pingyang City. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian. Chapter 463. Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh. Her heart softened for no reason, and she could no longer exert any strength. With a shake of her arm, she flung the white wolf far away. This time, even if this white wolf is stupid, it won't turn back. Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. Unfortunately, facts often spoke louder than words. That white wolf actually did something that made Zhang Xiaohua's jaw drop. The white wolf actually raised its head and howled again. The sound shook the surroundings, and there was actually a stirring sadness in its voice. After the howl landed, the white wolf once again pounced on Zhang Xiaohua without hesitation. This. Zhang Xiaohua was thoroughly enraged. What's going on? Is this yang grass so important to this white wolf? The jade slip didn't record the effects of the yang grass on monsters. Even if you saw it first, the treasures in this world can only be obtained by the virtuous. Since this young master can see this yang grass, I must be a virtuous person. I've spared your life time and time again, so it can be considered that I've done my utmost benevolence. You're pestering me endlessly. Do you really want to die? Zhang Xiaohua was excited by the white wolf. She was too lazy to think about why the white wolf was behaving like this. She clenched her left hand, gathered 70% of her strength, and directly struck the white wolf's head. At this moment, an angry shout suddenly sounded from afar. You brat, who are you? Eat this old man's dart. After that, a hidden weapon shot towards Zhang Xiaohua like a meteor. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense had just swept through the forest. She didn't think that someone would come from the valley entrance, so she didn't notice. However, that person didn't ask for a reason and just used the hidden weapon to greet her body. And, fortunately, although the hidden weapon was shot from afar, it was still accurate. It was precisely her arm. Presumably, that person only wanted to stop her from killing, but didn't have the intention to take her life. At this point, how could Zhang Xiaohua not know that this person was in cahoots with the big white wolf? The person behind this was the true owner of the yang grass. Alas, who else could be in the depths of this forest other than Rejuvenation Valley's people? It seemed that the flood had reached the Dragon King Temple. Zhang Xiaohua figured out the key point in a flash. She stretched out her left fist and grabbed the big white wolf's front leg. Just like the first time, she threw the big white wolf behind her in the direction of the attacker. Then, she stretched out her hand and easily caught the hidden weapon that was shot at her. It was a gold coin dart. Although the man's roar startled Zhang Xiaohua and she threw out the gold coin dart, his body was still far away. The big white wolf was thrown to the ground by Zhang Xiaohua. He just ran to the white wolf's side. The white wolf landed on the ground. It seemed to have adapted to it and did not panic. With a cheerful howl, it pounced on the man. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua slowly turned around and carefully sized up the person who had just arrived. This was an old man with white hair and a white beard. He wore light blue clothes and held a small hoe in his left hand. His right hand was constantly stroking the white wolf's head, as if he was trying his best to comfort it. However, he stared at Zhang Xiaohua in the distance with a pair of surprised, angry, and puzzled eyes. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xiaohua felt that she was in the wrong. She took the lead and walked forward. She bowed deeply and was about to speak when the old man did not return the greeting. He said angrily, "Whose sect are you? Why don't I have any impression of you? Don't you know Big White?" Big White? Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. This big white wolf? This person is probably a senior of Rejuvenation Valley. But aren't you talking nonsense? If I'm a disciple of someone, why wouldn't I know your pet? Yes, maybe this is Rejuvenation Valley's mascot. Since I can make a move, of course I'm not a disciple of Rejuvenation Valley. If you can't even distinguish this logic, how can you be a senior? Zhang Xiaohua smiled apologetically and said, I'm not a disciple of Rejuvenation Valley. May I ask for senior's name? Once he heard that Zhang Xiaohua was not a disciple of Rejuvenation Valley, the old man's face became alert. Even the big white wolf turned its head again, looking somewhat fierce. Unfortunately, although the big white wolf looked fierce, its fearful eyes had already betrayed its feelings. The old man said, Since you're not a disciple of Rejuvenation Valley, why did you barge into my Rejuvenation Valley? Where did you come in from? Zhang Xiaohua turned her head to look at the towering cliff in the distance and said with a smile, Old man, do you think there's a path to come down from here? The old man was startled and answered casually, Of course there isn't. However, after he finished speaking, he felt that something was wrong and immediately said, I'm asking you, not you asking me. Zhang Xiaohua pointed behind him and said, Of course I came in from the entrance of the outer valley. The old man snorted lightly and said, Your story is too poorly made up. You might as well have said that you flew down from the cliff. The inner valley of Rejuvenation Valley has always prohibited outsiders from entering, not to mention the depths of the inner valley. Even the disciples of the valley are not allowed to enter. Who would have thought that someone like you would actually? At this point, he looked at the bright sun grass in the distance and said with a nod, It seems that you're here for this scarlet flame grass. Immediately, he said sternly, Speak quickly, who sent you in? If you have an honest attitude and confess, this old man will not pursue your crimes. I will only take you down and interrogate the person behind you. Scarlet flame grass? Zhang Xiaohua was startled. She pointed at the bright sun grass and said, You call it scarlet flame grass? A strange look flashed through the old man's eyes, but he was not moved by Zhang Xiaohua's words. He patted the white wolf's head and the white wolf obediently stood to the side. It raised its head and growled again. Its eyes looked at Zhang Xiaohua as if it was provoking her again. The old man also took a step forward and waved the small hoe in his hand. He said sternly, Brat, seeing that you're not honest and still want to change the topic, you must not be a good person. Are you going to surrender without a fight? Or are you going to let this old man kill you with one palm strike? Wow, Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed in surprise, isn't this old man too subjective? This temper, TSK, is even more fiery than a young man like me, wanting to kill people with one palm strike at the slightest provocation. Zhang Xiaohua asked with interest, Old man, how can you tell that I'm not a good person? Do you think you have the right to sentence me to death based on your own good and evil? The old man did not expect Zhang Xiaohua to say this and was slightly stunned. He laughed heartily and said, When this old man was enforcing the law in Rejuvenation Valley, I don't know how many thieves like you I've seen. They sneaked into my Rejuvenation Valley and coveted my Rejuvenation Valley's rare medicinal herbs and miraculous elixirs. The number of thieves who were killed by this old man's palm is countless. Now, you're one more. Seeing the old man's conceited look, Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. She could only say helplessly, Old man, if you're talking about the scarlet fire grass, I admit that I saw it when I walked here and wanted to pick it to refine elixirs. However, if you're talking about the elixirs that are boiled with water in Rejuvenation Valley, please, I really don't have the slightest interest. And most importantly, although I'm not a disciple of Rejuvenation Valley, since I can appear in Rejuvenation Valley, other than sneaking in as you said, I'm a friend of Valley Master Nie's youngest daughter. I was invited to the inner valley by Nie Qinyu. What? You've even been to Rejuvenation Valley's elixir refining area? This Commander Nie, how can he not know the severity of the matter? How can he let an outsider casually enter the elixir room? Sigh, he's still so coarse, he hasn't changed at all. Commander Nie? When Zhang Xiaohua heard Valley Master Nie's name, she almost laughed out loud. No matter how she looked at it, Valley Master Nie did not have anything to do with the word commander. Furthermore, this old man actually said that Valley Master Nie was coarse. It really was, you have a body of white hair, but you say that others are monsters. Afterwards, the old man looked up and down at Zhang Xiaohua, asking, how is Nie Qinyu related to Commander Nie? I remember that this brat's daughters all have similar names. Io, are you a child of dear Christ Xianxia family? I remember that when you were young, you followed old you to Rejuvenation Valley. Zhang Xiaohua did not know whether to laugh or cry. You're talking about Nie Qinyu's eldest sister, Nie Qinrong. Her husband is dear Christ Xianxia. I'm sorry, I don't remember what you is. I only saw him once a few months ago. Nie Qinyu is Valley Master Nie's youngest daughter. Oh, that girl. Sigh, even she has grown up and found a husband, Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly said, old man, you're mistaken again. I'm only Nie Qinyu's friend. The old man copied Zhang Xiaohua, waving his hand and interrupting his words, saying, what friend? You've already entered our Rejuvenation Valley's pill room, can you still be ordinary friends? Little brat, you must be honest. This. Zhang Xiaohua did not know how to explain her dishonesty. But, after the two of them said this, the old man seemed to have understood that there was some misunderstanding. His tone seemed to have confirmed Zhang Xiaohua's identity, but the little hoe in his hand was still raised in the air, not relaxing in the slightest. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua glanced sideways at the scarlet flame grass not far away and cupped her hands, saying, I didn't know that this scarlet flame grass belonged to you. Please forgive me. Since you've already come, I'll leave now. What do you think? Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was about to leave, the old man immediately said, no, although you've said so much, it's all just one side of the story. How can I be so easily fooled? Moreover, you already know the location of this scarlet flame grass. In the future, you might take the opportunity to pick it. Zhang Xiaohua smiled, saying, that's easy. I'm going to the pill room at the entrance of the valley now. If you're willing, you can come with me. Speaking up to here, her heart stirred. She released her divine sense and already saw a few people rushing over here. The one in the lead was Valley Master Nie. But the old man waved his hand and said, my time is precious. I'm picking herbs here, how can I have the time to accompany you back to the valley? Wait a moment, Big White's roar just now should have already notified the valley. I'm sure your so-called father-in-law is rushing over here. Hee hee, little brat, if you're lying to me, I'll let Big White tear you to pieces later. Old man, I'll say it again. I'm not Nie Qinyu's husband. Zhang Xiaohua was flustered and exasperated. It's the same. You're not now, but you'll be sooner or later. The old man curled his lips and said. Zhang Xiaohua looked up at the sky and ignored him. Chapter 464. It turned out that the old man had spoken harshly for a long time but didn't try to capture him. Instead, he made him explain again and again. However, it was all a delaying tactic, waiting for Valley Head Nie and the others to come over and confront him or surround him. Zhang Xiaohua still somewhat underestimated the intelligence of these Jianghu veterans. Sure enough, after a long while, the old man slapped Big White's head again. The big white wolf then gave a low howl. Valley Head Nie and the others received the message and also gave a long howl in response, directly pouncing towards Zhang Xiaohua's side. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's calm and composed appearance, presumably the explanation just now was true. The old man gradually put down his little hoe. Only the big white wolf that had suffered a loss before still stared at Zhang Xiaohua without letting go. Valley head Nia brought a few people to the scene and saw Zhang Xiaohua and the old man standing there from afar. He already knew that there was a misunderstanding, and before he even arrived, he shouted loudly, "Elder Zhang, it's a misunderstanding, please don't fight." Elder Zhang turned around and scolded jokingly, "When did you see me fight? It's your good son-in-law who beat up Big White. I still have to get justice for Big White." Valley head Nia ran in front and bowed towards Elder Zhang. "Elder, long time no see, how are you?" Elder Zhang waved the little hoe in his hand and said, "No official position, my body is light. Right now, I'm picking herbs under the eastern fence, leisurely looking at the southern mountain." "Very good, very good." Zhang Xiaohua looked at the old man pretending to be cultured. It was quite similar to how she fiddled with words in front of Little Orange that day and almost laughed out loud. Valley head Nia's eyes were also full of smiles and he repeatedly congratulated, "That's good, that's good." Then he turned around and asked in surprise, "Virtuous nephew Ren, I heard from Little You that you were refining pills in the pill room in the afternoon. Why did you run here?" "Hee, this is a rather secretive place in Rejuvenation Valley and it's quite dangerous. It's also my fault that I didn't tell you properly yesterday." These words sounded like concern, but they were actually blaming Zhang Xiaohua for coming in without telling her. Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head and said with a smile, "How can I blame Uncle Nie? Wasn't it because little nephew was refining pills in the pill room for a while and was bored, so I came out for a walk. I saw that the medicinal herbs here were very rare, so I came all the way here. If it's not convenient for Uncle Nie, I won't be coming in the future." How could Valley Master Nie not understand the meaning behind Ren Baqian's words? He waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter. Since nephew Ren has seen enough of Rejuvenation Valley's pill recipes, what else is there to keep secret here? If nephew Ren likes it, feel free to come. My Rejuvenation Valley can't see all the medicinal herbs here and many of them are unknown. If nephew Ren recognizes them and wants to pick them, feel free to do so." Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed when she heard this and cupped her hands in thanks to Valley Master Nie. Elder Zhang, who was at the side, couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "Marshal Nie, although you're the Valley Master of Rejuvenation Valley, I'm also your elder. I was the one who introduced the wife you married when you were young. How important is our Rejuvenation Valley's pill recipes? Why didn't you discuss it with the other elders before showing it to others? Even if he's your son-in-law, I heard him say that he hasn't married into your family yet. How can you be so casual?" Zhang Xiaohua held her stomach and laughed secretly. Valley Master Nie's face was full of black lines and he could only smile apologetically and say, "All the elders are enjoying their old age in the inner valley. I don't dare to disturb them for such a small matter. Elder Zhang, haven't you not seen me for almost half a year? I went to find you for something before the new year, but I didn't see you several times. If it wasn't for Big White's warning today, I wouldn't have known that you were here." Then, he pulled Elder Zhang to one side and told him the whole story in detail. Elder Zhang listened while glancing at Zhang Xiaohua. His gaze was very interesting. At first, it was disdain, then praise, then amazement, and finally surprise, admiration, pity, and so on. Zhang Xiaohua was filled with displeasure from being looked at like that. After Valley Master Nie finished speaking, Elder Zhang walked in front of Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Ren Xiaoxia, I was a little rude just now and shot a dart at you. I really can't justify it." Saying that, he cupped his hands and was about to apologize. Zhang Xiaohua saw that he was Valley Master Nie's elder, so how would she dare to let him apologize? She hurriedly held on to his arm and apologized, "Elder Zhang is wrong. It was my fault first. First, I wanted to pick your scarlet flame grass, then I hurt your big white wolf. It was my fault." Elder Zhang was an elder and he didn't really want to apologize. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua holding onto his arm to give him a way out, he used a little strength and was about to get up. But when he used his strength, Zhang Xiaohua's hand was like a huge rock that couldn't be moved. Thinking about how Valley Master Nie said that Zhang Xiaohua was the winner of the arena battle, he couldn't help but have the desire to win. Using strength in his arms, he was about to bow down. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, she was angry. How could this old man be like this? Just now, you didn't ask about the situation and wanted to attack. Now that I'm stopping you, you're still supporting me. Tell me, should I stop you or not? If I don't stop you, you want the elder to apologize to you. How can you be a junior? Also, Elder Zhang's arms were already using strength. If she withdrew her strength, perhaps the old man's mouth would be stuck in the mud. If she stopped him, wouldn't this be a competition? It would also show that she was impudent in fighting with an elder. Just now, she didn't know, but now that she was fighting, it wasn't right. Without any other choice, Zhang Xiaohua could only use strength in her hands to support Elder Zhang firmly. At least this way, she could save a few teeth in Elder Zhang's mouth. When Valley Master Nye saw this, he hurriedly called out, Elder Zhang, don't lower yourself to the same level as the younger generation. I know that you don't have a suitable person to spar with in the valley. If you have this idea, wait until you return to the outer valley and spar in the arena. Why do you need to compete in the wilderness? When Elder Zhang heard this, his eyes lit up and he said, that's good. He immediately retracted his arms. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, not good, not good. Seeing the two separate, Valley Master Nye then looked at the scarlet flame grass not far away and said, has Elder Zhang always been here looking after this scarlet flame grass? I said that I couldn't find you. Elder Zhang pointed at the big white wolf and said, actually, most of the time, it's Big White who looks after it. I'm just looking for herbs in the surroundings to move my hands and feet. Valley Master Nye walked forward and carefully looked at the scarlet flame grass. He nodded and said, this scarlet flame grass seems to be 100 years old. It's enough to be of great use. It's just that crimson pearl grass, bitter bamboo grass, chu dingzhen and other supplementary materials are hard to find. Otherwise, there's nothing else. Even if we have these herbs, our rejuvenation valley has no way of refining the crimson flame pill. As he said this, his eyes lightly glanced at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. Valley Master Nye's words were strange. In the jade slip, there was a medicinal pill called the Meridian Soothing Pill. It was made with bright yang grass and crimson pearl grass as the main ingredients and other supplementary materials. It was used to nourish the meridians and recuperate the meridians. The main use of the bright yang grass was to make the bright yang pill. It could refine the qi in the meridians and improve one's cultivation. Elder Zhang waved his hand and said, I haven't done anything these past few years. I've just been collecting herbs in the valley. The ingredients for the crimson flame pill are all ready. It's just that I haven't had the confidence to refine it. If it wasn't for this kid finding this scarlet flame grass today, speaking to this point, he suddenly stopped. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua with a bit of excitement and asked, Ren Xiaoxia, I remember that when you heard me mention the name of this scarlet flame grass, you didn't agree. You pointed at it and asked me, you call it scarlet flame grass? Is that right? At this point, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't deny it. He could only brace himself and say, yes, I did say so. Then, what do you think it should be called? Elder Zhang looked at him with bright eyes. Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head and said, Old senior, this is a tattered little book that I saw a long time ago. There were pictures of herbs that looked like this scarlet flame grass. Since you say it's scarlet flame grass, then it's scarlet flame grass. I think I must have seen wrongly. Don't, kid. Think carefully. It doesn't matter if you're wrong. Elder Zhang's face was kind, but Zhang Xiaohua looked a bit like Dabai's grandmother. He could only pretend to be thinking. After a while, he hesitated and said, it seems to be morning sun grass, bright yang grass, or sunset grass. I can't remember. Elder Zhang clapped his hands and said, okay, it's bright yang grass. That's right, kid, just now Nye Shui said that you know how to refine pills. And you also know that the ancient name of this scarlet flame grass is bright yang grass. Logically speaking, your Beta school should also be an ancient alchemy sect. How come I've never heard of it? Zhang Xiaohua laughed secretly. It would be strange if you knew. But he said, I'm not too sure. Our beta school doesn't get involved in Jianghu matters. The elders in the sect also don't come out. Oh, so it's like that. Elder Zhang was obviously very disappointed. Seeing the two chattering non-stop, Valley Master Nye said, Elder Zhang, it's not easy to meet you. I see that you still have a lot of things to ask Nephew Ren. Why don't you come back to the Outer Valley with us? You can also see the changes in the valley and the pills that Nephew Ren helped us refine. Yes, Valley Master Nye's words are very reasonable. Elder Zhang nodded and said, I also want to see the ancient alchemy techniques and what kind of pills can be refined. Then, he said, you guys wait here for a while. I'll be back soon. After he finished speaking, he used his qinggong and left. Not long after, he came back with a small bag. Then, he patted the big white wolf's head. The white wolf licked Elder Zhang's hand with its tongue and lazily walked to the side of the flaming red grass and lay down on the ground. Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, Elder Zhang, since this flaming red grass is already 100 years old and can be used as medicine, why don't you just pick it directly? Elder Zhang said very meaningfully, now is not the time. If you don't have the confidence to refine pills, then let it grow for 1,000 years. 1,000 years? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but twitch her mouth and secretly said, how is that possible? If it's in the wilderness, it's possible, but in this rejuvenation valley? Although it's in the inner valley and people rarely come here, there will still be people who will see it. Since it's seen, how can it be preserved for a long time? What's more, how old is your grandfather? When you're gone, then let me pick it. It's inhumane to let this flaming red grass be lonely in the wind for no reason. Thinking of this, his heart suddenly moved. If I don't have the confidence to refine pills? But what if I have the confidence to refine pills? Zhang Xiaohua also glanced at Elder Zhang. Her eyes were also very meaningful. Chapter 465. Elder Zhang lived some distance away from Zhang Xiaohua's pill room, but they were both on the left side of the inner valley. In front was a simple bamboo room and behind it was the pill room. Looking at his tightly shut door, Elder Zhang smiled, I haven't returned to this room for many months. He then looked around, where are your senior sect brothers? Are they all home? Valley Head Nye smiled wryly, don't mention them. Even the other elders are like wild cranes. I don't know where they've flown off to. Elder Zhang said, we haven't been elders for many years. Shouldn't we be researching our own things and doing the things we like to do? Valley Head Nye said solemnly, Elder Zhang is right. You've made many contributions to Rejuvenation Valley in the past. Now it's up to us. He then said mysteriously, please wait a moment, I'll be right back. Elder Zhang seemed to know what he was going to do and nodded, come back quickly. I want to see if this kid is really a green onion. Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes when she heard this and thought, is there anyone who talks like that? If I'm not a green onion, then what am I? Pa, how can I be a green onion? Valley Head Nye quickly left with his two subordinates. He left behind a few disciples to open Elder Zhang's door and help him tidy up. The interior of the bamboo room was very simple. There was a bamboo couch, a bamboo chair, and a bamboo desk. It didn't take long for everything to be cleaned up. After the disciples left, Elder Zhang entered the room and carefully placed the small package in his hand on the couch. He turned his head and said to Zhang Xiaohua, young man, sit. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the only chair in the room and shook her head, Elder should sit. This junior can stand. Elder Zhang didn't hold back and threw his body onto the bamboo chair. He rocked left and right and murmured, I haven't been so relaxed in a long time. Days of looking at the clouds and listening to the wind are truly pleasant. Zhang Xiaohua knew that he wanted her to continue the conversation. Thus, she closed her mouth and pretended that she was only listening. Elder Zhang waited for a while, but no one responded. He could only mutter to himself, I'm old and only want to do the things I like. I mostly ignore the matters of Rejuvenation Valley. Therefore, I didn't know that you saved the valley head's daughter and resolved Rejuvenation Valley's crisis." Seeing that Elder Zhang was about to express his gratitude again, Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly said, "Old senior, you're old, but you're still strong. You'll definitely be able to use your remaining energy to write a new chapter. I merely ran into Miss Nye for a while. Anyone with a heart would lend a helping hand in this matter." "Someone with a heart? Haha." Elder Zhang sighed and said, "There are few people with such intentions, but there are many others with such intentions." Then, he continued to ask, "By the way, young man, you said that you saw a booklet with the name Yang Grass. What's the name?" Zhang Xiaohua inwardly said, I knew you'd ask. Even if I wanted to shut up, I didn't have the chance." Zhang Xiaohua could only say, "It's not that I don't want to tell old senior, but this booklet really is something from a long time ago. Also, it doesn't seem to have been read in my sect. At that time, I only saw that the drawings inside were very interesting and remembered them in my heart. I've already forgotten the rest." Elder Zhang didn't find it strange that Zhang Xiaohua had completely pushed away the responsibility. He said, "This was a fortuitous opportunity. Unfortunately, you were still young at the time and missed it." Zhang Xiaohua was startled and said, "What do you mean?" Elder Zhang thought for a moment and said, "It's a long story. To put it simply, alchemy has a long history. I'm afraid it's at least 10,000 years old. It existed as early as the ancient times, and the study of medicinal herbs closely related to alchemy also has a very long history. But I don't know what happened, but alchemy now seems to be very different from alchemy in the past. Even medicinal herbs are very different. In the ancient times, it's said that medicinal herbs grew luxuriantly, and all kinds of rare herbs existed. There were some that were hundreds of years old, thousands of years old, and even tens of thousands of years old. However, these are all legends. Most of the medicinal herbs have been annihilated, and not even a trace can be found. Moreover, for some reason, the ancient books have not been passed down. Not to mention alchemy, even the ancient books on medicinal herbs are ordinary. Therefore, although there are many medicinal herbs that have survived, they have lost their original names. Even if there are people who know a little about them, they have slowly changed through word of mouth. Until now, it's almost completely different from the ancient times. Also, in these thousands of years, many medicinal herbs have grown from the vast land. No one knows whether these are ancient varieties or new varieties. Therefore, alchemy, elixir recipes, and so on have also changed. Zhang Xiaohua didn't interrupt and only listened quietly. Yes, the changes in the world over the past 10,000 years had changed even the fist techniques into a complete mess, not to mention the unorthodox alchemy, medicinal herbs, and elixir recipes. After listening for a while, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but ask, "How does Elder Zhang know all these?" But as soon as she asked, she regretted it in her heart. Didn't Elder Zhang want me to ask? Moreover, wasn't the answer to this question found in the Rejuvenation Valley's ancient books? Unexpectedly, Elder Zhang said, "Back then, I was also infatuated with martial arts and didn't know anything about alchemy. Later on, by chance and coincidence, just like when you were young, I obtained a small book left behind by a predecessor. It talked about a lot of knowledge about alchemy and medicinal herbs. Only then did I become interested in alchemy. Later on, I joined this Rejuvenation Valley and became an elder." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and thought to herself, so he also left home halfway. Alas, it's a pity that this kind of small book is also the insights of predecessors in studying ancient medicinal herbs and alchemy. It's extremely rare and I only obtained one book. Later on, I also read 2 books in Rejuvenation Valley, but I always felt that there was too little information inside. If you hadn't missed the opportunity, I would have been able to read the 4th book. Zhang Xiaohua said apologetically, "It's a pity that this junior was too young and really didn't know the value of that small book. I've disappointed senior." Elder Zhang shook his head and said, "Do you know what I like to do the most right now?" Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "Gather medicinal herbs." Elder Zhang laughed involuntarily and said, my greatest wish right now is..." Halfway through his words, he took out a book from the small bundle on the bed and handed it to Zhang Xiaohua, saying, "Open it." Zhang Xiaohua frowned and took the book. She flipped through the pages one by one. However, the more she read, the more shocked she became. She couldn't help but ask, "Elder Zhang is actually so proficient in medicinal herbs. Moreover, many of these medicinal herbs have their characteristics and medicinal properties indicated. Oh, they even have their respective names from ancient times and now." As she spoke, she flipped to a page and found a thin jade slip. This page also recorded the scarlet flame grass. Beside it was written, "Ancient name, bright sun grass." Zhang Xiaohua took out the jade slip and casually held it in her hand. She said, "So Elder Zhang has already recorded the other name of the scarlet flame grass in this book." Elder Zhang smiled and said, "That's right. I also saw this bright sun grass in a small book in Rejuvenation Valley. That's why I was surprised when you mentioned the bright sun grass. This ancient name isn't something that just anyone can know." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and continued to flip through the pages. Sure enough, there were many medicinal herbs at the back, and all of them had two names. Many of them were things that Zhang Xiaohua had seen in the jade slip. Zhang Xiaohua sighed in her heart. She thought to herself, "That's right. Although alchemy is highly valued, the foundation of alchemy is the medicinal herbs. Only someone like Elder Zhang, who is unknown and has done the basic work of alchemy in detail, can refine better alchemy." There were many things in the small book, and it definitely wasn't something that could be finished right now. Zhang Xiaohua only flipped through a little before closing the book. Elder Zhang saw that Zhang Xiaohua had finished reading and said, "I'll let you see another thing." Finished speaking, he lowered his head and went to take out the small bundle. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the small book in her hand. Just as she was about to insert the thin jade slip in her hand into the book, her divine sense habitually swept over the jade slip. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned on the spot. Elder Zhang didn't notice Zhang Xiaohua's behavior. He took out an even thinner book from the small bundle and was about to hand it to Zhang Xiaohua. But when he saw Zhang Xiaohua's stunned expression, he found it funny and called out, young man, don't be like this, okay? I'm just making a small contribution to alchemy and slightly promoting the development of alchemy. You don't have to worship me like this, I'm just an ordinary person." Hearing Elder Zhang's call, Zhang Xiaohua came back to her senses and said with a smile, "An ordinary person doing extraordinary things. I'm really moved by your spirit. Today, you may be high and few people will see this small book, but history will remember your achievements. Time will prove your wisdom. You will definitely stop." Elder Zhang finally blushed and said embarrassedly, "This old man is not so noble. I only do what I like." "Oh, right, take a look at these pill formulas." Although he said that, his tone was a bit affectionate. Zhang Xiaohua placed the small book on the table and carefully placed the jade slip beside it. She took the thin book and saw the words, "Crimson Flame Pill," on the page that Elder Zhang had just opened. Behind it were the ingredients and refining method. It was the pill formula for the Crimson Flame Pill. After looking at the pill formula for the Crimson Flame Pill, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to look at the other pill formulas and returned the small book to Elder Zhang. His heart moved and he returned to the front of the table. He picked up the book and found the names of the ingredients that he saw in the pill formula. When he finished looking, he couldn't help but be shocked. The ingredients in the Crimson Flame Pill formula were exactly the same as the Meridian Nourishing Pill and the Jade Slip. It was just that the names of the ingredients were mostly changed. If there was any difference between these two pill recipes, it would be the difference in refining methods. Instantly, Zhang Xiaohua understood that the Crimson Flame Pill was a Meridian Soothing Pill. However, the martial Dao could not use the immortal Dao's alchemy techniques to alter the refining process. Please vote. Come and read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 466. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua turn back to look at the booklet again, Elder Zhang smiled and said, did you think of something? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua deep in thought, he said, if we compare this booklet and put the ancient name inside, wouldn't it be another ancient pill recipe? Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, that's right. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's response, Elder Zhang smiled and said, if this crimson flame pill is successfully refined according to this pill recipe, wouldn't this pill have two names? One would have the ancient name of the pill, and the other would be the current crimson flame pill. In other words, didn't we refine the legendary ancient medicinal pills? Elder Zhang stared straight at Zhang Xiaohua, waiting for him to speak. But Zhang Xiaohua suddenly looked at the jade slip on the table and picked it up with interest, asking, Elder Zhang, this jade slip looks warm and smooth, like a piece of good jade, where did you get it? Elder Zhang heard and frowned, impatiently saying, it can't be considered good jade, the color is a bit mottled. I saw it in the pill room and casually put it in the book, it's really useful. Then he said, Ren Xiaoxia, aren't you interested in doing this interesting thing with me? Zhang Xiaohua still did not answer his question. He raised the jade piece to the light outside and studied it carefully. He said, this jade piece doesn't seem to be polished. If it was naturally formed, it would be very difficult for it to be this thin. It's a waste for the old man to use it to hold books. Elder Zhang saw that he kept changing the topic and waved his hand resolutely, saying, if I don't use it to hold a book, what else can I do? It's not square and can be used as a paperweight. If you like it, take it, I don't have any use for it. Zhang Xiaohua heard and was overjoyed, but still said, I'm afraid it's not good, a gentleman doesn't take away others' good. Elder Zhang said, I don't like it, just take it. Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, I don't dare refuse an elder's gift, so I will shamelessly accept it. Finished speaking, he casually put it into his pocket. It really was very casual. Elder Zhang saw him put away the jade slip and asked carefully, Ren Xiaoxia really doesn't want to do something that will affect the history of pill refining? You must know, if you can successfully refine it, it will have epoch-making significance in the history of pill refining. It's a turning point, a starting point. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he couldn't stop laughing wildly in his heart. He thought to himself, if that's the case, then I don't know how many times I made the turning point in the pill room of Rejuvenation Valley this afternoon. Oh, that's right, I've already begun to turn it. But on the surface, he still smiled wryly and said, Elder, it's not that I'm not tempted, but this ancient pill recipe requires an ancient refining method. If I use Rejuvenation Valley's water decoction method, it will only fail. Elder Zhang criticized endlessly in his heart, isn't this nonsense? If the water decoction method can succeed, why would I waste time with you? I've been talking for half a day. Isn't it just that I know you can use earth fire to refine pills directly? Elder Zhang was about to speak when Zhang Xiaohua suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed, I remember now, Elder Zhang, I remember where I saw the name, Sunshine Grass. When Elder Zhang heard this, he threw the matter of pill refining to the back of his mind and asked eagerly, where did you see it? Zhang Xiaohua smiled apologetically and said, there's a small compartment in the attic of my hometown. Inside it are some trinkets that I picked up from the fields outside when I was young. Among them is a large and thick book with many drawings of grass. When I had nothing to do, I flipped through it for fun. However, I don't remember where I picked this book up from. Moreover, the attic has long been torn down, so I don't know if I can find it now. What? You said that book is big and thick? Elder Zhang was both surprised and surprised as he asked. Zhang Xiaohua looked at him and pointed at the small book he wrote, it should be several times larger and thicker than this. When Elder Zhang heard this, he rushed forward and grabbed his collar, saying, Brat, the attic has been torn down, so that book. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, the attic has long been torn down, but I hid my small belongings well. However, I haven't been home for a long time, so I don't know if those things are still there. Where is your home? I'll go right now. Elder Zhang said anxiously. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head and said, I hid those things very well. Even if I went back by myself, it would be difficult to find them. You don't even need to think about it. That book is of no use to me. If it is as you say, those are ancient medicinal herbs and I have no use for them. When I have time to go back and find them, I will definitely find a way to send them to Rejuvenation Valley. What do you think? This. Elder Zhang was very helpless and dejectedly threw himself back onto the bamboo chair, saying, "That's the only way." That's right, knowing that there was something that he had been searching for many years but still couldn't get his hands on it, even if it was an old man who had seen the wind and rain, it still wasn't easy for him to accept. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua felt very apologetic and comforted. "Elder Zhang, don't worry, I will definitely send it to you." When Elder Zhang heard this, he forced a smile and said, "You're too considerate. Anyways, I've been searching for more than 10 years. A few more years won't make a difference." Just as they were talking, Valley Head Nya brought a few more disciples over. Waving his hand, he let the disciples wait outside. Valley Head Nya entered the bamboo house alone. Seeing the two people happily chatting, he knew that the misunderstanding just now had been cleared up. He walked to Elder Zhang's side and took out a few small porcelain bottles from his bosom, handing them to him, saying, "Like I said, Elder Zhang, you and Nephew Ren will definitely have a common language. Just now was just a small misunderstanding. Look, this is the medicinal pill that Nephew Ren refined using the ancient method." At this time, words were already written on the porcelain bottles. Elder Zhang casually took the porcelain bottle with the words, "Blood Replenishing Pill," written on it and said with a frown, "This Blood Replenishing Pill is Rejuvenation Valley's signature medicinal pill. Could it be that Ren Xiaoxia has already learned it?" After he finished speaking, he opened the seal and poured out a brown-red medicinal pill. That medicinal pill was one size smaller than the one that Zhang Xiaohua saw Zhou Tai holding in the peach forest, but it was also perfectly round. Zhang Xiaohua was very puzzled. They gave them powder, so how could they make it so round? Seeing the medicinal pill in his hand, Elder Zhang's expression changed and he sternly said, "Commander Nya, although you are the valley head, this old man also has to say a few words today. Our Rejuvenation Valley stands tall in Jianghu because we rely on our reputation. Our reputation of not deceiving both old and young people. The heroes of Jianghu trust us and trust our medicinal pills. When they save a life, the first thing they think of is our medicinal pills. Although this old man has not participated in the affairs of the valley for many years, how can this blood replenishing pill shrink so much? Cutting corners is the beginning of digging one's own grave." At the side, Zhang Xiaohua listened in a daze. This old man was really amazing. He drew inferences from one case and was really good at scolding people. No wonder he could be an elder. If it was her, would she encourage Valley Head Nya to continue? Valley Master Nya listened obediently, as if he already knew Elder Zhang's temper. Seeing him spit all over the place, he didn't refute a single word. When Elder Zhang was tired of speaking, Valley Head Nya said softly, "Elder Zhang's lecture is correct. Although you are no longer an elder, your heart is still in this position. I hope you will continue to spur the younger generation in the future. However, I would like to ask you to evaluate the blood replenishing pill that Nephew Ren refined using the ancient method. How is it different from our medicinal pills?" Elder Zhang glanced at Valley Head Nya, then looked at the calm Zhang Xiaohua. He put the blood replenishing pill in front of his nose and sniffed it. Then, without a frown, he put it on his tongue and licked it. His brows furrowed even more. At the side, Zhang Xiaohua found it very funny. This Elder Zhang's expression was really too rich. Just now in the valley, the way he looked at her, the way he talked to her, and... Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua thought, this Elder Zhang couldn't have put the blood replenishing pill into his mouth to taste the medicinal effects, right? Just as she was thinking, Elder Zhang really opened his mouth and threw the blood replenishing pill into his mouth as if he wanted to eat beans. Then, he began to eat with a crunching sound. Oh, this sound was purely from Zhang Xiaohua's imagination, hee. After seeing the blood replenishing pill enter his mouth, Elder Zhang's expression became even more wonderful. First, his brows furrowed, then they relaxed. His eyes widened as he looked at Valley Head Nya in surprise. Then, he looked at Zhang Xiaohua in surprise. Finally, He closed his eyes and tasted the blood-replenishing pill, no longer speaking. After a moment, Elder Zhang suddenly opened his eyes. There seemed to be a flash of light in his eyes as he said, "Commander Nya, was this pill really refined by Ren Xiaoxia?" "Yes, this junior saw it with my own eyes," Valley Head Nya respectfully said. Elder Zhang's words almost caused the two people present to faint from shock. "Then why are you still in a daze? Why don't you let Ren Xiaoxia and your Nye Qian go through the wedding ceremony? Even if you give 3 Nye Qians to this brat, it's still worth it." Zhang Xiaohua's figure swayed and she barely managed to stand up. Valley Head Nya was also an iron plank bridge. He steadied himself and said with a wry smile, "Elder Zhang is joking. Qianrong and Qianxiu are both married. Ren Xiaoxia also has a chivalrous heart and reached out to help us. How can we?" Elder Zhang didn't wait for Ren Baqian to finish speaking. He smiled mischievously at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Young hero Ren, you are a friend of Nye Qian or something. If you work hard, you can become the son-in-law of Rejuvenation Valley." Zhang Xiaohua knew that it was useless to say more at this time, so she didn't speak. On the side, Valley Head Nya hurriedly changed the topic and said, "Elder Zhang, let's not talk about other things first. How do you think the effects of this pill compare to the previous blood-replenishing pill?" Elder Zhang waved his hand and said, "There's no need to compare. This blood-replenishing pill melts in the mouth. It's sweet and refreshing, as smooth as silk. It feels very good. It's not on the same level as the previous pills that were chewed." Valley Head Nya's face darkened and he asked in a low voice, "Elder Zhang, this junior is asking about the effects of the pill, not the taste." Elder Zhang glared and said reproachfully, "Marshal Nya, it's not that I want to criticize you, but you are also the leader of our Rejuvenation Valley. Don't we know that in order for this pill to be recognized by the people of the Jianghu, not only does it have to be effective, it also has to have the taste and appearance. One melts in the mouth and the other is as hard to chew as copper peas. Which one will people choose after tasting it?" Then, he picked up the small porcelain bottle in his hand and said, "Also, you shouldn't underestimate this porcelain bottle. This is the result of the hard work of previous generations. People will know that our Rejuvenation Valley's pills are of high quality just by looking at this porcelain bottle." Zhang Xiaohua's mouth was wide open as she listened foolishly. Chapter 467. After Elder Zhang talked about the importance of the porcelain bottle and the taste, he said again, "Of course, the main function of the medicinal pill is the medicinal effect. No matter how well it is made, if it doesn't have a good medicinal effect, people will only be fooled once and won't turn back a second time. If our Rejuvenation Valley wants to make something, we must make something that is the same on the outside and on the inside." Valley Master Nya opened his sleepy eyes and said, "Elder Zhang, can you talk about the medicinal effect now?" "Yes, there is nothing to say about the medicinal effect. Not bad, not bad." After Elder Zhang finished speaking, he closed his mouth and didn't say another word. Valley Master Nya asked curiously, "Just these 2 words?" "Yes, it's not bad." Bang! Valley Master Nya fell to the ground. It took him a lot of effort to hold back his patience and wait for Elder Zhang to finish rambling. He wanted to hear him talk about the effects of the medicine, but Elder Zhang summed it up in 2 words. He was really concise and comprehensive. When Valley Master Nya stood up and brushed the dust off his body, he said with a bitter smile, "Elder Zhang, can you be more specific?" "Oh, you want to be more specific? You should have said it earlier. If you didn't say it, how would I know what you wanted me to say?" When he was done talking, he put away his smile and said seriously, "Valley Master Nya, in fact, what I said just now was not nonsense. It is the advantage of this blood-replenishing pill. Moreover, based on my experience, the medicinal effect of this blood-replenishing pill should be twice as good as the blood-replenishing pill produced by our Rejuvenation Valley." When Valley Master Nya heard this, he said with a smile, "Elder Zhang is right. This junior also made a rough estimate. Also, you see, the amount of this medicinal pill is twice as small as before. In other words, using half of the medicinal herbs from before, we can make a blood-replenishing pill that is 4 times as good as now. This kind of utilization of medicinal herbs and the effect of saving energy is the goal that our Rejuvenation Valley has been striving for more than 10 generations. I didn't expect it to be realized by this junior. With tears in his eyes, he said, "It's really the ancestors who have shown up. The heavens have blessed our Rejuvenation Valley." This time, it was Elder Zhang and Zhang Xiaohua's turn to be speechless. Waiting for Valley Head Nie's mental state to stabilize, Elder Zhang reminded him, "Valley Head, no matter how good this blood-replenishing pill is, it was refined by an outsider. It's better to turn the outsider into an insider as soon as possible. Your 3 daughters are all." Valley Master Nie continued, "Elder Zhang may not know this, but Nephew Ren has already imparted the ancient method of refining medicinal pills to this junior. Of course, my Rejuvenation Valley has also paid a price. The price is your 3 daughters? Good, it was worth it. I've long found old man Chang unpleasing to the eye. It's better to divorce him as soon as possible. But old man Yu is still not bad. This is more difficult to deal with." Alas, it was a good thing that Zhang Xiaohua and Valley Master Nie had been using the 1,000-kilogram drop, so they were able to stand firmly on the ground. Valley Master Nie wiped away the sweat on his face and said, "Ren Xiaoxia's request is to see all of our Rejuvenation Valley's pill recipes and help us refine them into pills. Do you understand?" "Ah." Elder Zhang said in surprise, "This is what you said just now, the reason for handing over all of the pill recipes to Hero Ren?" Valley Master Nie's face was filled with apprehension as he said, "That's right. Elder Zhang, please punish me. This junior will definitely humbly accept the old man's reprimand and do a good job of criticism and self-criticism. I won't disappoint." Without waiting for Valley Master Nie to finish speaking, Elder Zhang suddenly stood up and walked in front of Zhang Xiaohua. He grabbed both of his hands and shook them enthusiastically while saying, Hero Ren, could this be the legendary not benefiting oneself but benefiting others? You really have noble character and unquestionable integrity. This old man has lived for a lifetime, but this is the first time I've seen a hero like you. You're a great hero. You're a great hero." Zhang Xiaohua was immediately promoted from Ren Xiaoxia to Hero Ren. Zhang Xiaohua never thought that Elder Zhang would be so enthusiastic and could only murmur, I just want to practice alchemy." Elder Zhang didn't seem to understand. He turned his head and said to Valley Master Nie, "Valley Master, you haven't done anything right in your life, but you did the right thing this time." Valley Head Nie smiled merrily and thought to himself, "Yes, I did the right thing in showing Rejuvenation Valley's pill recipe to virtuous Nephew Ren. You gave birth to 3 daughters. This is the only right thing you've done in your life." Elder Zhang continued. Although Valley Master Nie had already used the 1,000-pound drop and was mentally prepared, he still fell to the ground with a bang. After a long while, Valley Master Nie, who had always thought of himself as wise and mighty, stood up and complained, "Elder Zhang, you're also considered an old man in the valley. How could you speak of such a confidential matter in front of an outsider?" Elder Zhang's big hand still held Zhang Xiaohua's small hand with great enthusiasm. The wrinkles on his face were all smiles as he said, "How is Hero Ren an outsider? As long as you ask little 3 to help, wouldn't this guy be born a member of Rejuvenation Valley and dead a member of Rejuvenation Valley?" Then he turned his head and smiled at Zhang Xiaohua. "Besides, Hero Ren, the 2 of us met very late. This old man and you can be considered friends despite the difference in age. How can you say that I'm an outsider?" Feeling the eagerness in Elder Zhang's hand, Zhang Xiaohua shrank her body and pulled her small hand back. She secretly said, "He just hit me with a dart and now he's trying to get close to me. Does this old man have some ulterior motives?" Oh, that's right. She seemed to have thought of something. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua didn't pull her hand back. She smiled and said, "If Elder Zhang has something to say, there's no harm in saying it. If it's not troublesome, this junior will definitely agree." That was, others didn't know, but Zhang Xiaohua's heart was as clear as a mirror. She had received benefits from others, so how could she not repay? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua being so straightforward, Elder Zhang was a little incredulous. He trembled a little and said, Hero Ren. Do you mean what you say? Zhang Xiaohua shook her head, and a few strands of hair in front of her forehead swayed with the wind. She said, Elder, do you think this junior is that kind of person? It doesn't look like it, it doesn't look like it. Elder Zhang said repeatedly. Then he still didn't believe her and asked, then, can Hero Ren agree to this old man's condition? Zhang Xiaohua said loudly, no problem, this junior has long known your thoughts. You are the paving stone of the alchemy world. You have done so much basic work. How can this junior not agree to such a small request? Later on, you can just look for Valley Master Nye. I've entrusted everything to him. Her voice was loud and seemed to be really generous. But when Elder Zhang heard this, he was stunned and said, Hero Ren, are you mistaken? Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand indifferently and said, I'm not mistaken. Don't worry, Elder, Valley Master Nye won't let you down. But Elder Zhang smiled bitterly and said, Valley Master can't do it. Okay, if I say it's okay, then it's okay. Zhang Xiaohua now had the bearing of a leader. But Elder Zhang was still a little hesitant. Zhang Xiaohua still waved her hand and said, no buts. At this time, Elder Zhang said pitifully, Hero Ren, but I just want you to help me refine the Crimson Flame Pill. Ah. Zhang Xiaohua proudly waved her hand halfway and put it down dispiritedly. She couldn't believe her ears and said, Elder Zhang only wants me to refine the Crimson Flame Pill? Yes. Elder Zhang felt wronged and said, my request doesn't seem to be that high, right? Didn't you want me to teach you the method of refining the pill? Zhang Xiaohua still didn't believe him. Elder Zhang pursed his lips and said, this method must be Hero Ren's unique skill. How would I dare to be delusional? Moreover, after a long time, he said, I've never married in my life and don't even have a child. Where can I find a granddaughter to match you? Zhang Xiaohua heard this and rolled her eyes. She went straight back to lie down. Fortunately, Elder Zhang held her arms enthusiastically and she didn't fall. This can be taught, Elder Zhang. I don't want your granddaughter or maternal granddaughter. Zhang Xiaohua said helplessly. Ah. Really? Elder Zhang said excitedly, I want to tell you, but I'm afraid of losing face. Alright, Hero Ren, you're really worthy of being a hero. I'll thank you. After he finished speaking, he pulled out his hands and was about to bow. Zhang Xiaohua's body wasn't stable at this time. When she pulled her hands out, her body immediately tilted to the side. Poor Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts were high, but she was beaten to this extent. Oh, intersection. Oh haha. However, Elder Zhang grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's hands like lightning and steadied her body. He said with a bitter face, there's another problem, Hero Ren. Even if I learn the method you've taught me, whether or not I can refine the Crimson Flame Pill is another matter. There's only one scarlet flame grass in the entire Rejuvenation Valley. If we waste it, we won't be able to refine it again. Zhang Xiaohua understood that he had seen the recipe for the Crimson Flame Pill before. The refining method inside was just a simulation of the Immortal Dao's refining method and was far from the authentic method he had learned. If she refined according to Elder Zhang's recipe, there was an 80 to 90% chance that she would fail. However, she hadn't practiced the second refining method in the Jade Scroll, so she naturally couldn't agree rashly. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and smiled, Elder Zhang, I understand your feelings. However, from what I've seen just now, the refining of the Crimson Flame Pill isn't that simple. I don't have full confidence. When Elder Zhang heard this, his eyes lit up and he eagerly asked, then how confident are you, Hero Ren? After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xiaohua extended 4 fingers. Elder Zhang smiled and said, 40% is enough. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, 40% is enough to mess it up. Valley Master Nye's eyes lit up even more and he said with a smile, nephew Ren is so confident? Zhang Xiaohua still shook her head and said, I need a few things. Perhaps there are some things that I have more confidence in. What do you need? What does Nie Qian have? Quick, Valley Master, call your daughter over. Elder Zhang said hurriedly. Zhang Xiaohua and Valley Master Nie both collapsed. Zhang Xiaohua steadied her body and said, Elder Zhang is thinking too much. I just want to take advantage of Rejuvenation Valley's superior conditions to practice more and master the art of refining pills. This doesn't go against Elder Zhang's request. As long as I can refine the various pills of Rejuvenation Valley, I will definitely accumulate a lot of experience in refining pills. Then, when I refine the Crimson Flame pill, I will have more confidence. Chapter 468. Hearing this, Valley Master Nie suddenly understood. That's right, Zhang Xiaohua didn't mention any conditions at the beginning. She just wanted to use the pill recipe to refine pills. As long as she was familiar with the pill recipe, she would be able to refine the Crimson Flame pill easily. At this time, Elder Zhang smiled and said, Since Hero Ren already has a plan, why don't you demonstrate to me how to refine pills using the ancient method? I read in the book that it was extremely baffling. You must have seen the Valley Master refine pills. We don't even know how to control the temperature freely. Zhang Xiaohua glanced at Valley Master Nie and saw him make a please gesture. Zhang Xiaohua nodded slightly and said, Then I'll have to trouble Uncle Nie to prepare the herbs. Valley Master Nie also laughed and said, I've already prepared them. After saying that, he instructed the disciples outside the bamboo house to bring in some of the herbs that had just been dug out. Zhang Xiaohua sighed inwardly, these old people are all shrewd. They knew that Elder Zhang might not believe them and had already prepared them. Elder Zhang was also very happy to see this. What he saw just now was the formation of the pills, but how the pills were formed was even more important. As the ancients said, care about the process, don't just focus on the results. Elder Zhang quickly said, Hero Ren, behind my bamboo house is the pill room. It's also one of the earliest pill rooms in Rejuvenation Valley. Do you think it's suitable? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Elder Zhang, you're a senior in the alchemy world. Don't be so polite with me. You're too kind. Since you're better at alchemy than me, I should respect you. Elder Zhang shook his head and said, Moreover, you're magnanimous and can be called a hero. But, your attainments in the field of medicinal herbs are far beyond this junior's reach. Zhang Xiaohua admired Elder Zhang's hard work. Hearing this, Elder Zhang was very stunned and said in surprise, I didn't expect Hero Ren to be able to see so far. You really know me well. I only knew this when I was very old. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. That's right, you have all kinds of books on medicinal herbs and know all kinds of alchemy techniques. What about me? After obtaining the pill forging technique but not knowing the names of the ancient medicinal herbs, one would naturally realize the importance of studying medicinal herbs. Then, Elder Zhang walked to the side of the table and picked up the ancient book on medicinal herbs that he had written. He respectfully handed it to Zhang Xiaohua and said, This book is a little bit of this old man's painstaking research. I hope Hero Ren can correct it. Zhang Xiaohua also took it with a serious expression and said solemnly, I don't dare to say anything. Senior Zhang, this junior is lacking in this aspect. I should learn it well. Zhang Xiaohua received the ancient book and carefully placed it in her bosom. Only then did she enter Elder Zhang's pill room under his lead. This pill room was similar to Zhang Xiaohua's small pill room. However, there were two cauldrons, one large and one small, placed in a groove. Elder Zhang pointed at the larger cauldron and said, This is the cauldron that this old man used in his early years. The earth fire below it is also first-rate. Hero Ren, take a look and see if you can use it. Zhang Xiaohua actually didn't care, but she still politely went forward to take a look. That cauldron was no different from Valley Master Nie's. After she finished looking, she very casually looked at the smaller cauldron at the side. She suddenly discovered to her surprise that the cauldron didn't have two protrusions like the other cauldrons. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xiaohua pointed at the small cauldron and asked, Elder Zhang, don't you use this cauldron? Elder Zhang took a look and said with a smile, this small cauldron was already here when my Rejuvenation Valley's ancestors discovered this pill room. Didn't I just say that this old man's pill room was one of the earliest pill rooms to be used? The things inside basically haven't changed. Even the cauldron and the earth fire below it haven't been touched. The earth fire and cauldrons in the other pill rooms have all been modified. However, this cauldron doesn't have any protrusions to control the temperature, so it's not suitable for use. This old man only tried it out at the beginning and didn't use it anymore. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, her heart stirred. She slowly walked to the front of the cauldron and poked her head out to take a closer look. Indeed, the inside and outside of this cauldron were almost exactly the same as the cauldron in her money pouch. When she used her divine sense to examine it again, she saw that there weren't any incantations inside the cauldron. Only some of the formations engraved inside the cauldron were the same as her cauldron. There was no need to guess. This cauldron was certainly a cauldron used by an immortal Dao pill refiner, just like Zhang Xiaohua's cauldron. A trace of a smile appeared on the corners of Zhang Xiaohua's mouth. What a coincidence. It was best to use an immortal Dao cauldron to refine the Crimson Flame pill, and Zhang Xiaohua's cauldron wasn't suitable for public use. Elder Zhang's cauldron that had never been used before was just right for her to use. Presumably, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, this junior has also never seen a cauldron like this. If there's a chance, I would also like to try it out. Elder Zhang said, anytime, anytime. If this cauldron wasn't used by Rejuvenation Valley's ancestors, and if it wasn't for the fact that you can't take it away, then what harm is there in giving it to you? Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands and said, I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. This is senior's relic, so it's best to treasure it. Finished speaking, she walked in front of the large cauldron and skillfully turned on the earth fire to preheat the cauldron. Looking at the medicinal herbs on the ground, she said with a smile, Uncle Nye seems to want this nephew to refine the white nightmare pill? Valley Master Nye clapped his hands and praised, virtuous nephew Ren has indeed reached a higher level in the Tao of pills. You've also carefully read the pill recipe that this old man had little you give you. Virtuous nephew is correct. These medicinal herbs are white chrysanthemum and black gold grass. There are also a few other ingredients that are used to refine the white nightmare pill. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, Uncle Nye is testing this nephew. This nephew has only seen the pill recipe a few times. If I mess up today, the two seniors won't laugh at me. Finished speaking, she no longer held back and placed her left hand on top of the cauldron. She transferred her vital energy over and carefully controlled the temperature of the cauldron. In fact, how could using vital energy to control the cauldron and then the fire be as convenient as directly casting the spell onto the earth fire? When the temperature was suitable, Zhang Xiaohua placed the white chrysanthemum, black gold grass, and other medicinal herbs in order according to the pill recipe. In order to let Elder Zhang take a closer look and also to conceal something, Zhang Xiaohua controlled the temperature to not be too high. After a long while, the dark brown medicinal powder was gradually refined successfully. When Zhang Xiaohua's hands left the cauldron, Elder Zhang quickly walked forward and took out the medicinal powder from the bottom of the cauldron. He carefully looked at it. Just like before, he put some powder into his mouth and tasted it carefully. Zhang Xiaohua was sweating. This white nightmare pill had some aphrodisiac strengthening effects. If something happened to Elder Zhang, what should she do? After carefully examining it, Elder Zhang said, actually, it's not that I have doubts in my heart. It's just that seeing is believing and hearing is false. Now that I've seen Hero Ren refine pills with my own eyes, I know that I was a frog in a well. I didn't think that there would be such alchemy skills outside of Rejuvenation Valley. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, this method is actually a martial art. It has nothing to do with alchemy. Elder Zhang and Valley Head Nye looked at each other in surprise. What kind of martial art was this? It actually had such an effect. Immediately, Elder Zhang's eyes were somewhat fiery as he asked, Hero Ren, this method, when will you teach me? Zhang Xiaohua said, I've already said it just now. I've already copied this method to Uncle Nia and asked him to take it out for you to comprehend. Oh right, it's still the same sentence. This method is very important and must not be leaked. It will bring disaster to your noble valley. Ah. Valley head Nia was somewhat surprised and said, is it that serious? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, if Uncle Nia feels that it's inappropriate, then return the method to me. Valley head Nia looked at Elder Zhang. Both of their eyes were resolute. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua said again, although this method is not easy to leak, Uncle Nia and Elder Zhang only refine pills in Rejuvenation Valley. Even if others see it with their own eyes, they may not know the secret. It's fine as long as no one knows about the method. Valley head Nia and Elder Zhang both nodded and said, we also have the same idea. It's just that. Elder Zhang was a little worried and said, if I were to refine pills using the ancient method, wouldn't those old bastards beside me and the Valley Master's senior brothers be jealous when they see it? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, this is something that Uncle Nia and Senior Zhang have to consider. Oh, right, Elder Zhang, this junior wants to take this small cauldron furnace and study it. Oh, don't worry, I'm just trying it out in the pill room. I won't take it out of the valley. Elder Zhang thought for a moment and said, yes, Hero Ren, be careful. Just don't break it. Zhang Xiaohua secretly laughed, it would be strange if this immortal item could be so easily damaged. Valley head Nia called a few disciples outside the room to send the small cauldron to Zhang Xiaohua's pill room. Zhang Xiaohua asked Elder Zhang a few more questions about medicinal herbs and then cupped her hands and said, seniors, this junior is a bit tired and will go back to rest for a while. Elder Zhang might as well ask Uncle Nia about the method of cultivation. If there are any questions, this junior will come tomorrow to clear them up. Elder Zhang's face bloomed with a smile and said, no need, if this old man has anything he doesn't understand, I'll ask you later. Zhang Xiaohua hesitated and said, this junior sleeps very hard and may not hear Elder Zhang's call. Valley head Nia said, no matter, I've also practiced for a while. Presumably, today is enough to discuss with Elder Zhang. If there's anything, we can talk about it tomorrow. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said goodbye to the two and returned to her pill room. In the pill room, the small cauldron had already been placed next to the groove, along with the remaining medicinal herbs. Zhang Xiaohua only looked at it casually and then sat cross-legged on the bed. With a face full of excitement, she took out the thin jade slip that she had obtained from Elder Zhang and immersed her divine sense into it. What came into her mind were 4 ancient characters, 100 Herbs Compendium. Previously, when she was in Elder Zhang's room, she didn't look at it carefully. Now that she looked at it carefully, Zhang Xiaohua's smile became wider and wider. This 100 Herbs Compendium didn't just record 100 types of medicinal herbs. Chapter 469. Indeed, the immortal Tao had been annihilated for tens of thousands of years, and the art of alchemy had also gradually died out. All kinds of alchemy techniques had been modified to suit the rules of martial arts. During these tens of thousands of years, the changes in medicinal herbs had also been huge. Only the names were completely different. The jade slip that Zhang Xiaohua now had was the authentic alchemy technique used by the immortal Tao. Although the contents were passed down directly, the medicinal herbs used were also completely different from the current system. Therefore, if Zhang Xiaohua did not have this 100 Herbs Compendium, even if the authentic medicinal herbs were placed in front of Zhang Xiaohua, he might not be able to tell that these were the medicinal herbs specified in the prescription. This 100 Herbs Compendium was a timely rain that had delivered the thing that Zhang Xiaohua dreamed of. Originally, he still wanted to ask Elder Zhang for advice on the ancient and modern names of various medicinal herbs. Now, he only needed to find the correct medicinal herbs according to the picture. The name? It was just a title. The jade slip of the 100 Herbs Compendium was very thin, but the contents were very vast. It recorded countless medicinal herb knowledge, which was enough for Zhang Xiaohua to learn. Seeing that it was still early, Zhang Xiaohua began to slowly memorize and learn. The next day, Nie Qinyu came to the alchemy room punctually and brought a lot of medicinal herbs. When she saw Zhang Xiaohua, she was no longer annoyed like yesterday. She smiled and said, "Big brother Ren, I heard from father that you had a fight with Elder Zhang's big white yesterday?" Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head and said, "What are you talking about? Little fish Nia, how can you talk like that? What kind of person is this Xiaoxia? How can I lower myself to the level of a little white wolf? If it wasn't for Elder Zhang's timely appearance, would have flattened it with just a few punches and kicks. How can there be the posture of a fight that you mentioned?" Nie Qinyu pursed her lips and smiled. "Big brother Ren, you're really something. Big White is considered a tyrant in the valley and always bullies other animals. It's also Elder Zhang's favorite and is always pampered. After what you did yesterday, it'll probably behave for a while. Thinking about it, Big White was so aggressive yesterday. It was only because Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts were strong that she didn't suffer under the wolf's claws. If it was someone else, it might not have been so." However, thinking about Big White's tragic defeat yesterday and how he wanted to die together with her, Zhang Xiaohua still nodded her head in admiration. After chatting with Zhang Xiaohua for a while, Nie Qinyu blushed and said, "Elder Zhang, you called me to my father's place last night and said a lot of things for no reason." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Is that so? He must have imparted his years of experience in digging herbs in the valley to you." "Bah," Nie Qinyu couldn't help but spit. "I wanted to ask Elder Zhang for advice, but he was fascinated by the method you taught my father. After telling me about it, he kept pestering my father with questions." After hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She said seriously, "Little fishy Nia, that method is very important. You have to remember, other than your father's instructions, you can't tell anyone else. Especially." After thinking for a while, she smiled bitterly and said, "I didn't want to talk too much about the affairs of your Rejuvenation Valley. Don't blame me for being nosy, but don't tell your two sisters." "Sisters?" Nie Qinyu exclaimed, "Big brother Ren, do you have a prejudice against my sisters? You've only met them once." "Oh, is it because you don't want to go up on stage and compete with Big Sister?" This question was rather childish. Of course, Nie Qinyu only wanted to ask Zhang Xiaohua the reason. This was just throwing a brick to attract jade. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "Based on what you said, I've only met your two sisters once. How could I have a prejudice against them? It's just that both of them have married outside the valley. They may keep a secret, but if they don't keep it a secret, it may spread out. It won't be good for Rejuvenation Valley." But Nie Qinyu stared at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "If this method is from your beta school, it'll just be you leaking your school's method. When the time comes, I'll ask my father to stake Rejuvenation Valley's business. I'm sure your school won't necessarily be unable to forgive you. But I don't remember you saying this that day. Could it be that this method?" It had to be said that Zhang Xiaohua's repeated exhortations finally aroused Nie Qinyu's suspicions. She thought of the origin of the method. Zhang Xiaohua's expression turned serious and said, "The origin of this method is somewhat unclear. However, since it can bring about fundamental changes to Rejuvenation Valley's pill refinement, do you think Valley Head Nie can refuse? Do you think I can keep it from you?" Nie Qinyu gave a long sigh and said, "That's right. Thank you, Big brother Ren. Even though he knows it's drinking poison to quench his thirst, my father can't refuse. Big brother Ren also has great good intentions." "I understand, Hearing that she was going to speak again, Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly waved her hand and said, "Yesterday, I already told Valley Head Nia and Elder Zhang that this method can only be used to refine pills. Others definitely won't be able to see through it. It's fine as long as no one knows about this method. I'm only telling you today because I want you to pay attention to keeping it a secret. I know. Last time, when senior brother Lu from the weapon refining sect came to provoke me, I was already vigilant. If it wasn't for someone deliberately saying something, how would he know to compete with you in strength? I just want you to know that this Rejuvenation Valley isn't a paradise and that you should leave earlier." Seeing that Nie Qinyu was already aware, Zhang Xiaohua didn't say anything else. She pointed at a large pile of medicinal herbs and said, "It seems that Valley Head Nia wants to make use of my free labor." "Nie Qinyu, what kind of pills are we going to refine today?" Nie Qinyu rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaohua and said with a smile, "If Big Brother Ren doesn't like it, how about 3 maces of silver per day? What do you think?" "Oh my," Zhang Xiaohua also rolled her eyes and said, "That method of yours is a regular person's hourly payment. This great hero is an expert. No matter what, I have to be paid according to my labor. How about 1 maces of gold for each pill recipe refined?" "Bah," Nie Qinyu spat, "in your dreams." Zhang Xiaohua laughed loudly. She picked up some medicinal herbs from the ground and walked towards the cauldron while shaking her head and muttering, "Squeeze, pure squeeze." Nie Qinyu pursed her lips and smiled, following behind her. Today's pill refining speed was still very fast. Although Nie Qinyu had already prepared a considerable amount of medicinal herbs, more than 10 pill recipes were completely refined in one morning. Watching the disciples put the pills into the porcelain bottles, Nie Qinyu smiled bitterly and said, "Big Brother Ren, your method of refining is somewhat inappropriate." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua also smiled and said, "So you can see it too." Nie Qinyu, why don't you tell me about it?" Nie Qinyu said, "I know that Big Brother Ren wants to practice his alchemy techniques, but if you practice pill formulas one by one, you will be refining pills for our Rejuvenation Valley. It won't improve your alchemy skills much. If you continue to practice like this, our Rejuvenation Valley will really have to reward you." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "That's right. At first, I also wanted to refine the pill formulas one by one, but the plan couldn't keep up with the changes. Before I finished refining this pill formula, I discovered that something was wrong." "That's right. Big Brother Ren, almost all the pill recipes in this book are refining methods. You only need to refine a few of them, and you will be able to refine the rest. There's no need to practice all the pill recipes once." "Exactly," Zhang Xiaohua said resolutely and decisively. "Then, how about this?" Nie Qinyu hesitated and said, "Our Rejuvenation Valley has hundreds and thousands of pill recipes. How is it appropriate for you to practice like this? When I go back tonight, I will talk to Father. You don't have to practice all of them. I will pick out different pill recipes with different techniques or concocting methods. Big Brother Ren only needs to successfully refine the representative pills." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua was very moved and almost had the urge to reach out and scratch her nose. She smiled and said, "How can Valley Master Nia agree? You don't need to work for nothing." "Bah," Nie Qinyu spat and said, "Do you think everyone will squeeze you dry like a coolie?" As she said this, her face turned red first. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "Then I will have to trouble little you, Take this pill recipe book away tomorrow. I will carefully look through it again and refine some pills for myself. It's so pitiful. Just now I was working for others, and in a while I will be working for my own family." "Pfft," Nie Qinyu laughed and said, "Okay, Big Brother Ren, you refine the pills. I will go back and tell Father that I will find the pill recipes for you tomorrow this afternoon. Okay, I will have to trouble you, little you, However, I still want to see all the pill recipes. You must not hide them." "Okay," Nie Qinyu dragged her voice and said, "I will remember, I am Rejuvenation Valley's coolie." Saying this, she ran out with flushed cheeks. Looking at Nie Qinyu's lively back, Zhang Xiaohua rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. "Do I have such great charm?" After closing the door, Zhang Xiaohua didn't hurry to refine pills. He sat cross-legged on the praying mat and comprehended the Tao of heaven. After a long time, with an unfathomable smile on his face, he stood up and walked to the pill furnace in the groove. After a while, he would use this pill furnace to refine pills, so it was better to practice first. Looking at the pill furnace in the groove, Zhang Xiaohua used the usual methods to shrink and enlarge the pill furnace, but the pill furnace didn't have any reaction. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but frown. He had thought that this method would work on all pill furnaces. Fortunately, when he ignited the earth fire and injected the flame control spell, the temperature of the cauldron gradually rose. Then, he added the herbs and a few common spells into the cauldron. The herbs gradually melted, and Zhang Xiaohua's heart was at ease. It seemed that the method to shrink the pill furnace was unique to his own pill furnace, and the method to refine pills was universal. According to the records of the second pill refining method in the jade slip, Zhang Xiaohua successfully refined more than 10 types of pills in a short time. That was because the second method was used to refine top-grade pills by the immortal Dao. Zhang Xiaohua's pills were not only for martial Dao, but also for elementary pills. Using this method was really a small test. Then, Zhang Xiaohua recorded his experience in refining these pills, as well as the flaws of the 5 elements, on the jade slip. Then, he took out the pill recipe booklet and recorded the remaining pill recipes on the jade slip. Only then did he stop. After all, he had just discovered the Tao of the 5 elements in pills. He could only reach the final conclusion after a large amount of practice. Chapter 470. Finding the attributes of every single herb was not something that could be done in a short period of time, or even in a few years. It could only be done slowly and using an extremely long period of time. As for the question of how herbs that were originally of the wood attribute could have attributes of the 5 elements, Zhang Xiaohua had some vague ideas. For example, the scarlet fire grass was red in color, and there was no vegetation growing in its surroundings. Even the soil would turn to stone, so it was obviously of the fire attribute. The 2 main ingredients of the crimson flame pill, the crimson pearl grass, complemented the fire attribute scarlet fire grass, so it was definitely of the water attribute. Of course, there were even more herbs that could not be directly identified from their appearance, so it was impossible to directly determine their attributes. The Qi practitioners of the Path of Immortals were very resourceful, and they had come into contact with many more herbs than the Qi practitioners of the Path of Immortals. If Zhang Xiaohua did not use any special techniques and only tried using his stupid method, who knew when he would be able to tell the difference? And how could the art of herbal medicine be able to clearly identify the attributes of dried herbs? Firstly, there were limited types of herbs. Secondly, different people would fall sick every day. It was very easy to obtain results through large amounts of practice. Even so, the art of herbal medicine had only reached its current scale after several thousand years. Zhang Xiaohua engraved the pill recipe and her own experiences into the jade slip. After expending some of her spiritual sense, she stowed the jade slip away and began to cultivate the God's Guide. Ever since she began using her spiritual sense to write jade slips, Zhang Xiaohua knew that apart from true qi, the spiritual sense was extremely important in the path of immortality. She had only just come into contact with the path of immortality, so she might have to use her spiritual sense in many places in the future. As a result, she cultivated the God's Guide every day. After a while, she finished replenishing her spiritual sense. Zhang Xiaohua felt that her spiritual sense had improved slightly, and the God's Guide had also improved slightly. Just as she was about to stand up, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of the mnemonic chant recorded in the appendix of the God's Guide jade slip to conceal her cultivation and spiritual sense. When Zhang Xiaohua saw it that day, she didn't think much of it. The way of immortality that she cultivated was just a legend in Jianghu. No one had seen it before. It would only appear when she used the way of immortality to fight with others. How could anyone discover it on a normal day? This incantation was completely useless to him. Now that his mind was moved and he thought of this, he felt that something wasn't right. After a period of time, he would have to spread the incense cult alone. The aroma sect was a colossus. It was a super sect with a legacy of 10,000 years. When Zhang Xiaohua was at Huanxi Manor, she had not felt the power of its legacy. But when she arrived at Rejuvenation Valley, she found that even a small faction like Rejuvenation Valley had old men like Elder Zhang, as well as some people she had never seen before. As a sect, the Aroma sect had stood tall in Jianghu for 10,000 years. How could it not have its own heritage? Who knew if there were some old monsters hidden in the Aroma sect that were over 100 years old? Moreover, it was the legacy of the way of immortality. Perhaps they had some secret method to see through a person's cultivation. She was unlucky to be seen through. However, she was going to the Aroma sect under the banner of Rejuvenation Valley. Nominally, she was the son-in-law of Rejuvenation Valley. Wouldn't that be causing a lot of trouble for Rejuvenation Valley? Therefore, for her own sake, she still had to comprehend the mnemonic chant to conceal her cultivation and spiritual sense. Taking out the jade slip, Zhang Xiaohua carefully read it for the first time. The mnemonic chant was very long, about 2,000 words. It was abnormally cryptic. Zhang Xiaohua read it carefully but didn't learn anything. He couldn't help but smile wryly. Well, the average cultivation method of the way of immortality was not easy to understand or practice. The difficulty of concealing one's cultivation could be imagined. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She remembered that when she first started cultivating the Carefree Heart Sutra, it was abnormally simple. There were many things in the cultivation method that she didn't know how to understand. But after entering the way of immortality for several years, her aptitude seemed to have improved greatly. For example, the art of alchemy and the art of refining weapons. Although it was not easy, she could understand it carefully. Although she didn't have a master to guide her, she could still master it. Could the cultivation method of the way of immortality make people smarter? AI, who cares, isn't it good to be smart? Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself. Who cares how it becomes smart? It's more important to comprehend the mnemonic chant. Then, Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes and pondered the first part of the mnemonic chant word by word. In the blink of an eye, when Zhang Xiaohua stood up again, the sky had gradually darkened. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. Time was too short. She hadn't comprehended anything and the day was about to pass. How good would it be if she could find a place to cultivate alone and ignore the trivial matters of the world? But then, this thought was strangled. Her mother, father, and other family members, O Yan, Qiu Tong, Wen Wenhai, and the others, Dreams, O, and Nie Qianyu, all of them entered her mind. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and couldn't help but smile. The world is so beautiful, why don't I miss it? Cultivation is cultivation. Entering the world is also cultivating the heart. Tao follows nature, Tao follows nature. Then, she felt the true qi in her body surge violently. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and hurriedly took out a jade talisman to set up a formation around the pill room. Then, she took out 2 origin stones. After thinking for a moment, she threw out the crouching ox stone and sat cross-legged on it. It was rare for her to cultivate the Carefree Heart Sutra during the day. Ever since Zhang Xiaohua entered Rejuvenation Valley, she had been persistently comprehending the Tao of Heaven and made up for her lack of understanding of the Tao of Heaven with the Qi Huang art. She also continuously improved in the areas of pill refinement and weapon forging. Most importantly, she had to refine starlight and absorb origin Qi every night to cultivate the Carefree Heart Sutra. Her accumulation in these few months was quite deep, so when she gained something in her temperament, her mental cultivation method also improved. In the dimly lit pill room, Zhang Xiaohua's face was expressionless. She held a piece of origin stone in each hand and all the pores on her body opened up, greedily absorbing the surrounding origin qi. When the origin qi in the pill room was completely absorbed, the origin qi in Rejuvenation Valley rushed toward the pill room. And now, Zhang Xiaohua's speed of drawing qi was very fast. Although the origin qi in the valley was much more than outside, it was too thin for Zhang Xiaohua. If Zhang Xiaohua greedily absorbed it, it would most likely cause irreparable harm to the medicinal herbs in the valley. At this moment, the results of Zhang Xiaohua's daily hard work in comprehending the Tao of Heaven appeared at this moment. The refined origin qi in her body and the circulating vital qi in her meridians gradually changed under the influence of the Tao of Heaven. These changes were almost undetectable, but it was also these changes that caused Zhang Xiaohua's entire body to be branded with traces of the Tao of Heaven. Didn't the Qi Huang art mention the theory of the 5 elements? The 5 organs in the body were all of the 5 elements, and the 5 elements were some kind of rule of the Tao of Heaven. Under Zhang Xiaohua's comprehension of the Tao of Heaven, her body gradually showed signs of conforming to the Tao of Heaven. Although these signs were extremely small, they caused a chain of changes, such as the absorption of vital qi and origin qi. The crouching ox stone that Zhang Xiaohua was sitting on originally had a fixed speed of the qi of heaven and earth that was being drawn into her body. However, due to the slight change in the way that Zhang Xiaohua absorbed the origin qi, the qi of heaven and earth in the crouching ox stone suddenly seemed to have been summoned by something. It surged out of the crouching ox stone like a tide and crazily poured into Zhang Xiaohua's pores. The origin qi in Rejuvenation Valley surged into the elixir room, but this meager amount of origin qi could no longer attract Zhang Xiaohua's attention, so she did not absorb it. When the wild origin qi in the crouching ox stone entered her body, it immediately submitted to the radiance of the Tao of Heaven. It followed the meridians in her body and flashed in a regular pattern. It seemed slow but was actually very fast, sometimes fast and sometimes slow. After an indeterminate amount of time had passed, countless rays of starlight shone down from the night sky, penetrating through the stone walls and enveloping Zhang Xiaohua's surroundings. At this moment, the starlight was surging. The refined starlight fused with his meridians, fused with his primary energy, and fused with his transparent bones. As the starlight fused with his bones, the red dots gradually increased in number, almost imperceptibly. In the Mudpill Palace, the layer of golden array talismans on the essence of herbalism suddenly sped up and emitted a mysterious wave. The starlight outside Zhang Xiaohua's body also seemed to have been summoned and was directly drawn into the golden talismans without any refinement. The talismans that had absorbed the starlight emitted a faint radiance. After spinning a few times, fine golden rays of light were emitted from each talisman and entered the tiny core in the middle of the essence of herbalism. The core became more stable and the essence of herbalism seemed to have been replenished. It was mobilized more powerfully and there were faint traces of the Tao of Heaven in its movements. Everything was so harmonious. Under the enlightenment of the Tao of Heaven, she was progressing in an orderly manner. She cultivated until dawn. Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes. The flame in her eyes flickered abnormally. Zhang Xiaohua put away the crouching ox stone and pocketed the vitality stones. Only then did she check her cultivation level. This check was not a big deal, but it really made Zhang Xiaohua's jaw drop. Previously on the deserted island, he had broken through to the 6th level. Then, he had slowly wandered around the early stages of the 6th level. He had not broken through for a long time. However, he also knew that this was a transition from the early stages of the qi refining stage to the middle stages of the qi refining stage. It was a change in the way of cultivation and could not be rushed. Earlier, there had been various signs of a breakthrough. That was why he took out the crouching ox stone yesterday and wanted to raise his cultivation level to the middle stages of the 6th level. But now, after a brief check, the vital energy in his body was surging. His vital energy flowed freely in his mind. The bottleneck of the 7th level was faintly visible. Was this not a sign of the peak of the 6th level? Could it be that last night's cultivation had directly skipped the middle stages of the 6th level? Zhang Xiaohua was a little incredulous. Ever since he started cultivating, he had always been down to earth, taking one step at a time. This sudden big step was not something he was used to. So, he immediately sat down cross-legged and carefully observed to see if there was anything strange. After a long examination, he did not find anything wrong. Everything was normal. However, he felt that there was something different from before. He felt that this normal was not the same as before. Suddenly, he laughed. He understood what was going on. Chapter 471. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a long time, and he suddenly understood why he felt that the true qi in his body was different from before. This difference was that the current true qi flow was too natural. It was as if this true qi was born to flow like this. There was no need for him to control it at all. Before this, the true qi flow was under Zhang Xiaohua's deliberate command. According to the records of the Carefree Heart Sutra, the true qi flowed in the orderly meridians. Now, although the order of the meridians was the same, the true qi flow had some subtle differences. Some meridians were faster, and some were slower. These speeds might not be the real speed, but it was the speed that Zhang Xiaohua perceived in his heart. This thing seems very familiar. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and understood. Isn't there the taste of heaven's way in here? Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua immediately understood that his cultivation advancing by leaps and bounds should be related to his comprehension of heaven's way during this time. Perhaps it was the result of a thin and thick head. In fact, it was precisely so. The improvement of cultivation was related to the state of mind. The higher the state of mind, the faster the cultivation. The state of mind was just a side of one's cultivation in heaven's way. The comprehension of heaven's way directly affected the cultivation of the state of mind. This state of mind cultivation had a huge impact on Zhang Xiaohua, a rookie who had just reached the initial stage of qi refining. It was just a few months of comprehension of heaven's way, and he directly improved his cultivation by a big step. Zhang Xiaohua seemed to understand some of the relationships, but then he had a new discovery. Under heaven's way, the flow of true qi was very harmonious. This inspired Zhang Xiaohua a lot. Yesterday, when he read the mnemonic to hide his cultivation, he was always puzzled. Now, referring to last night's progress, he felt that he seemed to have found the direction of a breakthrough. Striking while the iron was hot, Zhang Xiaohua took out the mnemonic again and studied it in detail. Zhang Xiaohua didn't put the jade slip away until the sky was bright. It was naturally impossible to make any progress in such a short time, but the smile on his face revealed the gains in his heart. After removing the formation in the pill room, Zhang Xiaohua happily practiced the Big Dipper Divine Fist. She looked at the sky and thought, little fish Nya should be here by now, right? When he reached the entrance of the pill chamber, he saw Nya Qinyu walking over with a few disciples. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua coming out of the pill room, Nya Qinyu asked happily, "Did Brother Ren sense my presence again?" Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "I just woke up and wanted to take a walk." Then, she looked at Nya Qinyu's eyes and asked in surprise, "Little fish, what's wrong with your eyes?" Her hair was a little dark, and her eyes were a little bloodshot. Did she have insomnia last night? I heard that the most important way for a woman to maintain her beauty is to sleep. Nya Qinyu rolled her eyes at him and said, "It's nothing. I just wanted to pick out a pill formula for you, so I slept a little late last night." "It's okay." Zhang Xiaohua felt warm in his heart and cupped his hands. "Little fish, it's been hard on you." Nya Qinyu's eyes reddened. "You still have a conscience. You saw that I slept late and still remembered to come out and welcome me. Forget it, this bit of trouble is worth it." Zhang Xiaohua didn't know what to say and only sighed in her heart. But at this moment, Nya Qinyu suddenly frowned and looked at Zhang Xiaohua strangely. Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose, her face, and even her hair, but didn't see any ash or firewood. She could only look at Nya Qinyu strangely. Nya Qinyu felt embarrassed and rebuked, "Why are you staring at me?" Zhang Xiaohua responded like a bug and said, "Yeah, why are you staring at me?" Nya Qinyu giggled and said, "It's strange, Big Brother Ren. No matter how I look at you, you look different from yesterday. However, your nose and eyebrows are normal. Could it be that your temperament has changed?" But then, she smiled and said, "But temperament can't be changed in a day." Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the great improvement in cultivation last night had such a miraculous effect? Could it really attract the attention of girls? He couldn't help but shake his hair and say with a smile, "I didn't expect that Ren Xiaoyao would have such a glorious day." "Ha ha ha," Nya Qinyu laughed and said, "Big Brother Ren, the more I look at you, the more you look like the person who only learned the 3-character classic for a few months." Bang! Zhang Xiaohua fell to the ground. It turned out that she had regressed. In fact, Nya Qinyu was exaggerating a lot. After last night's practice, Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation had improved greatly. The vital qi in her body and the elixir core in her mud pill palace were closer to the way of heaven and had returned to her original state. Of course, this was only a night's practice. How could there be such an earth-shaking change? If Nie Qinyu didn't care so much about Zhang Xiaohua, how could she see the clues? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua stand up awkwardly, Nie Qinyu walked up to him and helped him wipe the dust off. She said with a smile, "Big brother Ren, do you have to be like this? As the saying goes, gold on the outside is rotten on the inside. You're 100 times better than them." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua almost fell again. Nie Qinyu covered her mouth and said, "Okay, big brother Ren, I won't tease you anymore. I'll tell you about the elixir I'm going to refine today." Sure enough, the elixir today was different from the previous days. The steps were slightly more complicated, and there were more herbs. When Zhang Xiaohua used the Rejuvenation Valley's cauldron to refine the elixir, there were some difficulties. However, it was this setback that made Zhang Xiaohua's elixir refinement progress. The elixir refinement of the way of immortality was much more advanced than that of the way of martial arts. However, it mainly relied on the control of spells. The fine control of temperature between the eyes and the hands was somewhat clumsy. It was just like how some martial arts moves were more exquisite than the way of immortality. As a result, Zhang Xiaohua's elixir refinement speed slowed down slightly. In addition, Nie Qinyu brought a lot of herbs, so she couldn't finish refining in the morning. Nie Qinyu accompanied Zhang Xiaohua with a smile, thinking that she had arranged everything properly. For the next 10 days or so, Nie Qinyu was like this. She constantly increased the difficulty of the elixir formula and increased the number of herbs. She could always spend most of the day in Zhang Xiaohua's elixir room. Zhang Xiaohua only had time to refine her own elixir after she finished the homework that Nie Qinyu gave her. Looking at Nie Qinyu's appearance, Zhang Xiaohua often complained, "I've become an old cow in the Rejuvenation Valley. I eat grass and flow milk." However, it was also this kind of hard work that not only did Zhang Xiaohua become more proficient in the elixir refinement method of martial arts, but she also comprehended the elixir refinement method of the way of immortality by analogy. She also had more understanding that her predecessors didn't have. The days passed by happily just like that night, when Zhang Xiaohua was using the cauldron to practice the Rejuvenation Valley's secret elixir, 3 Purities elixir. The Rejuvenation Valley's main hall was bustling with noise and excitement. This was the meeting hall that Zhang Xiaohua saw for the first time in the Rejuvenation Valley. In the main hall, Valley Master Nie sat on the main seat. On the guest seats on both sides, there were 6 people of different heights, short, fat, and thin. Behind them, there were also a few disciples in martial arts attire who stood solemnly. On Valley Master Nie's left was a skinny man in his 50s. He was dressed in martial arts attire and said in surprise, "Second brother Nie, are you really going to do this? This concerns the Rejuvenation Valley. If this guy has any ill intentions towards the incense sect and makes them unhappy, not only the Rejuvenation Valley, but the entire Jade Foundation Alliance will be in extreme danger." Valley Master Nie looked at the man with a smile and said, "Third brother Zhua, it seems like you still don't have much confidence in your second brother." Third brother C said stubbornly, "That's true, second brother Nie. When little you got into trouble previously, our entire Jasper Flower horse farm was going to be mobilized. But you insisted that we stay in the horse farm and not move around. Then, you started some stupid martial arts competition to find a groom. You made a mess and almost got into trouble." At this moment, the old man with white hair and a messy beard who was sitting next to Valley Master Nie said, "Third brother Zhua, why don't you understand your second brother Nie's intentions? Isn't he just afraid that he'll fall for their trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain? Isn't he going to destroy our Jade Foundation Alliance while everyone is busy saving little you?" "Big brother C, I know that too. But I just feel that second brother Nie doesn't treat me as a brother. Seeing that little you is missing, I can't help at all." Big brother C said with a smile, "Isn't our weapon forging sect the same? They don't let us help at all and only send out a few disciples to scout for information." A short and shrewd man sitting next to him said, "How many times have I advised you, third brother Zhua? Our Jade Foundation alliance is bound together for good or ill. How can second brother Nia not treat us as brothers? Isn't it just because he knows that there's no news of little you and that the enemy is secretly plotting against us? He definitely didn't succeed. It's better for us to stay put than to make a move. Third brother C gave him a sideways glance and said, Sixth brother Ing, don't talk about me now. Of course, isn't your Ing horse ranch ready to go as well? Ha ha ha, enough of that. Someone who looked like Butcher Lu stood up and said, our little niece is still the lucky one. Not only is she fine, she even managed to find a good son-in-law. I heard that his martial arts and physical strength are top-notch. Even our weapon-forging sex little Lu isn't his match. Finally, an ordinary-looking middle-aged man said with a smile, fourth brother formation is just joking. Think about it, this Ren Xiaoxia is someone who has overcome all obstacles and defeated 6 generals. He even became the lord of the spouse joust competition. How can an ordinary person compare to him? If our Jade Foundation alliance had someone like him, second brother Nia wouldn't have racked his brains to come up with a countermeasure. The weapon-forging sex fourth brother formation said mysteriously, we didn't have such people before, but we can't say that we won't have any in the future. Hee, but this person is a good person and his martial arts are excellent. It's just that. Second brother Nia, it's just that his background is really. You know, little Lu told me last time. I even paid special attention to the sects of the pugilistic world near Tanha City, but I didn't hear of any famous sections. Second brother Nia, you're here to scheme, so don't make any mistakes, calm and read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 472. But Boss C of the weapon-forging sect smiled and said, Beta School is indeed a very unfamiliar school, but don't worry. Second brother has always been steady in his work. How could he make a mistake? Maybe he took a fancy to this good son-in-law and wanted him to be his son-in-law. Everyone was overjoyed when they heard this. That's good. Little Yu has become a big child. She should have gotten married long ago and run Rejuvenation Valley well. Valley head Nia smiled bitterly. I'm very happy and little Yu is also very happy. It's just that Ren Xiaoxia seems to be neither friendly nor distant and never mentions this matter. Also, if it wasn't for the incense cult, he would have left long ago. Then why are you sticking your hot face to his cold butt? Why did you agree to join the incense cult? Third brother Zhuo was even more puzzled. Boss C said meaningfully, Siqing, why don't you ask your second brother to tell the whole story? Maybe your second brother has some use for him and has no choice but to do it? Valley head Nia seemed to have known the current situation and was not in a hurry to explain. When he heard Boss C's question, he calmly took out a porcelain bottle and handed it to Boss C. He said, Big brother, take a look at this blood-replenishing pill. Blood-replenishing pill? Boss C was obviously a little surprised. He turned around and saw a short man with sparkling eyes. Then, he took the porcelain bottle. Boss C opened the lid and poured out a brownish-red pill. He looked left and right and smiled. Isn't this the blood-replenishing pill that Rejuvenation Valley usually produces? It's only one size smaller. Could it be that Rejuvenation Valley also wants to cut corners? Valley head Nia smiled. Big brother, you must be joking. Rejuvenation Valley has 1,000 years of reputation. How would I dare to fool them? The youngest Ing Lao Lu walked over and took the pill from Boss C's hand. He also looked left and right before swallowing it. Then, he closed his eyes and savored the taste. After a while, he opened his eyes and said in surprise, Second brother Nia, you really know how to hide good things. I've been weak in both chi and blood. I've used some blood-replenishing pills from Rejuvenation Valley, but why aren't they as effective as yours? How could you hide such a good thing? Why didn't you share it with everyone? With that, he reached out to grab the porcelain bottle from Boss C's hand. Valley Master Nia's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He snatched the bottle back and put it into his pocket. He smiled and said, You're lacking in both essence and blood. Don't read the Jade Heart Sutra, it's much better than eating the blood-replenishing pill. Ying Laolu chuckled and said, aren't I taking advantage of my young age to enjoy myself? If I had reached your age, would have been powerless long ago. Eldest C ignored Ying Lao's joke and stared at Valley Master Nia, asking, Laolu, what's going on? Looking at the gazes of his brothers from the Jade Foundation Alliance, Valley Head Nia recounted the entire sequence of events. Of course, he still remembered Zhang Xiaohua's instructions. Using the Spring and Autumn Annals technique, he made it sound like Zhang Xiaohua had taught Rejuvenation Valley how to use inner energy. He made it sound like Zhang Xiaohua had read Rejuvenation Valley's ancient records and discovered a long-lost art of pill refinement. Ah! Everyone was astonished. Zhua Xiqing said, could it be that this Ren Xiaoyao is Rejuvenation Valley's Tianxi's son-in-law? Your little you has been reading ancient records all day and didn't see it, but this kid managed to find it after just a few days of learning. Sigh, brother Yakong, oh right, there's also brother Fu Hu, brother Zhen Xian, brother Zhizhu. Shouldn't you let this kid stay at your Tiger Subdue Horse Farm, Weapon Refinery Sect and Garrison Horse Farm for a while? Who knows, he might be able to help you guys find some long-lost art. Si Yakong smiled and said, I've had this thought for a long time. It's just that our Weapon Refinery Sect doesn't have a clever girl like little you who can capture his thoughts. When Valley Head Nia heard this, he could only smile bitterly and said, it's all luck, luck. Brothers, don't think too much. Our Rejuvenation Valley has discovered a long-lost art. Isn't our Jade Foundation Alliance the first to benefit from it? Oh right, Ying Laolu, when Sui Jindan is successfully refined, I'll personally give you a porcelain bottle. I guarantee that you'll be able to move it as you wish and it'll be incomparably sturdy. Really? Ying Zhizhu's eyes were filled with tears. He stepped forward and grabbed Valley Head Nia's hands, saying, family. Then, he asked, second brother must have taken a lot of it back then, right? Go away. Valley Head Nia threw Ying Laolu to the side. Si Yakong said thoughtfully, second brother, from what you've said, you seem to have let him refine pills in your valley? Ah, that's right, big brother. Valley Head Nia said excitedly, you don't know, but this kid is really amazing. Oh, maybe it's because his beta school is amazing. He doesn't seem to specialize in alchemy, but he's extremely talented in it. Take note, big brother, it's talent. When he first started refining, I could tell that he wasn't used to using that cauldron. That pill just now was refined by him. Ah! Everyone was flabbergasted. Ying Zhizhu didn't dare to believe it. He said, the blood-replenishing pill you ate just now was much better than what I ate. Moreover, the pills you gave me were always refined by you. Could it be, everyone understood? That's right, having such a genius alchemist was something that Rejuvenation Valley yearned for even in their dreams. Moreover, Rejuvenation Valley was indebted to this person, and Rejuvenation Valley wanted him to marry into their family. Presumably, he would agree to any conditions. The most important thing is. Valley Head Nia continued, through these few months of observation, this child is an unusually smart person. He doesn't seem like the kind of person who only knows how to be chivalrous and doesn't put his own safety first. So, you sent him to the incense cult to hone his skills. Who knows, he might be able to catch the eye of the incense cult. He might even become a disciple of the incense cult. Then, you'll marry little you to him? Ha ha ha, second brother Nia, you're really counting your chickens before they hatch. Valley Head Nia was speechless when he heard this. He had gathered the brothers of the Jade Foundation Alliance to explain to them about Zhang Xiaohua going to the incense cult. After all, if there were any slip-ups and the incense cult blamed them, the entire Jade Foundation Alliance could suffer. But even before he said anything, these brothers had already twisted his meaning. Valley Head Nia originally wanted to explain, but when he heard them say this, his heart was moved. Since his brothers thought so, everyone in the Jianghu, including the incense cult, would think so too. Then, why did he have to make such a pointless explanation? Even if he told them about Zhang Xiaohua's idea, he couldn't just leave Rejuvenation Valley aside. Rather than that, he might as well keep everyone in the dark. If there were any slip-ups in the future, the incense cult might not punish them for not knowing anything. And if he hid this matter from them, how would Zhang Xiaohua thank him? Valley head Nya couldn't help but think of his daughter's brilliant smile. After talking for a while, they heard boss Si Yakong of the weapon forging sect ask, "Second brother, has there been any movement from the dragon soaring sword village?" Valley head Nya turned to look at the ordinary-looking middle-aged man who hadn't spoken for a long time. "The soaring dragon mountains are very close to the dragon soaring sword village. I'll leave this matter to fifth brother. After all, the appearance of our men from Rejuvenation Valley there is rather sudden and will easily attract their attention." Ma Fuhu of the Subdue Tiger Horse Farm said calmly, "Ever since second brother Nya told me about this matter, I've been paying attention to the movements of the dragon soaring sword village. On the surface, they don't seem much different from before. But after careful analysis, there are still some differences. Their second young master has been going out a lot recently and most of the time, he's heading north. He's always in a hurry and brings a large number of carriages with him. When he returns leisurely, there are only people and no carriages. Then where did they go? Can you find out?" Boss C asked. Ma Fuhu shook his head and said, "Second brother said to be careful. If there's no evidence of actual harm to our Jade Foundation alliance, we shouldn't make a move. So, I didn't send anyone to investigate along the way. Big brother, our opponent last time was abnormally strong. Rejuvenation Valley almost suffered a loss. Even the dragon soaring sword village was involved. I'm sure they're not easy to deal with. If there's nothing important, it's better to be on our guard. That's all we can do. If they don't provoke us, we won't be able to find any traces of them." Boss C nodded and said. Then, he said, "Fifth brother, keep a close eye on the dragon soaring sword village. Don't miss out on anything important." Ma Fuhu nodded in agreement. Si Yakong turned to ask Shen Xian, "I heard that when Lu Meng was at Rejuvenation Valley last time, he challenged Ren Xiaoyao to a contest of strength?" Zhen Xian was stunned and smiled, "That's right. Even Big Brother knows about this? This Lu Meng has always been unyielding. Even his senior brother has been competing with him. But after returning from Rejuvenation Valley, he was full of praise for Ren Xiaoyao. Not only did he say how powerful his martial arts were, even his strength was the best of the best in the pugilistic world. Not to mention his chivalrous heart and benevolent attitude. He said that Ren Xiaoyao was the only one in the world." Si Yakong sneered, "That's right. If Ren Xiaoyao had clenched his teeth, wouldn't he have handed over the weapon refining sect's weapon refining technique to him?" Zhen Xian smiled apologetically, "Big brother, look at what you're saying. Isn't this nephew Ren the future son-in-law of Rejuvenation Valley? He's not an outsider. Moreover, I've already grounded Lu Meng for a few days. Even his senior brother wanted to come this time, but I didn't let him. I'm afraid they'll embarrass themselves again." Si Yakong laughed, "Why would I care about your weapon refining sect's matters? It's just that when he heard that you've embarrassed the weapon refining sect, my disciple felt indignant and wanted to compete with Ren Xiaoyao in terms of strength." Ah! Everyone present was shocked. Their eyes all turned towards the short man behind Si Yakong. Valley head Nya smiled bitterly. He had thrown this matter to the back of his mind. He had forgotten that Su Zhuang and Lu Meng from the weapon refining sect, as well as Tong Ba from the weapon refining sect, were all people with extraordinary strength. They were all in their prime and their qi and blood were at their peak. When they saw someone who could compete with them in terms of strength, how could they not come to their door? This was especially true for Tong Ba of the crafting sect. He had always been the strongest person in the Jade Foundation alliance. Even Lu Meng paled in comparison to him. Now that someone even stronger than Lu Meng had suddenly appeared in Rejuvenation Valley, how could he possibly hold himself back? He had always valued Zhang Xiaohua's alchemy skills, but had cast her strength and martial arts aside. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com. there are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 473. But Valley Master Nya still tried to persuade him. Martial nephew Tong, your strength is publicly acknowledged in our alliance. Why do you care about some false reputation? Moreover, nephew Ren is a guest of Rejuvenation Valley. If you two compete in strength and hurt anyone, it won't be good. Don't let others see you as a joke. Then he waved his hand and said, let's leave this matter at that. Don't mention it again. Tong Ba glanced at his master and smiled. Martial Uncle Nya, don't be afraid. It's just a competition of strength, not an arena. My future brother-in-law didn't lose out at all in the arena. How could he lose out when he's competing with his own people? Valley Master Nya looked at Tong Ba in surprise and then at Si Yakong, saying, why do you have to be like this? Right now, our Rejuvenation Valley wants to worship Ren Xiaoxia. How could we let him take the risk? Tong Ba still refused to back down, saying, Martial Uncle Nya is wrong. We live in the pugilistic world. How can we not have seen bloody storms? Moreover, it's just a competition of strength and not martial arts. What risk is there to speak of? Valley Master Nya was a bit hesitant. Previously, he had asked Zhang Xiaohua to fight for Rejuvenation Valley and Nye Qinyu. He was very angry about the incident with Lu Meng last time. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't wash his dirty linen in public, he would have already lost his temper. But now, this Tong Ba was actually challenging Zhang Xiaohua in front of him. What was going on? Moreover, the boss of weapon forging sect, Si Yakong, was also present. Could it be that being number one in strength was so important? Valley Master Nya looked unhappily at Tong Ba's arrogant and aggressive manner. Then he looked at Si Yakong, who was sitting on the chair and speaking repeatedly just now but now looked like he was asleep. He was secretly puzzled. Could it be that boss Si acquiesced to this? He wants to suppress weapon forging sect. Then he looked at Jin Xian from the corner of his eyes. Damn, that guy is also looking down like a Buddha. Could it be that he also saw through Boss C's thoughts and is too embarrassed to speak? But Boss C's weapon forging sect is already a head above weapon forging sect. Why is there a need to do this? How strange. Just as he was about to ask again, Tong Ba took a step forward and said, Martial Uncle Nya, you've been blocking for Ren Xiaoxia and not letting him compete with me. How do you know that he's not willing to compete with me? Valley Master Nya was stunned. This was the truth. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's appearance, he didn't seem like a person who was afraid of trouble. Moreover, his strength was obviously greater than Lu Meng's, so he wasn't necessarily afraid of Tong Ba. Tong Ba took out a small booklet from his bosom and said with a smile, I know this future brother-in-law is interested in refining weapons, but he's not considered a member of our union, so it's not convenient for Martial Uncle Nya to ask. These are some of the refining techniques of my weapon forging sect. If young hero Ren is willing to compete with me, this book will be the prize for the competition. This? Valley Master Nya stared at Si Yakong with a frown. He had heard Nye Qinyu mention this before and knew that Zhang Xiaohua was interested in the weapon forging sect's techniques. But just as Tong Ba said, Zhang Xiaohua wasn't considered a member of the Jade Foundation Alliance, so it wasn't convenient for him to ask weapon forging sect Si Yakong or weapon forging sect Jin Xian directly. He had to find a chance to ask in private, and this chance would be during the banquet later. At this time, Tong Ba actually placed the weapon forging sect's techniques in front of him, catching Valley Master Nya off guard. Valley Master Nya thought for a moment and looked at Jin Xian, saying, Ren Xiaoxia wanted to use Lu Meng's booklet as the prize to teach him a lesson. He might not just want to see the weapon forging sect's techniques. Martial nephew Tong is thinking too much. Valley Master Nya was also an old fox. Since he didn't have anything on him, of course he wouldn't admit it. It wasn't a good habit to pry into the secrets of other sections. Soon after, he smiled and said, since Martial nephew Tong is so well prepared, I'll have Lil Yu ask if Ren Xiaoxia is also interested in this competition. If he has anything to say, I'll immediately reply to Martial Nephew Tong. What do you say, big brother Si? Si Yakong was forced to express his stance. He could only open his eyes and smile, saying, it's all because of the competitive spirit of the younger generation. Weren't we the same back then? Let them do as they please. Ren Xiaoxia is only half an outsider anyways. The goodies don't flow into the fields of outsiders. Valley Master Nya could only nod. Thus, everyone skipped over this matter and began to discuss Rejuvenation Valley's medicinal pills in detail. The next day, Zhang Xiaohua was bewildered when she heard Nya Qinyu's message. Why compete in strength for no reason? She had a pile of things she hadn't learned yet. Putting aside the art of pill refinement, that crimson flame pill was still waiting for her to refine, and she didn't seem to have much confidence in refining it yet. Even the rabbit talisman needed to be comprehended in a hurry. Oh right, there was also the incantation for concealing one's cultivation and spirit guidance. She was just about to refuse when she heard Nya Qinyu say with a smile, moreover, Senior Martial Brother Tong has even taken out the classics of the weapon forging sect for this competition as a prize. Big Brother Ren, haven't you always wanted to look at the methods of weapon refinement first? If you can win against Senior Martial Brother Tong, won't you be able to learn openly? Zhang Xiaohua smiled wryly. She had already obtained the jade slip of the weapon forging sect. Who would care about his martial way weapon refinement methods? However, if there wasn't such a prize, he would have refused. Now that the other party had come knocking with a prize, was there a need for her to refuse? Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, Little fish Nya, weapon forging sect's Tong Ba is obviously stronger than weapon forging sect's Lu Meng, but how much stronger is he? Nya Qinyu smiled and said, I only know that it's not much, but how much do I pay attention to? However, Father said last night that it's a few hundred kilograms of strength. A few hundred kilograms? Zhang Xiaohua frowned even more. A few hundred kilograms of strength was naturally unattainable for ordinary people, but to Zhang Xiaohua, it was really too light. This is strange. Lu Meng's strength can't even lift my weapon. I'm sure Tong Ba also knows this. With such strength, how could he bring himself to be humiliated? Zhang Xiaohua said. Yes, Big Brother Ren is right. Nya Qinyu also explained, Father said this yesterday. Who would give away their sect's secret method of weapon refinement without a reason? Even if it's an ordinary method, it's still confidential. There must be something fishy about this. Zhang Xiaohua said, however, what did Uncle Nya say? Nya Qinyu nodded and said, Father thought so too, but he couldn't get anything out of him. During the banquet last night, Senior Uncle Si still kept his mouth shut. Therefore, Father asked you to go with the flow and see what's going on. Zhang Xiaohua said with a grin, of course. Since it's a piece of meat that's delivered to my doorstep, why wouldn't I try it? Moreover, he didn't ask me to bet anything, so I won't bet anything. Even if Senior Brother Tong wins, I won't lose anything, right? Bah, Nya Qinyu couldn't help but spit and said, Father even asked you to bet something with that elixir of yours. You're good, trying to gain something without risking anything. Zhang Xiaohua said with an innocent face, I was refining elixirs in Rejuvenation Valley and didn't provoke anyone. They came to stir up trouble and said I'm stingy. How about I don't agree to it? Nya Qinyu covered her mouth and snickered, alright, you're always doing this kind of business anyway, and there are always people who are willing to be suckers like you. Speaking of this, Nya Qinyu suddenly exclaimed, oh, that's right, I haven't given you the 20 taels of gold you got in the peach forest outside the valley. Father urged me last time, so I forgot about it. Then she looked at Zhang Xiaohua strangely and said, Big Brother Ren, did you forget about it? Zhang Xiaohua said with an honest face, no, how could I forget? Then why didn't you ask me for it? Are you a little embarrassed? Alas, look at me, I forgot about it. No, just take it. When the time comes, I'll give you a little more profit. Bah, Nya Qinyu almost spat on Zhang Xiaohua's face. So this was what this fellow was thinking. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Nya Qinyu and smiled, then what's Uncle Nya's arrangement? when and where will the competition be held? Nie Qianyu said, if you agree, we'll have the competition at Rejuvenation Valley's Martial Arts Hall tonight. When the time comes, all the leaders of our Jade Foundation Alliance will appear. Hee, other than the competition held every 2 years, it's been a long time since I've seen the Uncle Masters and Uncle Masters. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, your Jade Foundation Alliance is so close? You even have to compete between the various sects? That's right. The Yuli Alliance is basically a sect that has been passed down for generations and has a history of over 1,000 years. There have been changes throughout the years. In the early years, there were a few sects that were destroyed. However, as long as it's possible, they would rejoin the alliance. Father, you've been friends with the other Uncle Masters since you were young. Therefore, the disciples of our sects are all familiar with each other. Otherwise, why would I have said that Father would be able to obtain the weapon refining sect's weapon refining technique that day? Zhang Xiaohua smiled. What's the difference between this and a large sect? Nie Qianyu said in all seriousness, of course, there's a big difference. Everyone has different cultivation techniques, and the projects they manage are different as well. If it's a sect, how tiring would it be to be a sect master? Zhang Xiaohua said, perhaps, you were already a sect a few thousand years ago. Nie Qianyu shook his head. I don't know about that. Alright, let's not talk about it. Let's hurry up and refine the pills. Father knows that you're busy tonight, so he asked me to bring fewer herbs over. Huh? How did Uncle Nie know that I'd definitely be there tonight? Just like you. It's a waste not to take advantage of the situation. How could I not go? Uncle Nie really knows me well. At night, the candles were burning brightly. In the manor of Rejuvenation Valley, in an open-air courtyard towards the west, candles as thick as an arm and torches lit up the courtyard brightly. Right in the middle was a spacious area, with a row of tables placed on both sides. There was already wine and food on the tables, and the disciples of Rejuvenation Valley were placing other things on the tables. Come and read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 474. By the time Zhang Xiaohua arrived at the courtyard under Nie Qianyu's guidance, a sumptuous feast was already placed on the main table and the two sides of the table. The leaders of the Jade Foundation Alliance were already seated. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua and Nie Qianyu, everyone stood up and came forward to greet them. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't be bothered to follow Nie Qianyu's small steps forward. She quickened her pace and bowed, "Seniors, my apologies, my apologies. I've made you wait for so long. I've learned a thing or two from Lady Nie just now. I'm late. Si Yakong and the others didn't treat Zhang Xiaohua as a junior and returned the greeting. This old man is Si Yakong of Weapon Forging Sect. Ren Xiaoxia, you're too humble. You've lent a helping hand at the site of injustice and saved Rejuvenation Valley. We're all grateful, but we were afraid that our enemies wouldn't let this matter rest and would cause trouble to us. That's why we haven't come to thank you, Xiaoxia. Now that we've met, the first thing I'd like to say to you is thanks. Zhang Xiaohua now knew the relationships between the various sects in the Jade Foundation Alliance and didn't feel that Si Yakong was interfering with Rejuvenation Valley's affairs. She smiled. Valley Lord Nie has already thanked me countless times and even let me see the pill formula. I've already recouped my costs. You don't have to say that. Besides, I don't even dare to listen to Lady Nie talk about pills anymore. Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's words, Si Yakong was taken aback. He then laughed heartily. Ren Xiaoxia is indeed a straightforward person. Come, let me introduce you to Xiaoxia. With that, he introduced everyone. Zhang Xiaohua bowed and said, I've heard so much about you. As for how much she had heard, only he knew. When she saw the short Tong Ba, Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. Looking at this skinny person, how could he be the strongest person in the Jade Foundation Alliance? Tong Ba smiled and cupped his hands. Ren Xiaoxia, I've long heard Lu Meng praising you to the heavens. Now that I've seen you, you're indeed extraordinary. Later on, I'll have to ask Xiaoxia to teach me a lot. Let me see Xiaoxia's divine power. As he spoke, he looked around Zhang Xiaohua with disappointment in his eyes. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned for a moment before she understood. She smiled and said, I've also heard that senior brother Tong is the #1 divine power in our alliance. That's exactly what I want to see. Seeing this, Valley Master Nia laughed and said, all right, you two heroes cherish each other. Let's have a good chat later. For now, please take a seat. When everyone heard this, they all returned to their seats. Zhang Xiaohua also sat next to Valley Head Nia's table. Valley Head Nia looked at Zhang Xiaohua next to him and said, Nephew Ren, you've been to Rejuvenation Valley for several months and have visited most of the places in the valley. You've never been to this training ground, right? Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, that's right. Uncle Nia's place is so rich in medicinal herbs and pill recipes that I've even forgotten to return. How could I have the energy to wander around? Valley Head Nia shook his head and said, in the pugilistic world, martial arts is still the most important thing. Pills and the like are only supplementary. You can't neglect the essentials and focus on trifles. Zhang Xiaohua knew that these were heartfelt words and nodded with a smile. Not long after, the banquet began. Everyone raised their cups and chatted and laughed. Ma Fuhu and Zhua Siqing, the two younger ones, even came over from time to drink a few sips with Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua didn't really like drinking. However, this 100-flower wine from Rejuvenation Valley was indeed delicious and the alcohol taste wasn't too strong. Furthermore, Nie Qinyu had traveled with Zhang Xiaohua all the way here and the attentive girl already knew Zhang Xiaohua's taste. She especially instructed her disciple to pour a particularly light wine for Zhang Xiaohua. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua gladly raised her cup. The most amazing thing was that these people only talked about romance and interesting things in the pugilistic world. They didn't ask about Zhang Xiaohua's situation in Beta school, nor did they ask about the reason why he went to spread the incense religion. This made Zhang Xiaohua's impression of the Yuli alliance improve. After more than 3 rounds of wine, there were only 5 dishes. Si Yakong cleared his throat and said, everyone, the competition in our alliance was just held last year. It hasn't been this lively for a long time. Furthermore, it was also at this training ground in Rejuvenation Valley that our weapon forging sect disciple, Tong Ba, obtained the title of #1 in divine strength in the Yuli alliance. Oh, this title. At this point, he turned to ask Shen Xian, 4th Master Zhen, how many years has our weapon forging sect held this title? Zhen Xian pursed his lips and said, Boss C, how would I know? This is the reputation of your weapon forging sect. If you don't remember it yourself, why do you want us to remember it for you? With that, he angrily drank a cup of wine. Si Yakong smiled and looked around at the crowd. This disciple of mine has always been very competitive. When he heard that there was someone stronger than him, he kept looking for me, wanting to compete with Ren Xiaoxia in terms of physical strength. Of course, our weapon forging sect has always made a living by forging weapons. To put it bluntly, we are blacksmiths. In terms of martial arts, he definitely can't beat Ren Xiaoxia. Needless to say, but in terms of physical strength, I think that Tong Ba might be able to compete with Ren Xiaoxia, so I nodded in agreement. Also, I heard that Ren Xiaoxia is interested in weapon forging, so I took out one of our sect's secret weapon forging manuals as the prize for this competition. If Ren Xiaoxia can win against my disciple, this manual will be given to Ren Xiaoxia. Also, if Ren Xiaoxia has any questions while reading it, you can ask our weapon forging sect. I guarantee that we will answer all your questions. Tong Ba had already said this yesterday, and Zhang Xiaohua had also heard it from Nie Qinyu. But today, Si Yakong said it again as the head of weapon forging sect. This kind of sincerity made Zhang Xiaohua feel a little strange. That's right, she wasn't touched, but a little strange. There seemed to be a little, as the saying goes, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. What was the purpose behind this secret weapon forging manual? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but secretly pinch her chin and think to herself. However, when he saw Valley Master Nie's somewhat astonished expression, he thought in his heart, even Valley Master Nie doesn't know. How mysterious. However, all of my things are in my money pouch and I'm not afraid of you thinking about it. Let's see what you have in store. At this time, she heard Si Yakong say, however, this competition was proposed by our weapon forging sect. We didn't ask for Ren Xiaoxia's permission in advance, so Ren Xiaoxia doesn't need to prepare any prizes. He just needs to participate in the competition. When Valley Master Nie heard this, he opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but after trying a few times, he didn't know what to say. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua and didn't say anything. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua came out from behind the table and said with a smile, since Sect Master Si is so generous, I won't stand on ceremony. To be honest, I don't have anything valuable on me and I don't have anything to use as a stake. Sect Master Si's arrangement is very suitable. When Nie Qianyu heard this, she lowered her head and laughed secretly. When Tongba saw Zhang Xiaohua walking down the stage, he also jumped out and cupped his hands. Then I'll have to ask Ren Xiaoxia to give me some pointers. Zhang Xiaohua returned the greeting, likewise. Senior brother Tong, please show mercy. Following which, he asked, I wonder how the competition in our alliance is to test our strength? Tong Ba smiled and said, firstly, it's to see who can lift more stone weights. Secondly, it's to see who can pull who with the rope. However, I heard that junior brother Lu had a new competition method with you. Why don't we use your long sword? Zhang Xiaohua pondered for a moment and said, all right, but I don't have my long sword with me. Senior brother Tong, please wait a moment. I'll go get it. Tong Ba smiled, let the disciples go get it. Ren Xiaoxia still needs to drink a few more cups. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, I'll go by myself. I'll drink later. Seeing that Nie Qianyu was about to get up, Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and signaled for her to go. Then, she turned and left. When she left the courtyard and came to a dark place, she turned around and burrowed into the ground. She came to the attic in the peach forest and took the long sword. Then, she returned to the door with the long sword and came in with a smile. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua had returned, Ingzhizhu laughed heartily and said, Nephew Ren is really able to keep his composure. When I saw that he didn't say anything a moment ago, I thought that he didn't want to compete with martial nephew Tong. But now that I see that he left in a hurry and came back in a hurry, I realize that he also has a competitive spirit in his heart. Zhua Xiqing nodded, yes, young people should be like this. Only Valley Master Nie and Nie Qianyu were shocked. They knew where the long sword was and how far the attic was from here. Seeing that the long sword in Zhang Xiaohua's hand emitted a dark luster under the bright lights of the martial arts practice field, not only Tong Ba, but also Si Yakong and Jin Xian had a fanatical look in their eyes. Zhang Xiaohua saw this and couldn't help but think, oh, I forgot that the weapon forging sect and the weapon forging sect make a living by refining weapons. They must have seen countless materials in the world. My long sword is so heavy that it must have attracted their attention. Of course, Lu Meng may have neglected it, but when he tells the master of the weapon forging sect, he will. Ah, careless, careless. However, since things had come to this, there was nothing to regret. He also wanted to know what the long sword was. Sure enough, Tong Ba looked back at Si Yakong and walked to Zhang Xiaohua. Is this the long sword that made junior brother Lu Meng lose? I think Ren Xiaoxia can hold it easily. Why don't you let me try lifting it? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and handed the long sword to Tong Ba. Of course, if senior brother Tong can raise both hands above your head, I will lose this round. What do you think? Her words were very generous and also looked down on others. However, with Lu Meng as an example, Tong Ba didn't dare to look down on her and only nodded, let's do as Ren Xiaoxia says. After saying that, he stretched out both hands to take the long sword. Zhang Xiaohua saw that he had already gathered his strength and reminded him, be careful, senior brother Tong, I'm going to let go. Tong Ba held his breath and didn't dare to speak. He nodded repeatedly. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua let go of her hand and the long sword fell into Tong Ba's hands. At this moment, the entire arena was silent. Only the crackling sound of the torches could be heard. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the small longsword fell straight to the ground as soon as it fell into Tong Ba's hands. Tong Ba's face was already flushed red, but he still couldn't stop it. Seeing that his hands and feet were about to be smashed, Tong Ba quickly let go and jumped to the side. With a muffled sound, it was as if the entire arena shook, and the longsword fell to the ground. Chapter 475. Tong Ba didn't know what to do. When he heard Lu Meng's rumor, he thought it was exaggerated. Perhaps Lu Meng was just trying to cover up his failure. How could there be something so heavy in this world? However, his master's eyes lit up when he heard the rumor. There were all sorts of strange things in this world. The weaponsmith sect made a living by forging weapons. The books in the sect naturally recorded all sorts of strange things. Tong Ba didn't know much, but Si Yakong knew. Even so, according to Si Yakong's estimation, even if it was a long sword or any other weapon, as long as it wasn't a huge hammer, Tong Ba wouldn't be unable to lift it. That was why Tong Ba was so confident in challenging Zhang Xiaohua. The long sword wasn't eye-catching. It was obviously a sword embryo. Tong Ba thought that it was impossible for him to not be able to lift it with his strength. Unexpectedly, he couldn't even catch it. Naturally, he turned around to look at his master who had promised him that he wouldn't embarrass himself. Si Yakong was even more surprised. He didn't expect this result either. He looked at Jin Xian who was also surprised. Then, they stood up and walked into the arena. Zhang Xiaohua didn't seem surprised to see them. Wasn't the purpose of this competition to draw out his long sword? If the two master blacksmiths didn't come out, Zhang Xiaohua would really doubt her own intelligence. The two of them walked into the arena and cupped their hands. Ren Xiaoxia, your weapon is so heavy. We are very curious. Can you let us take a closer look? Zhang Xiaohua nodded. Feel free to take a look. Jin Xian waved his hand and a disciple outside the arena brought a torch over. Jin Xian took it and placed it on the long sword on the ground to take a closer look. At the banquet, Valley Master Nye seemed to have understood Si Yakong's intentions. He looked a little displeased. Zhang Xiaohua was his guest and wasn't an outsider. Since Si Yakong wanted to see the long sword, it wasn't a big deal to tell him about it. There was no need to make things so complicated. Why did they have to compete in strength and even reveal the secrets of the weaponsmith sect? However, Si Yakong was the big brother of the Yuli Alliance after all. It wasn't appropriate for him to say anything in front of Si Yakong, so he could only leave this grudge for later. Si Yakong and Jin Xian held their torches and crouched on the ground. They approached the sword and looked at it carefully. Sometimes they rubbed it gently with their hands, sometimes they flicked the sword with their fingers, and sometimes they whispered something. However, as time passed, the two of them didn't look enlightened. Instead, they looked even more suspicious. Zhang Xiaohua looked at them with a smile. She wanted to ask them about it, but judging from their expressions, they probably didn't know the origin of the sword. So, she turned to look at Tong Ba. When Tong Ba saw Zhang Xiaohua looking at him, he couldn't help but blush. Although he had an ulterior motive and this competition was just a prelude, he couldn't even handle the other party's weapon. That was, cough cough. He didn't deserve the title of number one divine strength. Zhang Xiaohua was about to speak when the two old scholars stood up. Their eyes were filled with confusion. Si Yakong frowned and asked, Ren Xiaoxia, this old man wants to ask you. Where did you get this thing, this long sword? This question was a little reckless, but it also seemed very intimate. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I got it on a deserted island overseas. Deserted island? Overseas? Si Yakong was a little surprised. He quickly asked, Nephew, can you tell me the exact location? Well, she skipped Xiaoxia and changed it to nephew. This was almost a trap. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he took the opportunity to say, "Uncle C, of course, the ship encountered a storm and this nephew was blown into the sea. However, I don't know the exact location. Later on, I was lucky enough to return to land, but I forgot to ask around." Si Yakong was very satisfied with Zhang Xiaohua calling him uncle. Of course, he wouldn't doubt his answer. He turned to look at Jin Xian. Jin Xian thought for a while and asked, "Nephew Ren, if it's convenient, can you tell me what the longsword looked like when you saw it? Oh, was it flat on the ground, or was it stuck in the ground, or..." Wow, he's calling himself uncle too. Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua said bluntly, "Uncle Zhen, when I saw the long sword that day, it wasn't even on the ground." It wasn't on the ground? Not only were the two grandmasters surprised, but everyone else also exclaimed. However, there was obvious joy in the eyes of the two grandmasters. "Then, this long sword?" Jin Xian asked impatiently. Zhang Xiaohua looked at everyone and said, "When I saw the sword, it was above a pool of magma. It was just lying there flat. There seemed to be something invisible below. At that time, I was scared to death." Ah. Fire condensation technique? Si Yakong and Jin Xian exclaimed in unison. Valley Master Nia and the others were shocked to see the two lose their composure. They all came forward and asked, "What's the fire condensation technique?" Si Yakong and Jin Xian were a little embarrassed. It seemed to be the first time they lost their composure in front of everyone. Si Yakong coughed twice and said, "The fire condensation technique is a refining technique that has been lost for thousands of years. It uses fire to condense raw materials into weapons." "Oh, I see." Everyone nodded when they heard that. It was true. Anyone who suddenly heard about a technique that had been lost for thousands of years would have such a reaction. Sure enough, Si Yakong and Jin Xian pulled Zhang Xiaohua aside and asked her about this and that. They inquired about the situation of the long sword clearly. However, so what if they saw it with their own eyes? If the refining technique of the immortal Tao could be learned with just one's eyes, how could the refining technique be lost? The two of them were addicted to listening and then prepared to leave. Zhang Xiaohua was not happy. "You asked me for so long, and now you're going to leave me alone after you've had your fill?" She immediately grabbed the two of them and asked, "Uncles, after looking at it for so long, I still want to ask, what is my long sword made of? How can it be refined into a real long sword?" Si Yakong glanced at Jin Xian. Jin Xian said awkwardly, "Nephew Ren, it's not that I don't want to hide it from you, but I really don't know either. I've already discussed it with Brother C in detail just now. The things in this world are very magical. If we're talking about the heaviest thing, it's nothing more than black iron. It's only the size of a fist and it's 10 times heavier than a normal piece of iron. If your long sword is made of black iron, it's only 10 times heavier than a normal iron sword. You can't let Nephew Tong be unable to handle it. Moreover, although black iron is heavy, it's not too difficult to refine into a weapon." Si Yakong also interrupted, "In my opinion, your long sword was still in the process of being refined that day. Since the fire condensation method has long been lost and there aren't many people in the wasteland you're in, you can naturally infer how long this long sword has been refined above the magma. If it can't be successfully forged after such a shocking amount of time, how can I be confident that it can be refined into a real long sword? Moreover, weapons rely on nothing more than sharpness and weight. Nephew's long sword has no edge, but just based on its weight, who can withstand it?" Zhang Xiaohua was silent. Didn't she use the weight of this sword to bully people all the way here? At this time, Si Yakong said again, "Only the material of this long sword is unknown to me and Jin Laosi. If we really want to make a far-fetched guess, perhaps some legendary black iron might be similar to your long sword." Black iron? Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. It was the first time she heard this name. She couldn't help but ask, "What's the origin of this black iron?" Si Yakong looked at Jin Xian and smiled, well, we'll talk about this later. I don't think you're done competing with my disciple yet. With that, he returned to the banquet with Zhen Xian, hand in hand. That. Zhang Xiaohua reached out, wanting to pull them back. Was there a need to continue the competition? However, before she could reach out, they had already returned to the banquet, whetting Zhang Xiaohua's appetite. Seeing that his master had left, Tong Ba walked to the front of the long sword and said, Ren Xiaoxia, as you said just now, if I can raise this long sword above my head, I'll win. Zhang Xiaohua looked at him. No matter how she looked at him, he didn't look like someone who could raise a long sword. She could only nod and say, please enlighten me, senior brother Tong. Tong Ba chuckled and cupped his fists at the people around him. He took a horse stance and took a deep breath. Then, he stretched out both hands to hold the long sword. Then, with a loud shout, he actually lifted the long sword from the ground. The people of the Jade Foundation Alliance cheered loudly. Then, Tong Ba mustered all his strength. The muscles on his arms twitched as he forced himself to raise the long sword. Seeing this, the disciples who had finished drinking also cheered him on. Under Tong Ba's gnashing teeth, the long sword slowly moved upwards. However, his trembling legs betrayed his bottom line. By the time he raised the long sword to his chest, he couldn't raise it no matter what. His face was so red that it looked like blood was about to drip out. Then, a hint of unwillingness flashed in Tong Ba's eyes. He let go of the long sword and just like before, it fell to the ground with a clang. Tong Ba helplessly cupped his fists and said, Ren Xiaoxia is indeed a god power. This foolish brother, this foolish brother is truly impressed. From now on, I won't dare to call myself the Alliance's #1 god power. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, Senior brother Tong's words are strange. This one isn't a member of your alliance. Why would you call yourself the #1 god power? Tong Ba smiled bitterly and said, #1 god power, #1 god power. I can't even lift Xiaoxia's weapon. How can I call myself the #1 god power? After saying that, he looked very dejected. He took out the small booklet from his chest and handed it to Zhang Xiaohua. He said, Ren Xiaoxia, this is what you deserve. Please accept it. However, it contains the secrets of my weapon forging sect. Xiaoxia, please keep it a secret and only use it for yourself. Don't pass it on to anyone else. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to come to the weapon forging sect and find me or my master. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the small booklet and really wanted to take it. However, she still refused and said, how can I accept this? Chapter 476. Nie Qianyu, who was watching intently at the side, was laughing in her heart. She had personally witnessed how Zhang Xiaohua tricked Lu Meng and knew that Zhang Xiaohua really wanted to know how to refine weapons. Therefore, this booklet from the weapon casting sect catered to her interests. How could he not want to get his hands on it? Tong Ba shook his head and said, no, apart from the importance of this booklet, it's also a prize in itself. Xiaoxia deserves it. It's just that I'm a frog in a well and overestimated my abilities. Xiaoxia, please don't take it to heart. Zhang Xiaohua chuckled and said half-heartedly, you're welcome, you're welcome. Senior brother Tong's divine power is also amazing. Didn't you just say that you've been the #1 divine power for many years? As she spoke, she reached out to take the booklet. However, when she used her strength, she realized that Tong Ba had no intention of letting go. She had no choice but to use more strength in her hand and said, I'm very envious of your sex refining techniques. I want to see how this weapon is refined. I'll definitely keep it a secret and won't divulge the contents of this booklet. Zhang Xiaohua thought, I've already complimented you and practically swore. Are you still not going to give it to me? However, when she used more strength, wow, Tong Ba still didn't let go. Zhang Xiaohua could only look straight at Tong Ba and smiled. I still have to thank senior brother Tong for your guidance. If there's a chance, I'd like to exchange pointers with you. Great, she had even threatened him and he still wasn't letting go? At this moment, Xiakong, who was sitting at the banquet table behind Zhang Xiaohua, spoke. Nephew Ren, this booklet is a small token of our sect's appreciation. Please accept it. Also, I have a presumptuous request, but I don't know if it's appropriate to say it. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Xiaohua staggered. Nonsense, Tongba had already let go. She was listening to sect leader C and was caught off guard. Looking at the booklet in her hand, Zhang Xiaohua secretly complained, I knew there's no such thing as a free meal in this world. Look, the show is about to start. Io, that's not right. Didn't I show them my sword just now? Do they have other requests? Don't tell me you want my sword. However, since she had already gotten the booklet, it was impossible for her to give it to Tongba. Tongba took advantage of the time when Zhang Xiaohua was in a daze and walked back to the banquet. Sigh, old master, since you know it's a presumptuous request, then it's best that you don't say it. Since you said it in front of me, how can I not let you say it? Zhang Xiaohua looked at the crowd and cupped her hands. Thank you for your kind intentions, sect leader C. However, if it's something too difficult, please forgive me for not daring to casually agree. Hearing Zhang Xiaohua call him, sect leader C, Yakong smiled bitterly. The distance I tried so hard to pull apart has been pulled apart again. However, if I don't express my goodwill first, it's really hard for him to open his mouth. Beside them, Valley Master Nia was also puzzled. He really didn't understand why this big brother of weapon forging sect was doing this today. He looked at the two of them and smiled. Nephew Ren isn't an outsider anymore. Big brother C, if there's anything you want to say, it's better to say it first. Your way of doing things seems like you're acting first and reporting later. It's no wonder that nephew Ren is a little reluctant. Seeing that Valley Master Nia had stepped forward to be the peacemaker, Zhang Xiaohua nodded slightly but didn't say anything. Beside them, Nia Qianyu was a little anxious. She had called Si Yakong uncle since she was young. Seeing how Uncle Si was so generous, it must be something important. It wasn't as simple as looking at the long sword as she had thought. She understood Zhang Xiaohua's temper. She hated being schemed against the most. Oh, of course, she also loved to scheme against others. Looking at his expression, he was a little unhappy. Nie Qianyu hurriedly said, Uncle Si, father's words make sense. You're an elder, so it's not convenient for me to say anything. However, Big Brother Ren has always been a chivalrous person. If you want him to get rid of the evil and help the weak, just say the word and he'll do it. Think about it, I was just a weak girl back then and Big Brother Ren was just a passerby. Just as Nie Qianyu was about to finish her sentence, Si Yakong said in a clear voice, Little you, you're right. Sigh, this matter is rather important. I've thought about it over and over again before doing this. If I've embarrassed nephew Ren, I'll apologize. After he finished speaking, he left the banquet and went forward to bow. Zhang Xiaohua's words just now had already provoked public anger. She didn't dare to let the old man bow at this time. She hurriedly went forward to support him and said, Uncle Si, listen to what you're saying. I'm just informing you first. If it's really too difficult, don't mention it. I don't want to make it difficult for me to agree. If you think I can do it, just say it. I won't hesitate. Si Yakong was still hesitant. He said, This matter is indeed very difficult. I'm afraid you won't agree. Gosh, Zhang Xiaohua cried in her heart. She said, Since Uncle Si knows it's difficult, then don't mention it, okay? Si Yakong's face was full of disappointment. He nodded and said, Sigh, okay. Since you said so, I won't embarrass myself. Just pretend I didn't say it. When everyone heard this, they all knew that this was a very difficult matter. Zhang Xiaohua might not be able to do it, so it was better not to mention it. Everyone's face would be better. Only Nie Qianyu rolled her eyes and said with a smile, Uncle Si, I'm a little curious. Why don't you tell Big Brother in this? Why don't you tell me? Si Yakong looked at Nie Qinyu, then at Zhang Xiaohua. He opened his mouth but still shook his head and said, "Sigh, forget it, forget it. I might as well not say it." Seeing the old man so dejected, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't bear it and said with a smile, "Since Miss Nia asked, Uncle Si, you should tell her. She's always been curious. If you don't tell her, she'll be thinking about it all night. She might even harass you in the middle of the night." Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. Nie Qinyu spat and said, "How would I know how to harass you?" She stopped halfway through her sentence. Everyone's expression was strange. Zhang Xiaohua's expression was even more unnatural. "Why do you have to drag me into this?" Si Yakong also laughed out loud. Seeing this, he said, "Actually, thinking about it, it is indeed somewhat difficult. This involves Nephew Ren's sect, the Big Dipper sect. I think Nephew Ren can't make the decision himself." Seeing that everyone was at a loss, Si Yakong coughed and said, "I'm sure everyone still remembers the arena that second brother Nia set up at the entrance of Rejuvenation Valley Manor a few months ago. Of course, who didn't know? In the last round, Nephew Ren showed his prowess in the arena and knocked 4 people out of the arena. He even took 2 lives because of it. When this happened, this old man and a few other members of the alliance weren't present. As for the specific details, we only heard it from second brother Nia later." Everyone was puzzled. What did this have to do with the current situation? Si Yakong continued, "I'm sure everyone knows the details better than I do. However, Nephew Ren's 4 opponents were strange. When second brother Nia told me about it, he only said that they knew a set of combined attacks and that it was a formation that the 5 of them used together. This shocked me greatly. I'm sure second brother Nia has forgotten that our weapon forging sect had a set of lost 5 elements Daoist formation. Not only can it be used to forge weapons, but it can also be used to defend against enemies." Zhang Xiaohua's expression was very interesting when she heard this. "Ah. 5 elements Daoist formation." Valley Master Nia almost cried out. He trembled and said, "Boss C, don't deceive me. I know that your weapon forging sect had this formation thousands of years ago, but it's been lost for a long time. Those few little thieves on the arena made a few gestures. Was that weapon forging sect's secret technique? What do you know?" Si Yakong blew his beard and glared at him. "Do you think I'm talking nonsense? Don't you remember how I asked about it in detail? Aren't you annoyed?" "This?" Valley Master Nia looked embarrassed and said, "Big brother, I really didn't expect it to be so serious. I thought that it was just a set of 5 people's combined attacks. Atonement, atonement." However, a bitter smile appeared on his face soon after. Nonsense, the 5 elements Daoist formation sounded like a very powerful thing. On that day, there were only 4 people on the stage, and they had already beaten the others down. It could be seen how powerful the real 5 elements Daoist formation was. Of course, it was possible for Rejuvenation Valley to beg Zhang Xiaohua to help, but it would be extremely difficult for her to pass on this formation to you. This was not even comparable to Rejuvenation Valley's pill recipes. Although Rejuvenation Valley's pill recipes were precious, many of them were collected. He only had a small portion of them, and he couldn't refine them himself. If he wanted Zhang Xiaohua to help him refine them, he naturally had to show her. However, this formation might be the only one in Beidou school in the world. It was definitely a secret technique. How could she take it out so easily? Valley Master Nia looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said to Si Yakong, "Big brother C's request is really making things difficult for Nephew Ren. Even if Nephew Ren wants to teach, he still has to see if the elders of Beidou school are willing." "That's right. Now that I think about it, I just said that I had some fantasies and was eager to get this 5 elements formation from Nephew Ren. I'm really a little obsessed. I'm ashamed. Seeing Si Yakong's loneliness and disappointment, the expression on Zhang Xiaohua's face became more and more interesting. He really didn't expect weapon forging sect to be after the 5 elements formation. When Nie Qinyu mentioned it to him yesterday, he felt that there must be something to it. Just now, He thought it was a long sword, but after thinking about it, he didn't expect it to be this formation. To be honest, this 5 elements formation was one of the most common formations he knew. He only needed to cultivate a little to become proficient in it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to break it so easily in the arena. However, was it appropriate for him to give away something he regarded as trash so easily while others treated it as a treasure? Xiaokong had already given up on this idea. He felt that he had been carried away by his enthusiasm a few days ago. He smiled and said, "Let's go. Everyone, please take your seats. It's rare for us to taste Rejuvenation Valley's 100 Flowers wine. We must enjoy ourselves to the fullest." Everyone responded and was about to take their seats again. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua said in a clear voice, "It's not like I can't consider Uncle C's request." Chapter 477. These words were very normal, but in Xiaokong's ears, they were like the sounds of nature. He immediately turned his head and asked in a trembling voice, "Ren?" Xiaoxia's words aren't false, his tone was one of complete disbelief. Zhang Xiaohua smiled faintly and nodded. "Does Sect Head C think I'm joking?" "No, no." Xiaokong was quite excited and hurriedly explained, "This old man just didn't think that nephew would be so generous. You're even willing to give such an important thing to my weapon forging sect." "Give?" Zhang Xiaohua shook her head again and said, "Sect Head C overestimates my beta school. Not to mention that this 5 elements Daoist formation has been lost for thousands of years and that my sect only obtained it under an extremely coincidental opportunity. Even my sect's cultivation methods and formations cannot be given away casually." Zhang Xiaohua looked at Valley Head Nya and smiled, "But if we give it away like this, people will think that it's not real. They will also think that my beta school is rich and overbearing. Of course, we can't give it away for free. Even if this one were to give it away, the sect's elders would still punish this disciple. However, Uncle C has the demeanor of an elder. You're not like some gangs who want to get something and say that it's theirs. They'll use the glorified name of taking it back and think of all kinds of dirty tricks. Just based on this, I'm willing to make a fair deal with Sect Head C." Valley Head Nya said, "Of course. Nephew Ren, beta school doesn't belong to you alone. This formation also doesn't belong to you alone. It's necessary to give a good explanation to the sect head. Don't you think so, Big Brother C?" Xiaokong seemed to have woken up from a dream and immediately said, That's right. It's good that Beta School is willing to pass this formation to my weapon forging sect. How could my sect snatch it away by force? Moreover, this 5 elements Daoist formation was passed down to my weapon forging sect by a senior expert thousands of years ago. Who knows, this senior expert might be from your Beta School. Zhang Xiaohua laughed inwardly, but said in all seriousness, "Aya, Uncle C, if that's the case, then our 2 factions already have a history." Ingzhizhu immediately clapped his hands and continued, "That's great. Since you're related to the weaponsmith sect, then you're related to our Jade Foundation alliance as well. That's great. No wonder nephew Ren looked so familiar. I'm going to faint." Zhang Xiaohua felt like vomiting blood. She thought to herself, "Do I look that simple?" Valley Master Nya glanced at Xiaokong and said in a low voice, "Nephew Ren, I just don't know what your sect leader and elders want to exchange for this formation." Xiaokong also eagerly chimed in, "That's right, nephew Ren. When you went out, what did the elders in the sect say?" "This." Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment, then said, "The headmaster didn't make it clear. It's just that Beta School hasn't been involved in the world for a long time, so we're not too clear about the market conditions of the Jianghu. We'll just take those precious things back home and report back. I think that Uncle C is an elder, so you won't mistreat me, right?" "Of course, how could I let nephew Ren fail to report back?" Xiaokong hurriedly replied. With that, he took out a short sword and handed it over, saying, "Nephew Ren, take a look at this treasured sword. What do you think?" Zhang Xiaohua frowned, thinking to herself, "What do I need this treasured sword for? It's better to get a jade scroll." Even if it's useless, it's still good to give me 2 weapons that can be used in the immortal Tao. Oh, right, it's called a magic weapon in the general principles of weapon refinement. Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to brush off Si Yakong's face, so she casually took it. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's expression, Si Yakong already knew that she didn't like it very much. However, he thought that Zhang Xiaohua didn't know the value of this short sword, so he smiled and said, "Nephew Ren, it's better if you take out this short sword and take a look." Zhang Xiaohua took the short sword and looked at the somewhat old and worn scabbard. She already looked down on it from the bottom of her heart. Hearing Si Yakong's words, she casually took out the short sword. With a shwa sound, the short sword was out of the scabbard. Zhang Xiaohua stared at it and couldn't help but let out a gee. She saw that the short sword was about the same length as the short sword used by the bronze-masked old man. The blade at the front of the hilt gave off a blue luster under the bright lights. The luster flowed along with the flickering lights like flowing water. Seeing this, Si Yakong smiled and said confidently, "The 4 famous swords in the pugilistic world, dragon breaking, wind slaying, gold cutting, and water breaking, each have their own masters. Our weapon forging sect can't compare to them. Although this jade water sword is unknown in the pugilistic world and can't be compared to the 4 famous swords, it has its own uniqueness that the other famous swords in the world don't have." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but use her divine sense to scan it. However, that jade water sword didn't give off the slightest fluctuation of vital energy. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but shake her head. Seeing this, Si Yakong laughed softly and said, "Nephew Ren, try to send the vital energy in your body into this short sword. Then you'll know how wonderful it is." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and smiled bitterly. The vital energy in her body wasn't the internal energy of martial arts. This vital energy wasn't vital energy. Even if she sent it into the short sword, what use would it be? Glancing at Si Yakong, Zhang Xiaohua still sent a wisp of vital energy into the jade water sword in her hand. That wisp of vital energy wasn't a big deal, but that jade-green water-like splendor suddenly rippled. Startled, Zhang Xiaohua sent another wisp of vital energy. At this moment, the tip of the short sword trembled and a few wisps of sword light actually shot out. Sword light? Ingzhizhu cried out involuntarily. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly withdrew her vital energy. That jade water sword's light faded and it returned to its previous tranquility. Si Yakong was also a little surprised. He cupped his hands and said, "Nephew Ren, I didn't expect your internal energy to be so exquisite. I thought you could only force out a wisp of brilliance." Zhang Xiaohua flipped her hand to look at the short sword. She asked with interest, "Uncle Si, what's going on? This jade water sword was refined by your honorable sect?" Si Yakong looked at the jade water sword with a reluctant expression. He said, "Nephew Ren, you must know that our weapon forging sect and weapon forging sect can refine some weapons that can increase one's internal energy. These refining methods were all researched by a senior several thousand years ago. As for who this senior is, I won't tell you. The only thing I want to tell you is that this jade water sword is this senior's proud work. It can also be considered one of our weapon forging sect's cornerstone treasures." "So it's like that?" Zhang Xiaohua muttered to herself. This short sword was indeed not bad, but she didn't seem to be able to use it. Although her own small sword couldn't see light, its power was extraordinary. Although the incomparably heavy sword wasn't sharp enough, it could still crush people to death. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua returned the jade water sword to Si Yakong. She said, "Master Si, this sword is your honorable sect's treasure. How can I take it away from you? Please take it back." How could Si Yakong be willing to take it back? He waved his hand and said, "As the ancients said, treasured swords are given to heroes. This sword should be kept by a sect that specializes in martial arts like your honorable sect. Fortunately, this jade water sword isn't very famous. If it were to be known by some experts, it might bring disaster to my weapon forging sect." Zhang Xiaohua knew that this was an excuse. The weapon forging sect made weapons. If they didn't have any good things, who would believe them? Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua still didn't say anything, Si Yakong was a little anxious. He turned his head and shouted at Tong Ba, "Quickly bring me my brocade pouch." When Tong Ba heard this, he hurriedly stood up and walked to the side. He brought over a pouch that was placed on the side. This pouch was different from the usual ones. It was made of a pitch-black material and was rectangular in shape. Si Yakong reached out to take it and led Zhang Xiaohua to an empty table. With a shake of his hand, he poured out the contents of the pouch onto the table. He said, "If Nephew Ren isn't satisfied, you can take whatever you like from this table. Take whatever you like. This sect Master C is quite generous. It seems he is determined to obtain the 5 elements dye information." Zhang Xiaohua pondered a bit and thought, if I don't pick anything, it would seem like I was being pretentious. Sigh, let's see if there are any jade slips or something. The items in Si Yakong's pouch were very messy. It was scattered all over the table, but there were no jade slips. Zhang Xiaohua scanned it with her divine sense and couldn't help but frown. She pointed at 3 pitch-black sticks and asked, "Sect Master C, what are these?" Si Yakong also looked at the 3 short sticks strangely. After thinking for a long time, he hesitated and said, "These seem to be the handles of the 3 flags I found in the secret room last year. They were all covered in dust, so I casually took them out." "How did they end up in my brocade pouch? Where did the flags go?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and asked, "My sect master likes some ancient jade items." "Oh, not the kind with exquisite carvings. As long as it's a jade pendant or jade piece, the older the better. If sect master C can give me a few pieces, I'll take them back and report back." "Jade pendant?" Si Yakong was a bit embarrassed and said, "I won't hide it from nephew. My weapon forging sect really doesn't have the kind of thing you're talking about. If it's a normal jade item, the sect does have some, but they're all a bit old and have exquisite carvings." "Is that so?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded slightly and was about to speak. Si Yakong suddenly slapped his forehead and said, "Oh, I remember now. I do have a strange thing here. I think your sect master will like it." After he finished speaking, he put his hand into his chest and was about to take it out, but there was some hesitation on his face. He looked at Valley Master Nya and gave him a look. Valley Master Nya understood and sent out the few disciples in the martial arts practice field. Seeing that the idle people had all left, Si Yakong said apologetically, "Nephew, please don't blame me. This thing is a bit strange. If more people know about it, it may be disadvantageous to both our sections." Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua immediately became spirited and asked, "Now can sect master C take it out and take a look?" Si Yakong mysteriously took his hand out of his chest and held a small booklet in his hand. A martial arts secret book? Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. What use did this thing have for her? Si Yakong shook his head and said, "Nephew Ren, don't be anxious. Take a look first." As he spoke, he opened the booklet and handed it over. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and took the booklet. She lowered her head and looked at it. When she saw the contents of the booklet, she couldn't help but be shocked. Come, there are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 478. This was a booklet similar to the Carefree Heart Sutra. It was the same size and the quality of the pages were the same. However, what surprised Zhang Xiaohua was that the booklet was completely white without any words at all. Zhang Xiaohua was greatly surprised and raised her head to look at Si Yakong. Si Yakong smiled and said, "Virtuous nephew, take a look at the cover." Zhang Xiaohua closed the booklet and saw that the cover of the booklet had 4 ancient words written on it, "Wordless Heavenly Book." However, the word, heaven, was different. It was written in a flamboyant style, as if it was about to soar into the sky. Although the other 3 words were also very charming, their charm was much weaker. Could it be that the other 3 words were added later? Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense and carefully observed the booklet. Sure enough, there was a faint vital qi fluctuation on the booklet. It was actually a restriction of the immortal Tao. However, there was a slight flaw in the restriction where the word heaven was written on the cover, revealing the original heaven on the cover. The other 3 words were written on the cover by someone later. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. Needless to say, this was obviously a secret manual that recorded some immortal cultivation technique. It might even be more precious than the Carefree Heart Sutra. At this time, Si Yakong explained, "Virtuous nephew Ren, this is a mysterious, wordless heavenly book that has been passed down from generation to generation in my weapon forging sect. It has been more than 1,000 years since my generation. However, I have exhausted all methods and still have not been able to uncover the mystery within. I see that your sect's leader and elders like ancient jade pendants, so I think they must have some methods to decipher the secret of this heavenly book. I will give this heavenly book to your sect now. I only hope that if your sect's elders can decipher it, they will record a copy of the contents and send that copy to my weapon forging sect. What do you think?" "I see." Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's hesitation, Si Yakong said, "I know that the textless heavenly book is of great importance. If it were to be leaked, it would bring great trouble to you. However, you don't have to worry, nephew Ren. Those who have nothing to do with it have already been cleared out by second brother Nye. The people who remain here will not reveal anything. The textless heavenly book has also been kept in our weapon forging sect for 1,000 years and has not been revealed to the public. In the future, the people of our Jade Foundation Alliance will definitely not mention anything about it." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "That's right. Your sect's senior is quite interesting. Although there's a heaven character in it, of all the other characters, he just had to add such a sensational name. If others knew about it, they would definitely think that it was some kind of peerless martial art manual. It would be strange if they didn't go to your weapon forging sect to steal it." Si Yakong nodded and said, "What you said makes sense. It's just that this book is extremely mysterious and it's also completely empty. The seniors in the sect use this to detect the other 3 words." Zhang Xiaohua declined to comment and said, "What if the seniors in my beta school can't decipher the mystery?" Si Yakong smiled bitterly and said, "This heavenly book has been in our weapon forging sect for 1,000 years and still hasn't been deciphered. It's better to find a sect that we trust to decipher it for us. Nephew Ren's chivalrous heart must have been influenced by the seniors in your sect. Therefore, although I've never met the seniors in your sect, I'm still very confident in your beta school. Rather than letting this heavenly book gather dust in your weapon forging sect, why don't you give it to your seniors to decipher?" Then, Si Yakong paused and said, "If you can't decipher this heavenly book, then don't return to weapon forging sect for a day." The people who were listening looked at each other in dismay. Si Yakong was betting too much on this. Not to mention the contents of the wordless heavenly book, if Beta School took this heavenly book and said that they couldn't decipher it, then wouldn't this heavenly book be given to them for nothing? When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was also moved. She thought for a moment and said, "Sect head C, since you're so confident in my beta school, then I'll make a decision for the seniors in my sect. Our 2 sects have a time limit of 20 years. If my beta school can't decipher it, then 20 years from now, we'll let this heavenly book return to weapon forging sect. What do you think?" Si Yakong's wrinkled face smiled like a tangerine peel. He stepped forward and pulled Zhang Xiaohua's hand and said, "Nephew Ren, you. How do you want this old man to thank your beta school? This is really..." Zhang Xiaohua was very embarrassed when Si Yakong pulled her hand. She said, "It's okay, sect head C. Everyone in my beta school is magnanimous. Even if the seniors know that I acted on my own accord, they won't blame me. They'll only reward me. Don't worry. That was because this guy was the only person in this illusory beta school. Who would blame him?" Si Yakong was very grateful. He pointed at the table full of things and said, "Nephew Ren, you don't have to be so polite. Take everything on the table." Consider it a small token of appreciation from my weapon forging sect." How could Zhang Xiaohua be willing to take it? She repeatedly refused and said, "I'm not going back to beta school. What's the use of taking so many things? I still only want those 3 flagpoles." "You only want 3 flagpoles?" Si Yakong was very puzzled. However, when he thought about it, it was normal. Ren Baqian was going to spread the incense cult in a while. It wouldn't be convenient to bring so many things. Thus, he said, "How about this, nephew Ren? This old man will leave these things first. When you're done spreading the incense cult, I'll invite you and your seniors to visit my weapon forging sect. This old man will prepare some gifts." Finished speaking, he placed the 3 pitch-black flagpoles in Zhang Xiaohua's hands. Seeing that the gifts were really too light, he chose a piece of material from the many items and handed it to Zhang Xiaohua. He said, "This is a rare refining material. Nephew Ren, take it." Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua didn't hold back anymore. She reached out and took it. She looked around and smiled. "Sect head C, if it's possible, there's no harm in giving your brocade pouch to me. I see that this brocade pouch is also a good thing. I just happen to have a bag with me. I'll use it to store things." When Si Yakong heard this, he smiled and said, "Of course, nephew Ren has good eyes. This old man's brocade pouch is something that's impervious to water and fire. It's perfect for storing things." Finished speaking, he picked up the brocade pouch that was thrown on the ground and handed it to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua received it with a smile. She put the material and the 3 flagpoles inside. When Nie Qianyu saw this, she obediently found an ordinary bag and handed it over. Si Yakong took the bag and asked, "Nephew Ren, you really don't want to take more? This old man's brocade pouch is quite big. It's so light to put so little things inside." Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "Next time I go to weapon forging sect with my seniors, I'll pick some good things." Si Yakong laughed loudly. He swept the things on the table into his pocket and handed it back to Tong Ba. When Valley Head Nye saw that Si Yakong's intentions were fulfilled, he was also happy. He had everyone return to the banquet and called out his disciples. He reorganized the banquet and ate until the moon was high and the stars were sparse. During the banquet that followed, Zhang Xiaohua didn't drink much. When she saw that it was getting late, she stood up and bid farewell. "Seniors, it's getting late. Forgive nephew Ren for taking her leave. Uncle C, please stay in Rejuvenation Valley for a few more days and wait for nephew Ren to finish writing the formation." When everyone saw this, they all stood up to send her off. Nie Qianyu also took the opportunity to leave the banquet and took Zhang Xiaohua out of the martial arts field. Zhang Xiaohua naturally wouldn't let Nie Qianyu take her back to the inner valley. She only made an appointment with Nie Qianyu for tomorrow's time. When she saw Nie Qianyu enter Peach Blossom Nunnery, she turned around and went back to the pill room. Lighting the lantern, Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged on the prayer mat and took out the jade water sword from her bosom. Zhang Xiaohua had always thought that only the martial way's internal energy could be sent into a weapon and be magnified by the weapon. She didn't think that her own internal energy could also be sent into the jade water sword and that it would produce some kind of sword ray. Zhang Xiaohua used her divine sense to scan the surroundings. When she didn't find any abnormalities, she held the jade water sword in her right hand and slowly sent her internal energy into the short sword. When she was in the martial arts field, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to truly let go of her hands and feet. She only released a little bit of her internal energy. When she saw that there was something strange about the short sword, she immediately stopped. Now that there was no one around, she wanted to see the true use of the short sword. As expected, when Zhang Xiaohua sent her internal energy into the short sword, the jade water sword suddenly emitted a blue light. At the tip of the sword, a so-called sword ray suddenly appeared. Its length was indeterminate and it was constantly expanding and contracting. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, she was overjoyed. She increased the amount of her internal energy and the sword ray became longer. When Zhang Xiaohua sent in more than 60% of her internal energy, the sword ray and the length of the short sword were actually 2 times longer than an ordinary long sword. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to send in more internal energy, but the light of the short sword was scattered. It seemed that it had reached its limit. If she forced her internal energy, the short sword might collapse. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua maintained 60% of her internal energy and didn't send in any more. At this time, in Zhang Xiaohua's hand, there was clearly an exceptionally resplendent and dazzling long sword. Zhang Xiaohua was very satisfied with this result. She waved her right hand and casually made a few strokes with the sword. Looking at the stone table to the side, she had an idea. She waved her arm and lightly chopped at a small corner of the stone table. With a soft, "cheeth" sound, the small corner fell to the ground as if she didn't put any strength into it. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. She hurriedly went over to take a closer look. The stone table that was cut off was unusually smooth. The effect was even better than her own short sword. Seeing the sword ray of the short sword in her hand fluctuating according to her thoughts, Zhang Xiaohua was deep in thought. The short sword was an immortal weapon. If she fought with it in her hand, she would lose her advantage. Moreover, that incomplete sword technique was only useful with a flying sword. It wasn't appropriate to use it on an ordinary long sword. Although the short sword in her hand wasn't long enough, with the sword ray, it was longer than an ordinary long sword. When she found an exquisite sword technique in the future, it shouldn't be inferior to her short sword or long sword. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua's mind couldn't help but wander. She had just heard Si Yakong say that the 4 great divine swords of the pugilistic world each had a famous name. Even this short sword was called the Jade Water Sword. Her short sword and long sword didn't seem to have any names. What should I name it? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but frown. This short sword wins by speed. Under the control of divine sense, it's like a meteor streaking across the sky. It's just that the name, meteor, seems to be a bit cliché. That's right, I seem to have given this short sword to little Meng. It's best if there's the word Meng in the name, hee. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel a trace of sweetness in her heart. At the same time, Nie Qinyu's face, which could be angry or happy at the same time, quietly appeared in her mind. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 479. Zhu Meng. If it wants to chase after the speed of a dream, wouldn't it be even faster than a shooting star? Moreover, it has the intention of chasing after little dream, so it's her. Zhang Xiaohua gave her small sword an extremely romantic name, Zhu Meng. She couldn't help but feel excited. Striking while the iron was hot, she also gave her ugly long sword a name. Long swords were known for their heaviness, so of course they had to appear in the name. At this moment, the words, Motionless Wisdom King, suddenly appeared in Zhang Xiaohua's mind. Motionless Heavy Sword? Wisdom King Sword? None of them seemed to suit her. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up. She thought of 2 words, Prajna, a great wisdom that surpassed everything. The long sword used its heaviness to defeat the enemy. It was a classic example of great skill not working. Any skill, any wisdom in front of this weight was just a paper tiger. It was an existence that surpassed all wisdom. Yes, it was the Prajna heavy sword. Zhang Xiaohua happily held the great wisdom sword in his left hand, while his right hand held the jade water sword, which was constantly expanding and contracting with its jade green sword aura. He loved it so much that he could not bear to part with it. With a thought, Chasing Dream also flew into the sky of the pill room. In that instant, Zhang Xiaohua felt as if he was competing with all the heroes in the world. After admiring it for a while, Zhang Xiaohua put Zhu Meng and jade water into her money pouch. She then took out the 3 flagpoles that she had just obtained from sect head Si Yakong. Feeling the coldness of the flagpoles in her hand, and the waves of vital energy emitted from them, Zhang Xiaohua's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. This was the only thing that sect head C had thrown onto the table that emitted waves. How could Zhang Xiaohua not choose them? Looking at the 3 flagpoles, Zhang Xiaohua very naturally thought of the 3 talents formation in the auspicious 3 treasures hands. Wasn't it also formed by 3 array flags? The 3 talents flag formation wasn't a very special formation in the immortal Tao. Even the 5 elements Dian formation was a bit stronger than it. Presumably, there must have been many sects in the ancient times that understood this 3 talents flag formation. Therefore, it wasn't strange for weapon forging sect to have 3 extra flags. However, only 3 flagpoles were not enough. Where did the flags on the flagpoles go? Without any hesitation, Zhang Xiaohua picked up the brocade pouch that she had gotten from sect leader C and placed the precious weapon refining material into the pouch. Then, she flipped the brocade pouch over and examined it carefully. She then took out her jade water sword and used the tip of her sword to pick something on the brocade pouch. After a while, 3 pieces of black cloth bigger than her palm were cut off from the brocade pouch by Zhang Xiaohua. Then, she threw the brocade pouch with 3 holes to one side. With a smile on her face, she looked at the 3 triangular pieces of cloth in her hands that were made of an unknown material and were emitting waves of vital qi. Weren't they the flags? It was no wonder that sect leader Si Yakong couldn't remember where he threw the flags. It turned out that someone had used them as rags to mend his brocade pouch. If Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense hadn't sensed the waves coming from the brocade pouch that was thrown on the ground, who would have thought of this? Zhang Xiaohua picked up a flagpole with his left hand and a flag with his right. Looking at the flawless flag, Zhang Xiaohua knew that this small flag must have used up all of its energy for the people from the weapon forging sect to be able to pull it off the flagpole. He had to put the flag back on, but it wasn't something that could be done with needlework. Only by grasping the method to refine the flag would he be able to successfully refine the 3 flags. It was a pity that the general principles of weapon refining only had the basics of weapon refining and ordinary weapon refining techniques. Although the flags used for this level of flag formation were ordinary, it didn't cover anything. She could only look at the flags and sigh. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. Didn't she still have the prize for her strength competition with Tongba tonight? She wondered if there was a method to refine weapons in the book. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't have too much hope. The flags used for the 3-talent flag gate formation were weapons refined using the immortal Tao. At most, weapon forging sect was using martial arts techniques, so they wouldn't leave behind such records. Sure enough, after Zhang Xiaohua put everything into his money pouch, he took out the small booklet. Inside the booklet were all the refining techniques used by the weapon forging sect. The techniques and methods inside were exquisite and were things that Zhang Xiaohua had never seen before. However, if he wanted to use them to refine a small flag, it would be wishful thinking. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and placed the booklet on the table. It seemed that she could only place her last hope on the textless heavenly book. However, although there was a small hole in the cover of the heavenly book, the restriction inside was still very strong. It wasn't something that Zhang Xiaohua could break at this moment. Perhaps the dream-chasing sword could break this restriction, but the pages of the book were inside the restriction. If she wasn't careful or there was a problem when breaking the restriction, the pages or the contents of the book would be damaged. Not only would Zhang Xiaohua not be able to obtain the complete contents of the heavenly book, she wouldn't be able to answer to weapon forging sect even 20 years later. Therefore, after hesitating for a moment, Zhang Xiaohua decided to study the weapon forging sect's booklet properly first. When she had time in the future, she would think about how to break this restriction. It was getting late. Zhang Xiaohua finished taking stock of her gains, then sat down cross-legged and began her routine cultivation. Of course, before she started cultivating, she didn't forget to set up a formation to seal off the pill room. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was cultivating, in the outer valley of Rejuvenation Valley, where the Jade Foundation Alliance's sect masters had been discussing, they were all seated at their respective positions. They were sipping on fragrant tea and discussing. Valley Master Nye said, "Big brother C, you've been a little rash today. During such an important period, you should have discussed this with me first. Let little you probe him first. If it doesn't work out, we'll think of something else. If Ren Xiaoxia agrees, it won't be too late for us to discuss this further." Si Yakong cupped his fists and said, "Second brother Nye, this is all my fault. I'll apologize first for not giving you a heads up first. It's just that you don't know this. I've thought of many possibilities during this period of time, but I was afraid that Ren Xiaoxia would reject me. That's why I had no choice but to take the risk. Think about it, if he had rejected little you earlier, how would I be able to open my mouth now?" Jin Xian said, "It's a good thing that this Ren Xiaoyao is really generous. He's even willing to teach us such a wondrous formation. I really don't know how this Beidou school teaches its disciples." Ing Zhizhu, however, smiled and said, "He didn't suffer any losses at Beidou school. He's already gotten so many things." Ma Fuhu also said in surprise, "Big brother C, it's one thing for you to give him the jade water sword, but that textless heavenly book is a priceless treasure. We've never heard you talk about it before. Aren't you going too easy on them by giving it away so casually?" When the others heard this question, they also looked at Si Yakong. Si Yakong took a sip of tea and said with a bitter smile, "The textless heavenly book, the textless heavenly book. Just hearing this name sounds like a great disaster. How would I dare to reveal anything about it? Don't forget that the Misty School in Pingyang City is a major sect with tens of thousands of years of history. It was also because of some martial arts secret manual that the Fragrant Cult, the Great Forest Division, and the Righteous Alliance joined forces to exterminate it. If they knew that our weapon forging sect has the textless heavenly book, regardless of whether there are martial arts secret manuals in it, wouldn't they have long come to kill us? Any one of the three sects can easily wipe out our weapon forging sect." Everyone nodded. Si Yakong continued, "This textless heavenly book has been in our weapon forging sect for thousands of years. Only the sect masters of each generation know about it. After so many years, no one has been able to decipher its secrets. No one knows what's recorded in it. I've been thinking about this all day, and it's like a fishbone stuck in my throat. I can't eat or sleep in peace. I'm afraid that this secret will be revealed one day and bring disaster to our weapon forging sect. That's why I came up with this idea in a flash. Since we're going to pay a huge price in exchange for the formation, we might as well take out something that can shock people. Although this heavenly book is a huge treasure mountain, if we can't find the path to it, we can only think about it." Everyone nodded. Only Valley Head Nye was a little dejected. "Yes, you're giving this hot mountain of treasure to Beidou school as a big favor and promising to share it with them. However, at the same time, you're transferring a huge risk to Beidou school." During the 20 years that it would take to return the textless heavenly book, the Beidou school would have to risk being tracked down by various sects in the pugilistic world. Moreover, if the Beidou school didn't return the textless heavenly book after 20 years, as long as the weapon forging sect slightly spread the news, wouldn't the Beidou school become the target of public criticism? Of course, Valley Head Nye still believed in Si Yakong's character. Perhaps he wouldn't do such a thing, but he couldn't rule out the possibility that the others in the weapon forging sect wouldn't have such thoughts. However, Valley Head Nye also understood Si Yakong's intentions. There was no free meal in this world. If the Beidou school didn't have a diamond, then don't take on a porcelain job. Since you heard the name of this secret manual and still wanted to accept it, then you had to pay a certain amount of risk if you wanted to covet the martial arts secret manual inside. Thinking about it, benefits and risks coexisted. At the same time, Valley Head Nye also understood the profound meaning behind Zhang Xiaohua's promise to return the heavenly book after 20 years. Seeing Si Yakong's somewhat proud expression and the gloating expressions of the others, Valley Head Nye couldn't help but feel a little dejected. This is the pugilistic world. Although there is family and warmth, there is also. Valley Head Nye couldn't bear to continue thinking about it. The night passed silently. The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua woke up as usual. After practicing the Big Dipper magical fist, she was about to stop when her heart suddenly moved. Like a sudden impulse, she practiced the Big Dipper magical fist again. As early as a few months ago, Zhang Xiaohua could only draw in 9 streams of cold to temper her bones. She knew that this was her limit and didn't try to practice it again. A few days ago, Zhang Xiaohua's accumulated strength suddenly broke through to the peak of the early stage of refining qi. Her cultivation had increased by a lot. Today, she tried it again and sure enough, there was an unexpected gain. The 10th stream of cold actually came from her toes. Following the moves of the Big Dipper magical fist, she tempered all the bones in her body for the 10th time. The Big Dipper magical fist advanced again. As for what level the Big Dipper magical fist was at, Zhang Xiaohua was too lazy to calculate. As long as she had the cold stream to temper her bones, who cared what level it was? Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua secretly decided that in the future, she would practice the Big Dipper magical fist again after she tempered her bones. She didn't want to miss the time to level up her fist art. The 11th time of the Big Dipper magical fist didn't produce any cold stream. Zhang Xiaohua didn't care. After she stopped, she returned to the pill room and began to comprehend the rabbit talisman. Seeing that she needed to break more and more restrictions, if she didn't improve her cultivation of restrictions, she might delay things. Chapter 480. After a long time, the sun had already risen high in the sky. Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes and was somewhat puzzled. Normally, Nye Qinyu would have already skipped over at this time. Why is there no movement today? Will something happen? As Zhang Xiaohua pondered, she was about to release her divine sense, but at this moment, she heard footsteps outside. Just by hearing, Zhang Xiaohua knew that Nye Qinyu had arrived. However, her footsteps were somewhat slow today, as if she was extremely unhappy. Zhang Xiaohua got off the bed and walked over. Sure enough, she saw Nye Qinyu's somewhat hesitant figure in front of the pill room with a faint worried expression. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua come out, Nye Qinyu forced a smile and said, "Big brother Ren, you're up?" Zhang Xiaohua was very curious and said, "Little you, it's strange today. Why are you speaking so formally? I always wake up very early, and you know that. Did something happen?" Nye Qinyu opened her mouth and looked as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she took out the 4 treasures of the study from behind her and handed them to Zhang Xiaohua. "Big brother Ren, father asked me to bring these over. Yesterday, you already promised Uncle C that you would impart some 5 elements dye information to her. Father doesn't know how you'll impart it, but he's afraid that it'll be the same as the way you imparted to us, so he told me to bring these things over." Zhang Xiaohua didn't take them and only smiled. "That's right. However, just like last time, I'll still say it and you'll copy it." Upon hearing this, Nye Qinyu's expression changed greatly. "Big brother Ren, I'm afraid that's not good. This is the secret manual of your Beidou school. It's fine if you exchanged it with the weapon forging sect. After all, they gave you a lot of benefits. If you let me copy it, wouldn't that be?" Nye Qinyu knew very well that she had kept a copy of the 5 elements dye formation in her heart. She had indirectly given a copy of the formation to Rejuvenation Valley. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. I've only studied the 3-character classic for a few months. With my writing skills, I don't know when I'll be able to finish copying it. Besides, if sect leader C can't understand it, won't you blame me for keeping it to myself?" Nye Qinyu's heart was filled with warmth. She smiled and said, "My Rejuvenation Valley doesn't have any jade water sword or jade blood sword for you. And I don't have any heavenly book with words for you. Then give me the most precious thing in your Rejuvenation Valley." Zhang Xiaohua said casually. "This." Nye Qinyu's face flushed red, but she didn't know what was the most precious thing in Rejuvenation Valley. As Zhang Xiaohua walked into the pill room and arranged the brush and ink, Nye Qinyu couldn't help but say, "Big brother Ren, you've been so generous to my Rejuvenation Valley. I have something to say to you." Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "Little you, when did you learn to be so refined?" I asked you just now. If you have something to say, just say it. We can be considered as friends who have gone through life and death together. Hearing this, Nie Qinyu gritted her teeth and said resolutely, actually, Big Brother Ren, it's enough that you obtained the Jade Water Sword last night. Why do you still want Uncle C's heavenly book? Uncle C is my family's elder, so I shouldn't talk about him behind his back. But at that time, I felt that there was something fishy about it. It was just that I couldn't interrupt or stop you under the circumstances. After thinking about it last night, I still felt that it was inappropriate. Thus, Nie Qinyu told Zhang Xiaohua about her thoughts last night in full detail. She actually had the same thoughts as the 6 sect leaders of the Jade Foundation Alliance. In the end, she said, but oh, Big Brother Ren's final deadline of 20 years is indeed very clever. Firstly, it shows the generosity of your sect, and secondly, it gives weapon forging sect some peace of mind. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Since when had she thought so much about it? She just felt that she had already obtained a lot, so it was inappropriate to take another heavenly book from him. But seeing that Si Yakong was sincerely giving it to her, she set a deadline of 20 years. Actually, according to his plan, if everything went smoothly, he would be able to break the restriction in a few years and see the contents inside. This deadline was just a casual offer. However, Zhang Xiaohua was secretly amused. This weapon forging sect Si Yakong has really put in a lot of effort for the sake of his sect's interests. Not to mention how much preparation work he has done to obtain the 5 elements Daoist formation, he has also racked his brains for this heavenly book. It's really hard on him. Unfortunately, this young master's beta school is a non-existent sect, so there's no way to find someone to take the blame. If this young master is unhappy, I'll find a place to hide and make you cry. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua didn't say anything, Nie Qinyu thought that she had touched on his heart and made him unhappy. Thus, she advised, however, Big Brother Ren, you don't have to take it to heart. Although it's best not to accept this heavenly book, since you've accepted it, you should quickly find a time to return it to the sect and let the elders in the sect unravel its mysteries. Perhaps there really is a secret martial art manual that can be used to develop the sect. Even if you can't unravel it, you should return it to weapon forging sect as soon as possible. Uncle C of weapon forging sect doesn't seem to be the kind of treacherous person who would say one thing in front of others and another behind their backs. He was probably forced into a corner and came up with this idea on the spur of the moment. Soon after, she thought for a moment and said in a low voice, furthermore, with the friendship between my Rejuvenation Valley and weapon forging sect, I don't think Uncle C will have any bad intentions towards you. Seeing Nie Qinyu's adorable bashfulness, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, little you, if you hadn't said it so clearly, I really wouldn't have thought of so many things. I really don't know how to thank you. Sigh, as the ancient saying goes, don't have the heart to harm others, but don't have the heart to guard against others. I'm still too trusting of others. Nie Qinyu pursed her lips and smiled. Big Brother Ren is kind-hearted and magnanimous, so the heavens will always take care of you. You just have to be a little more careful in the future. Then don't mention anything about thanking me again. Zhang Xiaohua laughed heartily and said, all right, I won't mention it, I won't mention it. Then you don't have to give me the most precious thing in your Rejuvenation Valley. Consider it my thanks. Pay. Nie Qinyu couldn't help but spit out. After telling Zhang Xiaohua the words in her heart, Nie Qinyu felt much more at ease. Thus, under Zhang Xiaohua's guidance, she began to copy the 5 elements Daoist formation. The copying of the formation wasn't like the previous bewitching finger, which was ready-made from books and could be copied. However, this 5 elements Daoist formation was imprinted in Zhang Xiaohua's mind. Moreover, there were many changes to the formation, so she couldn't explain it clearly in a short time. She could only explain it bit by bit and copy it bit by bit. In the next 20 days, Zhang Xiaohua and Nie Qinyu would copy the formation in the morning in the pill room. At noon, they would take the copied formation out of the inner valley. As for whether Nie Qinyu would copy another copy to keep in Rejuvenation Valley or directly give it to Si Yakong, it wasn't something that Zhang Xiaohua wanted to know. In the afternoon, he continued to ask Rejuvenation Valley to provide him with pill formulas and medicinal herbs so that he could familiarize himself with refining medicinal pills. Zhang Xiaohua led a carefree life, and her experience in refining medicinal pills steadily increased. However, Nie Qianyu was exhausted. On one hand, she had to copy the formation and understand it. On the other hand, she had to prepare pill formulas for Zhang Xiaohua. At first, she was quite happy. Not only could she learn the formation to protect Rejuvenation Valley, but she could also see Zhang Xiaohua every day. However, after a few days, she felt that she couldn't take it anymore. What kind of formation was the 5 elements Dian formation? Although it was a basic formation of the immortal Tao, Nie Qianyu, who didn't understand the immortal Tao at all, couldn't understand it. It was only because she was talented and exceptionally intelligent that she was able to understand a thing or two and memorize the formation under Zhang Xiaohua's painstaking efforts. Therefore, after a few days, the task of preparing the pill formulas for Zhang Xiaohua was personally taken over by Valley Head Nie. She had given Rejuvenation Valley the 5 elements Dian formation for no reason. Shouldn't you provide her with some convenience? If it weren't for the fact that it would be embarrassing, Valley Head Nie would have personally gone to the pill room to learn and copy the formation from Zhang Xiaohua. As for the other members of the Jade Foundation Alliance, apart from Si Yakong who remained in Rejuvenation Valley, the others had all returned to their respective sections. Every day, Si Yakong would receive 1 or several pages of the 5 elements Dian formation. Looking at the familiar handwriting, Si Yakong smiled bitterly. He had put in so much effort and given so many treasures, but they couldn't even compare to a daughter. If he had known earlier, he would have given birth to a daughter of his own. Perhaps it was because he felt guilty or because he was afraid of delaying Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation. Si Yakong had never visited Zhang Xiaohua in the pill room. Zhang Xiaohua didn't mind either. She continued to copy the formation from her mind to her paper according to Nie Qianyu's progress every day. Although Si Yakong vaguely had the intention to scheme against Zhang Xiaohua didn't hide anything. She only explained the 5 elements Dian formation as it was in the immortal Tao and combined it with her own martial cultivation, turning this 5 elements formation into a formation that could be used in the martial Tao. This formation was much more complicated than the one used by the 4 people in the arena that day. It took her more than 20 days to record it down. Today, Nie Qianyu put away her brush and sighed. "Brother Ren, let's stop here for today. I'm really tired. I've been copying this formation for more than 20 days and I still haven't reached the end. I can only copy this much every day. Any more and I'll have a splitting headache." Zhang Xiaohua smiled. "I was the same when I was learning that day. You've already done very well for those who are worse than you. Although the foundation of this formation is simple, the changes within it are very complicated. If we slack off, your Uncle C will be out of luck. After this period of learning, you should also know that if we don't fully grasp it and others find a flaw, the entire formation will collapse. It's better not to use the formation." Nie Qianyu nodded slightly. She also knew that not only weapon forging sect, but Rejuvenation Valley was also learning this 5 elements formation. She had no choice but to give it her all. Zhang Xiaohua continued, "Anyway, the copying is more or less done. It'll be finished with a few more changes. It'll only take a day or 2. That's right, Brother Ren. The day is approaching." If it was a few years ago, the incense cult would have already sent people to Rejuvenation Valley by now. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She frowned and said, "The incense cult always comes to Rejuvenation Valley on a fixed date. It can't be that they won't come this year, right? Come, there are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading." Chapter 481. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's worried look, Nie Qianyu smiled and said, "Don't worry, Brother Ren. The fragrance cult doesn't come to Rejuvenation Valley on a fixed date, but the year is fixed. They should be coming this year. This has been a tradition for hundreds and thousands of years. Even if Rejuvenation Valley encounters a disaster, the fragrance cult will still come. There's no reason for them not to come this year. Zhang Xiaohua patted his chest and said, "Not bad, you gave me a big scare." The two of them chatted for a while more before Jianghu brought the book back to the outer valley. As usual, Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged on the straw futon and comprehended the rabbit talisman. After such a long period of comprehension, Zhang Xiaohua had already comprehended more than half of the 365 talismans. Now, it was the 183rd talisman. However, Zhang Xiaohua had already comprehended the 183rd talisman for 3 days without any progress. After a long while, Zhang Xiaohua opened his eyes dispiritedly. Ever since he started comprehending the rabbit talisman, only the first few talismans were slightly difficult. Later on, he could comprehend a few of the simple ones in a day and one of the complex ones in 2 days. However, he had already comprehended half of the talismans for 4 days and there was no sign of a breakthrough. Could it be that he had reached a bottleneck? After pondering for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua decided to put the rabbit talisman aside for the time being. After all, there were still many things that he needed to cultivate, such as restrictions and formations. He had yet to fully comprehend a portion of the jade scroll left behind by Venerable Fire Dragon. Perhaps it was because of these weak foundations that the rabbit talisman was in a predicament. However, after 20 days of cultivation, Zhang Xiaohua's restrictions had entered a new stage. He wanted to see if there were any restrictions on his body that needed to be broken. Zhang Xiaohua first took out the few jade scrolls left behind by Venerable Fire Dragon. With Zhang Xiaohua's current level, he could already see that the restrictions on these jade scrolls weren't too complicated. However, the method to break the restrictions was related to his cultivation. If he hadn't cultivated the Carefree Heart Sutra to the last stage of Qi refinement, he probably wouldn't be able to break the restrictions. It was better to hide them deep in the innermost part of his money pouch. After that, he immersed his divine sense into the jade scroll that he had obtained from the Ethereal Mountain Villa's library and carefully observed the restrictions within. After a while, Zhang Xiaohua thoughtfully withdrew his divine sense. The restrictions on this jade scroll was indeed marvelous. Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation was still lacking. However, he wasn't depressed. The more marvelous, the more precious it was. This must be an important technique. As long as he put effort into it, there would be a day when he would be able to break through it. As long as he worked, he would be able to break through it would be sooner or later. As long as he worked hard, there would be a days. His work. Cultivation. This seems to be the second time I've encouraged myself like this while looking at this jade scroll. Zhang Xiaohua touched his nose and couldn't help but think to himself. Originally, there was a pair of jade bracelets in the money pouch. There was also a restriction on them that Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense couldn't penetrate. Since he still couldn't break the restrictions on the Misty School's jade scroll, Zhang Xiaohua was too lazy to take out the jade bracelets. He directly looked at the textless heavenly book. Ever since Jianghu revealed Si Yikong's intentions that day, Zhang Xiaohua had been somewhat slacking off. Sometimes, he thought that he might as well put the textless heavenly book in the money pouch. After a few years, he would return it to the weapon-casting sect. Who would be able to break it for them? Sometimes, he also thought that he didn't care. Since the weapon-casting sect let the beta school break it, he would just directly use violence. Who would care about the contents of the textless heavenly book? If it was broken, then it was broken. Who could guarantee that it would be completely good? Besides, even if it was broken, he could just use a similar restriction to cover it up. Would sect head C be able to find any clues? AI, this weapon-casting sect is really too much. Why didn't they give me some shabby jade scroll? It's not even as good as the weapon-casting sect. That Lu Meng even gave me the general principles of weapon casting. This general principles is really not bad. Although I've never truly entered the weapon-casting sect, I've learned a lot from this general principles. It's a pity that there's no specific refining method. Even if I have the flagpole and small flag of the tripartite flag array, I can't refine it. It's also a pity that Tong Ba gave me the refining method. It's only a martial cultivation method. Although there are a lot of things I can learn from it, it's still an unorthodox method. I can't use it. I should think of a way to get some sort of refining jade scroll. Zhang Xiaohua was still a bit hesitant as she tossed the textless heavenly book up and down. After all, this was something that had been passed down in the weapon casting sect for many years. If she accidentally destroyed it, regardless of what the weapon casting sect would think, she would first be condemned by her own conscience. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua decisively grabbed the textless heavenly book and laughed loudly. Her divine sense entered the book like a waterfall. In that instant, Zhang Xiaohua had an epiphany. The path of immortality was like rowing a boat against the current. If you didn't advance, you would be pushed back. If you blindly hesitated, how could you still have the bearing of a Qi practitioner? Only forging ahead with determination was the correct path. If she was so overcautious and timid, she would be at a disadvantage. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense enveloped the entire heavenly book. She carefully examined the restrictions on the book. Apart from a slight flaw where the word Tian was written on the cover, everything else was flawless. Although the fluctuations of vital qi were somewhat weak, it was still incomparably firm in her divine sense. This was the first time that Zhang Xiaohua had seen the restrictions on the book. However, she had no doubt that if the vital qi of the restrictions was exhausted, the contents of the book would definitely disappear along with the restrictions. It definitely wouldn't appear just because the restrictions disappeared. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua was still rather glad about her choice. After observing for a long time with her divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes and pondered for a long time. Then, she released her hand. The textless heavenly book abruptly floated in the air, as if an invisible arm was holding it up by Zhang Xiaohua. Then, Zhang Xiaohua made different hand seals in succession. With a wave of her fingers, she sent the hand seals into the heavenly book. Unfortunately, after a while, the hand seals were like clay oxen entering the sea. There was no reaction at all. The heavenly book was still quietly floating in the air, showing no reaction at all. With her eyes closed, Zhang Xiaohua's face remained calm, as if she had already expected such an outcome. Then, Zhang Xiaohua bit her lips slightly. Her right hand stopped moving, and her left hand paused for a moment. Immediately, she slowly made another set of hand seals. This hand seal was made extremely slowly. Her fingers moved slightly, as if there were tens of thousands of kilograms of weight hanging from her fingers. Furthermore, her fingers were far less agile than before. Needless to say, this was the restriction technique that Zhang Xiaohua had just comprehended. As the hand seals became more complicated, the sluggishness between Zhang Xiaohua's fingers gradually disappeared. What followed was the obscurity of the hand seals. After the hand seals were made, she reached out and inserted it into the heavenly book. The heavenly book trembled slightly. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. It seemed that there was some effect. Hence, she continued to make the next hand seal. However, her right hand still pinched her thumb and middle finger together and did not move. The second hand seal was still unfamiliar at first, then proficient at it. Zhang Xiaohua's body was already emitting traces of qi of heaven and earth. This was the genuine qi in her body that was affected by the hand seals. Because she was unfamiliar with it, it leaked out. Zhang Xiaohua continued to make 17 hand seals, all of which were extremely obscure. Moreover, a lot of qi of heaven and earth had already appeared around Zhang Xiaohua. The heavenly book that was floating in the air first trembled slightly, then trembled violently, and then emitted a faint blue light. The qi of heaven and earth around Zhang Xiaohua was all attracted to it, emitting a bright brilliance. It was very beautiful. As the hand seals were inserted, the blue light became more intense. When the 17th hand seal was inserted, the heavenly book almost became a blue ball of light. Zhang Xiaohua could see it clearly with her divine sense. she immediately made the last hand seal. This was a hand seal that required the cooperation of both hands. Zhang Xiaohua's right thumb and middle finger separated and her wrist turned nimbly. The fingers on both her left and right hands seemed to be dancing. It was abnormally lively, which was completely different from the previous 17 hand seals. After a moment, the last hand seal was completed. Zhang Xiaohua pursed her lips, a determined expression on her face. Her hands paused for a moment, then she put both hands forward and inserted the hand seal into the heavenly book. When the heavenly book received the hand seal, it immediately emitted a bright blue light. It was abnormally dazzling. Although Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes and used her divine sense to observe, she naturally closed her eyes again. It was only for a moment that the extremely brilliant blue light suddenly disappeared. A simple and unadorned book appeared in front of Zhang Xiaohua. Without opening her eyes, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense swept over it. Just as her divine sense came into contact with the book, a strange change occurred. The book seemed to have a strong suction force that pulled Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense into it. As soon as her divine sense entered the book, she lost contact with Zhang Xiaohua. This book could actually absorb divine sense. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Her first reaction was to withdraw her divine sense. This was the first time she had encountered something that could absorb divine sense. How could she not be shocked? However, she only hesitated for a moment. In her essence of elixir, the golden light flashed, and the strong divine sense continued to be injected into the book. The book did not hold back and swallowed the divine sense like a whale drinking water. At the same time, Zhang Xiaohua also gritted her teeth. The essence of elixir in her Naiwan palace flashed repeatedly, and more divine sense was injected into the book as if it was free. At this moment, an even more mysterious scene appeared. As Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense poured in, the ancient book gradually came to life. Following the divine sense, the pages of the book automatically flipped. What was even more unbelievable was that as the pages of the book flipped, countless ancient characters suddenly flew out from the blank pages. They followed the direction of the divine sense and swarmed into Zhang Xiaohua's head. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua was completely stunned. He had read many jade slips, but he had never seen such a big scene. This weapon-casting sex method seemed to be too arrogant. He was like a country boy who had never seen the world. This was his first time entering Pingyang City. All Zhang Xiaohua could think of now was to channel all his consciousness into the scroll. He could not think of anything else calm. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 482. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how much time had passed, but the ancient characters in the scroll were still flowing in endlessly, and Zhang Xiaohua already felt that his consciousness was about to be exhausted. Although Zhang Xiaohua now had God's guidance and wasn't afraid of the consumption of his consciousness, but if he didn't have the guidance of his consciousness, wouldn't these ancient texts that rushed into his mind backfire on him, or harm the scroll? This was not something Zhang Xiaohua could know. Therefore, he could only muster his strength and pour in what little spiritual sense he had, hoping that he could complete the transmission of the texts before his spiritual sense was exhausted. After a while, the number of characters floating in the air gradually decreased. It seemed that the transmission had reached the end. However, Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual sense was also exhausted. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and was about to withdraw his spiritual sense to deal with the sudden interruption of the transmission. At this moment, the golden array outside the essence of herbalism rotated and shot a ray of golden light into the core of the essence of herbalism. The essence of herbalism shook again and suddenly produced a ray of spiritual sense. Although this ray of spiritual sense was small, once it came out of the essence of herbalism, it made Zhang Xiaohua feel that it was dense. If Zhang Xiaohua's current spiritual sense was sparse air, then this ray of spiritual sense was a dense stream. The moment the spiritual sense left the Naiwan palace, it immediately entered the scroll. As the spiritual sense entered, the pages that had been slowly flipping suddenly sped up and flipped to the end in a few moments. The texts that were transmitted into Zhang Xiaohua's mind also intensified, and this sudden increase in input actually made Zhang Xiaohua feel a splitting headache. Fortunately, the transmission process had reached the end and there was not much information transmitted in that instant. The pain disappeared in a flash. When Zhang Xiaohua came back to his senses, the ancient scroll had already closed and was quietly floating in the air. The blue brilliance had long disappeared and it had returned to its previous appearance of the wordless heavenly book. Zhang Xiaohua patted her forehead and waved her hand. The wordless heavenly book fell into her hand. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the cover and then flipped through the book. It was still blank. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to use her divine sense to look at the restriction again. Unfortunately, the thief had left and the building was empty. She wanted to, but she was powerless. Zhang Xiaohua carefully placed the wordless heavenly book in her bosom. She did not check the words that had just entered her mind. She just looked down and recited the incantation for the second level of God's traction. She slowly rotated her Dan core to replenish the consumption of her divine sense. Although he had consumed all of his divine sense just now, the last wisp of divine sense that shot out from the elixir core had pointed out a path for Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation. The more divine sense there was, the better. Only the quality was truly good. Although Zhang Xiaohua had only sensed a small amount of it, he could faintly feel that it was equivalent to at least 20% of his divine sense. It seemed that this God's traction still needed more effort. It was not until the sun was about to set that Zhang Xiaohua slowly opened her eyes. She calmly looked around the pill room and stood up. In the morning, she had finished copying the 5 elements Dian formation with Nie Qinyu. Nie Qinyu had left behind the pill formula and medicinal herbs that Zhang Xiaohua needed to refine in the afternoon. However, Zhang Xiaohua had spent the entire afternoon on the wordless heavenly book. How could she have the time to care about these medicinal herbs? The medicinal herbs that had been left unused for the entire afternoon were already a little wilted. However, when Zhang Xiaohua had deciphered the wordless heavenly book, a lot of heaven and earth essence qi had gushed out. The entire pill room was filled with a lot of heaven and earth essence qi. Although those medicinal herbs had already left the ground, the essence qi they contained had not dissipated too much. However, if they were to stay in this pill room for the night, they probably would not be able to be used tomorrow. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and put these medicinal herbs into the money bag. He had wanted to put these medicinal herbs into the jade box, but the jade box was too small and the medicinal herbs were too long. If he took them out tomorrow, he did not know what Nie Qinyu would ask. It was better to put them directly into the space of the money bag. It seemed that the essence qi inside was sufficient, so there should not be much change. After putting away the medicinal herbs, Zhang Xiaohua stepped out of the pill room and shook his head, which was still a little painful. The feeling of exhausting his divine sense and pouring in a huge amount of words was really uncomfortable. It seemed that when he read the jade slip in the future, he would have to pay more attention. From the transmission method of the wordless heavenly book, it could be seen that the Way of Immortals did not only record words in jade slips. In the future, if he encountered a strange restriction formation, it would be best to make some defenses for himself. Just now, if there had been a sudden attack from the book along with the words, he would have been flustered and might have been injured. Of course, there was the spirit guidance to repair his divine sense, but it was hard to say if there were other unknown attacks. Outside the pill room, it was dusk and the weather was already hot. The air mixed with the smell of medicinal herbs blew in his face. Zhang Xiaohua took a deep breath. He liked the faint smell of medicinal herbs very much. Under the stone wall in the distance, although there were still many disciples going in and out of the pill room, it was much less than in the morning. Their busy faces were full of satisfied smiles. For some reason, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of his father and elder brother who were far away in the Guozhuang house. At this time, they should also be coming back from the fields outside the village, carrying hoes on their shoulders, or maybe with tobacco in their mouths, leisurely walking back home. In the small courtyard not far away, there should be smoke rising gradually. Maybe now there were 2 wisps of smoke rising. Mother, an unforgettable face appeared in front of his eyes. Thinking of the doting in his mother's eyes, thinking of his mother's expectations, Zhang Xiaohua unconsciously raised his head. The sun in the distance was about to set. Unconsciously, his heart was filled with warmth, and his head was no longer as painful as before. Facing the afterglow, he walked briskly towards the inner part of the valley. The shadow behind him was getting longer and longer. After turning a few winding paths, Zhang Xiaohua came in front of a medicinal garden. The plants here were all exquisite red. Strings of bright red flower buds were raised on slender stems and leaves. When the breeze blew, there were slight waves from one end to the other. Zhang Xiaohua picked up a clean, slightly raised piece of soil and sat down. It was just like when he was young, when he was tired from working in the Guozhuang house, sitting on the ridge of the fields. He casually pulled out an exquisite red flower from the medicinal garden. Holding it in his hand, he swayed it left and right, as if it was a dog's tail flower. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua's mood seemed to have returned to 10 years ago. It seemed that it had been a long time since he was so relaxed and lazy. Sitting there lazily, he let the wind blow through his hair, and let the sun pass over his face. In the forest not far away, birds were chirping. It was not until the setting sun took away the last ray of light in this world that peace gradually returned. The birds also returned to their nests to enjoy the warmth of the bird's nest. Zhang Xiaohua closed his eyes and didn't look at his surroundings. He also didn't release his consciousness. However, in this moment of tranquility, he seemed to understand everything around him. He saw it clearer than his eyes, and saw it more meticulously than his consciousness. It was as if he was this silence, and everything in this silence was him. The headache from overusing his consciousness and the large amount of characters rushing in seemed to gradually disappear at this moment. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was enjoying this beautiful scene, his brows suddenly furrowed. He felt that there seemed to be someone walking in his direction from the distance. Although he couldn't be sure, his heart was moved. Immediately after, he released his consciousness. Indeed, Valley Master Nya was slowly walking in his direction from several dozen feet away. He seemed to be searching for something as he walked. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but smile. In this rejuvenation valley, apart from Elder Zhang and the others, the only person that Valley Master Nya would search for in this manner was probably himself. Looking at the direction he was looking in, it could only be himself. Sighing, Zhang Xiaohua stood up with the exquisite red in his hand. It was rare for him to have a moment of leisure, but he had finished enjoying it just like that. Looking at Valley Master Nya's appearance, something must have happened. Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved. Could it be that someone from the School of Fragrance had come? Counting the days, it should be about time. Thinking of his second brother whose whereabouts were unknown, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent and quickly went to greet them. After walking for a while, she happened to meet Valley Master Nya. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua walk over, Valley Master Nya immediately stopped and said with a smile, "Virtuous nephew Ren, why aren't you refining pills and cultivating in the pill room today? You're actually in the mood to come enjoy the scenery in the valley?" Glancing at the exquisite red in Zhang Xiaohua's hand, he continued without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to speak, "My rejuvenation valley is like spring all year round. The scenery in the inner valley is exceptionally beautiful. This exquisite red is only one of the many places. If virtuous nephew likes it, little you can take you around tomorrow." Zhang Xiaohua raised the exquisite red and looked at it with interest, saying, "Thank you for your concern, Uncle Nya. I've been copying formations all this time. Today, I've come out for a walk because Nameless was irritated. Playing with flowers and admiring the moon should be the business of scholars. Us Jianghu people can forget about it." Valley Master Nya was a bit embarrassed when he heard this and smiled. "Speaking of which, I still want to express my thanks to virtuous nephew. Also, I want to privately apologize to you on behalf of Boss C. Actually, although Boss C's actions were a bit rash, he did have some difficulties. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but smile bitterly. It's all difficulties. AI, forget it. Why bother? Only I can decipher this wordless heavenly book. No matter how many years it's in weapon forging sect, it'll still be a wordless heavenly book. In the end, it'll probably be like the other immortal inheritances and turn to dust. Although the spell I inserted into the scroll this afternoon and absorbed my own divine sense can't fix the flaw on the scroll's cover, it's already full of vitality. It shouldn't be a problem to store it for another 1,000 years. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and stopped Valley Master Nya from speaking, saying, I have my own heart towards the bright moon. Why should I fear the bright moon shining on the ravine? There's no need for excessive explanations. My Beidou school has always kept its word. Once the elders in the school discover the secret, they will definitely tell weapon forging sect. Hearing this, Valley Master Nya's expression trembled and he solemnly bowed deeply, saying, Virtuous nephew is so righteous. I thank you on behalf of weapon forging sect. Zhang Xiaohua sighed slightly and shook her head. She also returned the bow and asked, Did Valley Master Nya come here to find me? Valley Master Nya nodded, saying, That's right. It's because Virtuous Nephew has an agreement with my Rejuvenation Valley that I came to discuss it with Virtuous Nephew. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 483. Zhang Xiaohua said with joy, Could it be that the people from the fragrant religion are here today? Valley Head Nya was stunned and shook his head. Nephew Ren will be disappointed. It's not the people from the fragrant religion. Then he explained, counting the days, the people from the fragrant religion should be here. It's just that they don't come at a fixed time. Maybe tomorrow, maybe 10 days later. Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, Then why is Uncle Nya looking for me? Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's question, Valley Head Nya couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He rubbed his hands and said, Hee, it's really been tiring for you these days. Every day, you have to teach Xiao Yu those complicated arrays. Now, you even forgot about your agreement with Elder Zhang. That's right. Zhang Xiaohua slapped her forehead. 10 days ago, she did make an agreement with Elder Zhang to help Rejuvenation Valley refine the Crimson Flame Pill. But because of the weapon forging sect, she had to copy the 5 elements Dian array every day and had long forgotten about it. If Valley Head Nya didn't remind her, Zhang Xiaohua really would have forgotten about it. Zhang Xiaohua quickly apologized, Valley Head Nya, I didn't do it on purpose. It's really that during this time, Valley Head Nya waved his hand and said, I know. Nephew Ren has to copy with Xiao Yu every morning, refine pills in the afternoon, and cultivate at night. If it wasn't for Elder Zhang's repeated urging, the people from the fragrant religion will be here soon. They won't be here for long. If we wait for them to arrive, there won't be enough time. So, I have to disturb you. I want to ask, when can we start refining the pills? During this time, Zhang Xiaohua had been copying the array and refining the pills. It could be said that she had accumulated a lot of experience in refining pills and was more confident in refining the Crimson Flame Pill. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua replied, Uncle Nya, I think Master C of the weapon forging sect is still waiting in the outer valley. This array can be copied in 2 days. How about this? I'll prepare in the next 2 days. Once the array is copied, we'll start immediately. What do you think? When Valley Master Nya heard this, he smiled and asked, Why don't you rest for a few days? It won't be too late to refine after that. Forget it. You've already rushed me here. Can I still rest? Zhang Xiaohua cursed inwardly and said, It's okay, it's okay. Actually, little you is the one who is copying. I'm just dictating. Little you should be the one who needs to rest. He then asked, I wonder if Elder Zhang has collected all the ingredients for the Crimson Flame Pill? Valley Master Nya nodded and said, the ingredients for the crimson flame pill are all very rare. Elder Zhang was afraid that he wouldn't be able to refine them after collecting them, causing the medicinal effects to disappear, so he didn't dare to pick them. He has been guarding these medicinal herbs these past few years, afraid that the birds and beasts would damage them. Didn't nephew also encounter Big White that day? Dabai weaves in and out of these medicinal herbs and protects them. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was overjoyed. She was really afraid that Elder Zhang would casually pick them and cause the qi of heaven and earth in the medicinal herbs to be lost. Then, the refined medicinal pills would be greatly reduced. Thus, she hurriedly instructed, "Uncle Nia, please tell Elder Zhang to wait until I'm ready before picking them." At that time, it would be best if, when she said this, she originally wanted to say, "It would be best if I went to pick them myself." These words clearly showed that she didn't trust Rejuvenation Valley and overestimated herself. She immediately changed her words and said, "It would be best if Elder Zhang used a jade box or something similar to seal the medicinal herbs." What do you think? Valley Master Nia waved his hand and said, "Nephew, you don't have to instruct me on this. Although Rejuvenation Valley isn't too particular when refining medicinal pills now, this is only refining ordinary things. For a medicinal pill as precious as the Crimson Flame pill, the medicinal herbs naturally have to be preserved using ancient methods. Nephew, please rest assured." Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. Of course, even if Rejuvenation Valley didn't know how to refine medicinal pills of the immortal Tao, they would at least know the method of preserving medicinal herbs. Moreover, Elder Zhang had immersed himself in the study of medicinal herbs for many years. Even if he didn't know the methods of the immortal Tao, he was much better at picking medicinal herbs than her. Fortunately, she didn't say it out loud, otherwise she would be laughed at for no reason. Zhang Xiaohua said embarrassedly, that's good. Since they had discussed the important matter of Rejuvenation Valley, Valley Master Nia was very happy and said, "Nephew, do you still want to walk around here? I'll call little you over." She also liked secluded valleys very much. Zhang Xiaohua was sweating profusely this time and repeatedly waved her hand, saying, "Many thanks for Uncle Nia's good intentions, but nephew has already wasted a lot of time. It's better to return to the pill room and cultivate. The path of martial arts is like sailing against the current. Nephew has been slow-witted since childhood and has been unable to make any progress in martial arts. Many of the martial brothers in the sect have higher cultivation than me. Nephew can only seize all the time to cultivate so that I won't be left further behind." This time it was Valley Master Nia's turn to be speechless. He secretly said, "This level of martial arts is still not ranked in the Beidou school. Who would believe it if I said it?" However, Valley Master Nia still encouraged her, "Nephew, you have such perseverance. Sooner or later, you will stand out among the martial brothers. Then, nephew, quickly return to the pill room to cultivate. This old man will quietly wait for the day when nephew reaches the peak." After he finished speaking, Valley Master Nia smiled and left. It was unknown whether he went to Elder Zhang's place or outside the valley. Zhang Xiaohua quietly stood for a while and released her divine sense. She didn't feel any discomfort like before. She was slightly happy. She made a hand sign and directly returned to the pill room. After setting up the formation, Zhang Xiaohua very naturally sat down cross-legged. Immortal cultivation is good. As long as you have a praying mat, you can even save on a bed. Zhang Xiaohua was like a naughty child who was about to open a toy box to see his new toy. He was a little impatient, a little nervous, and a little expectant. This was the textless heavenly book. The Carefree Heart Sutra had paved the way for him to reach the heavens. Now that the textless heavenly book had made such a grand entrance, what kind of heaven-defying techniques would it record? Just now, a large amount of ancient characters poured into Zhang Xiaohua's mind. He almost didn't have time to look at them and just threw them there. At this time, just as he closed his eyes and opened those characters in his mind, the first thing that came into his mind was the 4 ancient characters refining the world. Faint Zhang Xiaohua was dumbfounded. This was the textless heavenly book of the refining sect. So this Tian was the Tian in Under the Heavens, ah. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Although there was a Tian in the two titles, the textless heavenly book and refining the world were completely different. Not only were they different, they were simply heaven and earth. Out of 10,000 Jianghu people, there wouldn't be a single person who didn't have fantasies about this textless heavenly book. And out of these 10,000 people, perhaps only 10 people were interested in this refining the world. On one hand, Zhang Xiaohua secretly cursed the shamelessness of the refining sect's predecessors. On the other hand, he carefully organized the characters in his mind. He just so happened to be one of those 10 people who was the most anxious. The refining the world recorded a lot of things. That was what Zhang Xiaohua exchanged his entire divine sense for. If there was less, he would cry to death. Zhang Xiaohua only roughly organized it. Just by looking at the table of contents, he was wild with joy. This table of contents actually recorded the shoot the heavens bow, chaotic sky rod, and other immortal Dao weapons that he had never heard of before. There were also some flag gate array, bewitching finger, sharp stone array, and other array tools. It must be the refining methods for these weapons and array tools. Looking at the back, as expected, there was only one sentence at the end of the book, refining all the magic tools under the heavens. What a big tone. No wonder it was called refining the world, so this was the meaning. Zhang Xiaohua opened his eyes, rubbed his chin, and laughed as he thought. He now had the weapon refining outline and could learn the basics of weapon refining. This refining the world recorded the refining methods for all the magic tools under the heavens. It was the perfect combination for Zhang Xiaohua to learn weapon refining. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua's resentment towards the refining sect's head, Si Yakong, disappeared. Just thinking about it made him laugh. If sect head Si knew that he had given away the treasures for weapon refining to someone else, he wondered how furious he would be. But then, Zhang Xiaohua's face was filled with worry. That 5 elements Dian formation was just a formation, but it had made him busy for 20 days. This was the entire refining the world. How much time would it take for him to completely copy it down? But if he didn't copy it down, how could he fulfill his promise? Just thinking about it made him scratch his head. However, there were still 20 years. He would think about it when the time came. Zhang Xiaohua was very good at comforting himself. Perhaps there would be a way when the time came? If it really didn't work, he would just return it to them and copy a few simple refining methods that could be used in martial arts for them. Thinking about the 3 broken flags in his money bag, Zhang Xiaohua first flipped through the cultivation of formation tools. After looking at it for a while, he nodded thoughtfully and pondered in his heart. Although the 3 flags of the 3-talent flag gate formation were not eye-catching, there were many things used in them. Many of them were things that Zhang Xiaohua had never heard of or heard of before. If Zhang Xiaohua had to start from scratch and refine them again, he wouldn't even think about it. Fortunately, this was a ready-made item. The flagpole and flag were all intact, but the formation on the flags had run out of vitality. He only needed to replenish vitality to repair the formation on the flags. Although Zhang Xiaohua had never done the work of repairing formation tools, he was not unfamiliar with formations. Moreover, in Refining the World, it was written clearly on how to repair the flags. He looked carefully. How could he not know how to do it? Seeing that it was still early, Zhang Xiaohua stood up and walked in front of the earth fire. He first took out the flagpole and flags, then turned on the earth fire. Zhang Xiaohua's face was serious as he formed a seal with both hands and sent it into the earth fire to control the flames. Then, with a wave of his hand, one of the flagpoles flew into the blue flames. Following that, he sent in a few more seals. When the fire broke through the formation, Zhang Xiaohua threw another flag into it. The flag rolled a few times in the flames, but it didn't burn. Instead, due to the rich vitality of heaven and earth in the earth fire, the vitality rushed into the flag and made the flag more distinct. Moreover, various talismans gradually appeared on the flag. Zhang Xiaohua knew that these talismans were the formation of the three-talent flag gate formation. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian. Chapter 484. After the burning of the earth fire, the talisman on the flag became more visible. It was almost out of the flag, and the array on the flagpole also emerged from the dark texture. Zhang Xiaohua saw that the time was right, and the expression on her face became more serious. She took a deep breath, and the true qi in her body surged. Her hands followed the formula of refining the world, and her fingers flicked. She put the formula that she had just made into the two separated array tools. The small flag and the flagpole were attracted by the formula, and they gradually approached each other. As the distance between the two got closer, it seemed that there was a huge repulsive force between the two, and they faintly repelled each other. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but frown when she saw this. Refining the world did not describe such a situation, and it could only be encountered in real practice. However, Zhang Xiaohua was not in a hurry. She still put in different formulas step by step, and according to her own poor experience, she put in some formulas twice more. So, under the efforts of Zhang Xiaohua, the two things were getting closer and closer. When they were about to get close, Zhang Xiaohua's forehead was sweating. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but complain in her heart. Previously, she used the refining method to refine the jade pendant for protection. She felt that it was very easy, so she looked down on this refining method. During this period of time, she also used the earth fire and the pill furnace to refine medicinal pills. She dealt with the fire and felt that the way of alchemy was similar to the way of refining weapons. So, today, she didn't consider carefully and directly use the refining method to repair the small flag, but at the last moment when the two were about to merge, she couldn't do it. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes and released her divine thought. She used the formula to control the earth fire slightly, trying to calm down. I just performed the formula and steps according to the record of refining the world. There is no mistake in it. Why can't I refine the two together? Zhang Xiaohua could not help but quickly recall the refining process just now. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Refining equipment and refining pills were both refining. Refining pills was refining the essence of herbs and building different essences together. It was very meticulous and meticulous. On the other hand, refining equipment was smelting materials of different qualities and adding them into a formation to form something completely new. It was very particular about smelting and embedding. The two refining methods looked the same, but there was a fundamental difference. The evolution of the heavenly Tao, the separation of yin and yang, and the creation of the five elements. Weren't refining pills and refining equipment the two sides of yin and yang? Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have realized something. He had always been refining pills, but he was much more careful and meticulous. It was not suitable for the pure yang way of refining weapons. Thinking about the boiling jade liquid when she refined the jade pendant, Zhang Xiaohua's mouth revealed a smile. Then, she forced all the true qi in her body into her fingers. She once again formed the formula. Slowly and rhythmically, she sent the formula into the earth fire. The two array weapons that could not be merged for a long time. As Zhang Xiaohua's formula was sent in, it was as if there was an invisible hand that pulled the two array weapons together. Suddenly, a white brilliance flashed. The flag and the flagpole finally merged together. The talismans on the two disappeared at the same time. Only a complete small flag floated above the earth fire. Zhang Xiaohua let out a long breath. With a wave of her hand, the small flag floated into her hand. Zhang Xiaohua carefully looked at the intersection of the flag and the flagpole. She did not see any traces. She could not help but be amazed. Inwardly, she said, "This is the legendary flawless?" After fiddling with it for a while, Zhang Xiaohua put the small flag into her purse. Although the time it took to refine the small flag was not long, the consumption of true qi was enormous. She had almost used up all the true qi in her body. She simply did not have any energy left to refine the other two. Zhang Xiaohua walked back to the praying mat. While walking, she sighed. In the past, compared to the martial artists, she always felt that she was more powerful than them. But now, in the afternoon, deciphering the refining the world consumed her divine sense. In the evening, she refined an array weapon. Oh, and it was only repairing an array weapon, but she used up all her true qi. Although there were no longer any immortals in this world, Zhang Xiaohua still felt very ashamed. Her cultivation base at the early stage of the refining qi stage was really not enough. She was still wholeheartedly thinking about finding the method of refining and preparing to show her skills to refine a handy magic tool. Looking at it now, it was almost an unattainable thing. Only when she reached the late stage of the refining qi stage or the legendary foundation establishment stage would it be possible. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua decided to take a good look at the refining principles first. She would put the refining the world in her purse. She would wait until her strength was enough to cultivate it. Sitting cross-legged on the dark green praying mat, although it was still early, Zhang Xiaohua already had no intention of comprehending the talisman or array. He was really too tired today. Taking out 2 primordial stones from his bosom, he closed his eyes and meditated. Silently, he operated the Worry-Free Heart Sutra to slowly replenish his consumed true qi. In the next 2 days, according to the original arrangement, Zhang Xiaohua imparted the remaining changes of the 5 elements Dian array to Nie Qianyu one by one. She recorded them in detail. Moreover, in the afternoon and evening, the remaining 2 small flags were repaired. Although the repair of these 3 small flags exhausted Zhang Xiaohua, it also improved her cultivation. Unexpectedly, it improved even more than when she refined pills. Zhang Xiaohua faintly understood that refining pills and refining tools were also cultivation methods. Similarly, they could also be used to cultivate great divine abilities. After obtaining the 5 elements Dian array, Si Yakong finally fulfilled one of his wishes. Looking at the detailed and complete array, he didn't dare to believe it. There were simply too many things inside, far beyond his imagination. It also far exceeded the records of the weapon forging sect. For this reason, Si Yakong specially came to the pill room in the inner valley to express his gratitude to Zhang Xiaohua. Although Zhang Xiaohua didn't like being schemed against by others, she had received a lot of benefits from the weapon forging sect. How could she just ignore them? Thus, she chatted happily with Si Yakong for a long time. She even promised to visit the weapon forging sect again after she finished teaching the incense cult and returned to Beta school. Si Yakong was also very happy. He had always avoided meeting Zhang Xiaohua because he felt guilty. Today, when he saw that Zhang Xiaohua didn't pursue the matter and even gave him guidance on the application of the array, he didn't mention the textless heavenly book again. He even agreed to help Zhang Xiaohua search for rare and strange materials for refining tools. He even wanted to teach Zhang Xiaohua a few things on the spot. When Valley Master Nie saw this, the stone in his heart was finally put down. He knew that Zhang Xiaohua didn't take certain things to heart. On one side was his big brother whom he had known for many years, and on the other was a young hero whom the Rejuvenation Valley owed a great debt of gratitude to. He felt very uncomfortable being caught in the middle. After sending Si Yakong off, Valley Master Nie hurriedly returned and asked softly, "Virtuous nephew Ren, the matter of the array has been completed." "Do you?" Valley Master Nie blushed with shame. Who was the Valley Master of Rejuvenation Valley? He still had to wait for the other person to have time to refine a medicinal pill. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Uncle Nie, don't be impatient. I've also organized the pill recipe these past few days. It will be completed in half a day. How about this? Tomorrow morning, I'll ask Elder Zhang to pick the medicinal herbs for the Crimson Flame pill. I'll wait here respectfully. How about we open the cauldron and refine the pill together?" Valley Master Nie was overjoyed and was about to speak. But at this moment, Zhang Xiaohua said with a troubled expression, "There's one more thing that I have to tell you, Uncle Nia." Valley Master Nia was startled and said with a smile, "Virtuous nephew, if you have something to say, please say it. There's no need to worry." Zhang Xiaohua hesitated for a moment and said, "Uncle Nia, by right, you're not an outsider. I also learned many things about refining pills from Rejuvenation Valley. Refining the Crimson Flame pill is a rare opportunity for us alchemists. It's better to discuss and observe together, but..." Hearing this, Valley Master Nia's expression turned ugly. "That's right, you've learned Rejuvenation Valley's alchemy skills and used Rejuvenation Valley's medicinal herbs to refine medicinal pills. It seems like you don't want Rejuvenation Valley's Valley Master to observe from the side. Oh, I forgot. You've even asked Rejuvenation Valley's daughter to choose a pill room for you and study with you. In the end, you actually want to throw her aside. How could she accept it?" Seeing Valley Master Nia's ugly expression, Zhang Xiaohua said helplessly, "Uncle Nia should know my personality. If it weren't for the fact that I had no other choice, I wouldn't say such things. Some of the techniques used to refine the Crimson Flame pill were copied from the ancient pill refining technique scroll that I gave you last time. That technique has nothing to do with me passing it to Rejuvenation Valley. However, there are some other techniques that are secretly passed down from my beta school. I received instructions from the elders in the school and didn't dare to break the school rules. Please forgive me, Uncle Nia." Zhang Xiaohua spoke sincerely and mentioned the techniques used to refine the pill. Valley Master Nia's expression eased a little. What Zhang Xiaohua said was very reasonable. Ever since he started practicing that technique, he could already successfully refine simple pills. It could be seen that she didn't lie to him. One technique in the scroll could restore Rejuvenation Valley to its heyday as an ancient pill refining technique. The other techniques could be imagined. It was normal that she didn't allow him to observe. However, Valley Master Nia still didn't give up. He asked, "Nephew, I know your difficulties. However, refining the Crimson Flame pill is a grand occasion that Rejuvenation Valley hasn't had in thousands of years. If I don't watch from the side, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Also, Elder Zhang, at such an old age, protected these medicinal herbs for so many years. If he can't watch the refining of the pill with his own eyes, would he be able to rest in peace?" Oh my God, he even used the words, "wouldn't rest in peace." Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and nodded, "I understand Uncle Nia's thoughts very well. How about this, the refining process will still be watched by everyone. However, if necessary, I would like to ask Uncle and Elder Zhang to wait outside the pill room for a moment. When I'm done, I'll invite the two of you in. How about that?" Valley Master Nia thought for a moment and said, "If that's the case, I feel that it's fine. I'll go back and ask Elder Zhang what he thinks." Zhang Xiaohua bowed and said, "After all, I've put Uncle in a difficult position. Please understand." Valley Master Nia smiled bitterly. Not knowing the technique was just being passive. His every move was restricted by others. He originally wanted to use Rejuvenation Valley's resources to exchange for their secret pill refining techniques, but in the end, he could only watch from afar and couldn't touch the core. Chapter 485. Valley Head Nia's wishful thinking of exchanging resources for skills had failed, so he went out to discuss with Elder Zhang in disappointment. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't worried that Rejuvenation Valley wouldn't agree. The formula and refining method of the Crimson Flame pill were clearly stated in the prescription. Now, Rejuvenation Valley's decoction method would definitely not succeed. Even if Valley Head Nia successfully imitated the vital energy she imparted to him, the success rate of refining the Crimson Flame pill was only 30%. Although the conditions she proposed were harsh, it was just that they weren't allowed to watch some parts of the process. Not to mention that the entire process would improve Rejuvenation Valley's alchemy, even the crimson flame pill that was successfully refined in the end was something that Valley Head Nia and Elder Zhang coveted. How could Elder Zhang not agree? How could he not agree? It was recorded in Rejuvenation Valley's prescription that taking the Crimson Flame pill in combination with Rejuvenation Valley's secret internal energy cultivation method could increase one's cultivation by 5 to 10 years. This was an absolutely fatal temptation to any Jianghu person. It was also the first medicinal pill that came to Elder Zhang's mind when he knew that Zhang Xiaohua could refine pills using the ancient method. And in Zhang Xiaohua's jade slip on immortal pills, another name for the crimson flame pill was a meridian nourishing pill. Its effect was to nourish the meridians and expand the meridians. It wasn't considered a top-grade medicinal pill, and it wasn't even considered a middle-grade medicinal pill. Moreover, things like the crimson pearl grass and the bright sun grass weren't considered extremely rare medicinal herbs in ancient times. It was just that the qi of heaven and earth had drastically decreased and many of these medicinal herbs had gone extinct, which showed the preciousness of this medicinal pill. When Valley Head Nia left the pill room, Zhang Xiaohua took out the jade slip. He had wanted to take a closer look at it a few days ago, but refining the small flag really took a lot of effort, which was why he kept delaying it. Zhang Xiaohua didn't plan to refine the crimson flame pill from the start. He only wanted to refine the meridian soothing pill according to the jade slip. After all, the method he used was the immortal Dao's alchemy. If he really used the method of imitating true qi to refine the crimson flame pill, it would be better to let Valley Master Nye refine it himself. Moreover, through this period of refining pills, Zhang Xiaohua had also discovered that although Rejuvenation Valley's pill recipe was based on the Martial Way's pill refinement method, there were still traces of the immortal Dao's pill refinement method in its bones. Previously, all of his pills had been refined successfully using the Martial Way's method before using the immortal Dao's method. Moreover, the latter's color and quality were several times better than the former's. This was also the main reason why he wanted to directly refine the meridian soothing pill and not the crimson flame pill. After carefully looking through the formula and refining process of the meridian soothing pill, Zhang Xiaohua felt that this meridian soothing pill was only slightly more complicated than the basic pill. The time spent in the middle was longer, but the other steps were more or less the same. There were only 2 more types of spells, so it shouldn't be too difficult for him. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua already had experience in refining small flags, so he didn't dare to underestimate things that he hadn't tried before. He could only guarantee the possibility of refining the pill from various aspects. After he finished looking through the jade slip, Zhang Xiaohua took out the formula and refining steps of the crimson flame pill for reference. However, it was a Martial Way's alchemy method after all, and was much cruder. There were many places where it wasn't suitable and even felt that there were some errors. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head as he continued reading. But when he reached the end, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly frowned. Why do you think this is? It turned out that in the jade slip, the meridian soothing pill was a fiery red pill the size of a soybean. But in the scroll, the crimson flame pill was a brownish red pill the size of a thumb. The color and size of these pills were all different, so could they be the same pill? Could it be that the formulas of the 2 pills were different? Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua thought of the 100 Herbs Compendium. She hurriedly took out the thin jade slip and carefully searched for the herbs required for the meridian soothing pill. As a low-level pill, the meridian soothing pill had many ingredients. Other than the bright sun grass and crimson pearl grass, there were more than 10 other ingredients. Zhang Xiaohua looked through them one by one and memorized their names and appearances in her mind. Then, she compared them with the ingredients for the crimson flame pill that she had just memorized. Other than the main ingredient, the other ingredients for the meridian soothing pill were close to 10 other ingredients. Among them, there were close to 7 herbs that were similar to the ones for the meridian soothing pill. Although their names were different, the effects and appearance of the herbs were very similar. Unsurprisingly, it should be the same type of herb. The other herbs were either different or did not exist. Zhang Xiaohua kept the jade slip and stroked her chin, thinking to herself. She did not need to think too hard to figure out that with the annihilation of the immortal Dao, the art of refining pills had also changed. The formula for the meridian soothing pill might have been passed down, but some of the herbs in it were also extinct. When a martial arts alchemist obtained such a precious formula, he naturally wanted to refine it. Based on his own experience, he changed the herbs in it. As time passed, this formula had been refined by many experienced alchemists and was modified into the formula for the Crimson Flame pill. The refining method was also almost completely changed. As for the difference in this pill, it was even easier to explain. The herbs were changed and the refining method was also completely different. How could they be the same? However, Zhang Xiaohua still had some doubts. How could the meridian soothing pill be smaller than the Crimson Flame pill? Martial arts alchemy was obviously born out of the immortal Tao. How could the pill refined be better than the immortal Tao? Thus, another problem arose. If she refined the meridian soothing pill, how could she explain the relationship between these pills and the Crimson Flame pill? But then, Zhang Xiaohua laughed. She thought to herself, I'll just say that I failed in refining the pill. What else can I say? Anyway, it's my first time refining, so it's normal to fail. If I have extra time, I'll use the cauldron to refine the real Crimson Flame pill. But then, the chances of success will not be as good as the meridian soothing pill. After making up her mind, Zhang Xiaohua did not try to make a last-minute effort. She took out the incantation for concealing her cultivation level from the god's guidance and continued her unfinished comprehension. Seeing that the people from the aroma cult were about to arrive, it would be best if she finished comprehending it before they arrived and concealed her immortal Tao cultivation level. If she was discovered, it would be very bad. The beginning of this incantation was very cryptic. Zhang Xiaohua tried to comprehend it several times and always felt like she had grasped something. But she just could not understand it and was stuck there. She did not make much progress. It was the same today. Zhang Xiaohua felt vexed. Just as she was about to get up and walk around the inner valley, a thought flashed through her mind like lightning. 2 days ago, when she had a splitting headache, she was resting beside Ling Longhong in the inner valley. She did not release her divine sense nor did she use any divine abilities. Why did she feel like she was one with her surroundings? Why was she able to sense Valley Master Nye's arrival? Didn't concealing her cultivation level mean that she had to hide her vital energy within her body and not let others see it? Wasn't this exactly the same feeling she had a few days ago? Following this train of thought, Zhang Xiaohua immediately thought of the Tao of Heaven. Everything in this world was under the Tao of Heaven and secretly followed the Tao of Heaven. Also, the last time she made a breakthrough, Nye Qinyu said that she looked more ordinary. Wasn't that the same reason? Zhang Xiaohua was suddenly enlightened. The Tao of Heaven was really the origin of all things. Not daring to delay any longer, Zhang Xiaohua put her comprehension of the Tao of Heaven together with the incantation. Not long after, the previous sluggishness actually loosened. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. She quickly sat down again and closed her eyes to comprehend. At the same time, in the inner valley, on one side of Zhang Xiaohua's pill room, Elder Zhang frowned. He was unusually angry and asked in a deep voice, Valley Master, did Ren Xiaoxia really make such a request? Valley Master Nye helplessly said, Yes, Elder Zhang. I've already said it 5 times. Don't ask any more. Tell me, are we going to refine or not? Elder Zhang was also in a difficult position. Of course he made an agreement with Zhang Xiaohua to refine the Crimson Flame pill. His purpose was to refine it together with Zhang Xiaohua. Not only could he observe the alchemy technique, he could also obtain the Crimson Flame pill. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But when it came down to it, she didn't let him watch from the side. His wishful thinking had failed, how could he not be ashamed and angry? Forget it, I'll go find Ren Xiaoxia and ask. Ren Xiaoxia is loyal and righteous. How can he be so stingy? Elder Zhang finished speaking and was about to get up. Valley Master Nye grabbed him and said with a bitter smile, Elder Zhang, do you think you know Ren Xiaoxia better than I do? Elder Zhang looked at him and said, Of course not. No matter what, he is still your future father-in-law in name. How can I compare to you? Valley Master Nye hurriedly waved his hand and said, Elder Zhang, please don't say that again. You'll make Ren Xiaoxia angry. He only lent a helping hand. We can't be unkind. Elder Zhang snorted disdainfully, forget it. If he didn't have some feelings for little you, would he have done this? You and I are both experienced people. Who doesn't understand? Valley Master Nya looked at this elder who was much older than him and was really speechless. He only said, with my understanding of Ren Xiaoxia, if it wasn't for the sect's special instructions, he wouldn't have refused like this. That's right, haven't you been urging Ren Xiaoxia to refine the crimson flame pill? Do you know why I haven't told him? Elder Zhang said unhappily, how would I know? You've been evading me again and again. I don't even know where your elbow is leaning. Valley Master Nye smiled lightly and told him about the weapon forging sect. Of course, he didn't tell him about the textless heavenly book. The weapon forging sect's 5 elements formation. That Brett Si Yakong actually stayed in the outer valley for so long just for this 5 elements formation. Let me think, I seem to have heard his master talk about this mysterious thing before. Could it be that Ren Xiaoxia just let little you copy it and impart the 5 elements formation to our Rejuvenation Valley? Valley Master Nya also couldn't hide his excitement and said, that's right. Tell me, if Ren Xiaoxia did this, how could I suspect anything else? It must be that Ren Xiaoxia has a reason that he can't let us know. Elder Zhang also nodded when he heard this. Not bad. The key is that he still wants to leave this crimson flame pill for our Rejuvenation Valley. Even if we don't look at it, it's worth it. Then it's decided. Elder Zhang, tomorrow morning, I'll bring a few jade boxes stored in the valley and we'll pick the ingredients for the crimson flame pill. Okay, we'll do this tomorrow. Come and read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 486. The next day, Zhang Xiaohua still practiced the Big Dipper magical fist as before and didn't feel any difference. However, when she finished practicing the fist technique and was about to return to the pill room, she saw Valley Head Nya and Elder Zhang excitedly walking over from the inner valley. They were talking excitedly as they walked. Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her nose and looked at the sky that was blocked by the mountain wall. She was speechless. The sun seemed to have just risen from the east and here we are still in darkness. You don't have to be in such a hurry to squeeze out labor. The chickens haven't even crowed yet. Cough cough, I forgot that there are no chickens in the inner valley of Rejuvenation Valley. There are only the chirping of birds. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua standing in front of the pill room, Valley Head Nya quickly walked forward and cupped his hands. Nephew Ren, you're up so early. Zhang Xiaohua returned the greeting and said, I can't help it. I'm so tired that I can't sleep when the sun rises. I keep thinking about what I have to do today. Valley Head Nya chuckled and didn't reply. Elder Zhang raised the jade box in his hand and said, no matter how early Xiaoxia woke up today, he didn't wake up as early as Valley Head Nya and I. According to the records of Rejuvenation Valley, it's best to pick the herbs before the dew disappears. Therefore, the 2 of us woke up before the sun rises. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, there's actually such a thing? How come I don't know? How many days have you been in the sect? There are still many things you don't know. Elder Zhang mercilessly attacked. Valley Head Nya said, this is a rule passed down from an unknown era in Rejuvenation Valley. It's only passed down by word of mouth and there aren't even any records. It's normal that nephew doesn't know. Zhang Xiaohua nodded, but he had a strange feeling in his heart. That's right. I've read a lot of pill formulas and books, but I haven't studied them systematically after all. Many of the things I learned were pieced together. For example, I don't know anything about the secrets and tricks that are taught orally. And these minute things are often the key. It's the true knowledge that predecessors have obtained through practice. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua had some thoughts, Valley Head Nia keenly asked, "Nephew Ren, is there something wrong with the picking of the herbs?" Zhang Xiaohua stared blankly for a moment, then said with a smile, "I only secretly learned a move from your Rejuvenation Valley. How could there be anything inappropriate? Let me take a look at the herbs first." It wasn't that Zhang Xiaohua didn't believe in Rejuvenation Valley's skills, but she didn't do everything herself, so she felt uneasy. Sigh, she didn't seem like she was made to be a valley head. Elder Zhang understood and didn't say anything. He just handed over the jade box in his hand. Zhang Xiaohua took it and looked at it carefully. It was a jade box about the same size as hers, but it was white in color. At a glance, the quality of the jade couldn't be compared to hers. She used her divine sense to scan the jade box, but there was no fluctuation of vitality on it. Zhang Xiaohua was about to open it when she heard Valley Head Nia say, "Nephew, let's open it in the pill room. The herbs have already been picked from the ground. If we open it now, it will affect the medicinal properties." Valley Head Nia was considered an old expert in refining pills, but when it came to the Crimson Flame pill, a pill that had never been refined, he was still overly cautious. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "Uncle Nia's words are very reasonable. It won't be too late to open it when it's time to refine it." When the three of them arrived at the pill room, Zhang Xiaohua placed the jade box in her hand on the table in the groove and asked, "Uncle Nia, how many jade boxes like this do we still have in Rejuvenation Valley?" Valley Head Nia thought for a moment and said, "There are many more. They were refined with the help of the crafting sect and the crafting sect. However, that was many years ago. In recent years, Rejuvenation Valley has stopped refining high-level pills like the Crimson Flame pill." Then, he hesitated for a moment and said, "If there is a need for high-level pills, we will mention it when the disciples of the Cult of Fragrance come to Rejuvenation Valley. We will also provide them with the corresponding rare herbs for them to refine and bring them back the next time they come." Zhang Xiaohua said curiously, "The Cult of Fragrance will also help refine pills like the Crimson Flame pill?" Valley Head Nia laughed bitterly and said, "How is that possible? Nephew overestimates the generosity of the Cult of Fragrance. There are many high-level pills. Why would they refine pills like the Crimson Flame pill that can increase internal energy for us? It's just some other pills. Moreover..." Valley Head Nia hesitated for a moment and then said, "I believe that the Cult of Fragrance also has methods of refining pills like Nephew's, but I don't see them passing it on to Rejuvenation Valley." Elder Zhang also said angrily, "If they could help refine the pills, us two old men wouldn't have to trouble Ren Xiaoxia." Zhang Xiaohua blushed a bit. She knew that he was a bit offended by her request yesterday. She cupped her hands and said, "The two elders have been very good to me. I have also studied at Rejuvenation Valley." Seeing this, Elder Zhang waved his hand and stopped Zhang Xiaohua, saying, "Ren Xiaoxia, don't say any more. This old man feels uncomfortable, but the rules of your sect cannot be violated. We will not make things difficult for Xiaoxia. However, it would be best if we could see the refining process for as long as possible. We should also leave some of the refined Crimson Flame pills to us." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she laughed loudly and said, "Elder Zhang is right. When the pills are refined, I will only take 3 and leave the rest to Rejuvenation Valley. What do you think?" Elder Zhang then said, "If it's not 3? Or if it's not 6? Zhang Xiaohua said without hesitation, "If it's not 3, I won't take a single. If it's not 6, Rejuvenation Valley will keep 3. Valley Head Nia was about to speak when Elder Zhang said loudly, "Ren Xiaoxia is straightforward. It's settled then." However, Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "Elder Zhang, don't be in such a hurry. I also have a presumptuous request." Elder Zhang asked curiously, "What else do you have to say? Didn't you say enough yesterday?" Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her nose and said, This one carefully studied the recipe for the Crimson Flame pill last night and discovered that refining the Crimson Flame pill doesn't require the entire stalk of Crimson Flame grass and Crimson Pearl grass. Even half of the other ingredients will suffice. This one has a request, and that is to first refine the other half of the medicinal herbs. If it's successful, then we will divide it according to our discussion just now. I would like to ask Valley Head Nia and Elder Zhang to leave the ordinary medicinal herbs to this one. What do you think? This? Elder Zhang was a bit troubled. He looked at Valley Head Nia and didn't dare to make a decision on his own. Valley Head Nia frowned and said, and if the refinement fails? Zhang Xiaohua pursed her lips and said, then this little nephew would be too ashamed to accept the remaining half. She then continued, this little nephew will attempt to refine the remaining half. Elder Zhang laughed loudly and said, Ren Xiaoxia has made a good plan and won't suffer a loss at all. You still want to use my Rejuvenation Valley's Crimson Flame grass to refine the pill twice? Zhang Xiaohua didn't hold back and said with a smile, that's still better than the incense cult. They won't refine it for you at all. As the two spoke, Valley Head Nia had finished thinking and nodded, dead things can't compare to living things. If virtuous nephew can refine the pill, what harm is there in giving the remaining medicinal herbs to Rejuvenation Valley? Furthermore, virtuous nephew doesn't need to have any mental baggage. Just refine as you please. Even if you fail twice, there's no harm. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and said, Uncle Nia, please don't worry about this. This little nephew still has some confidence and will not recklessly waste natural resources and let Elder Zhang's years of hard work go to waste. Oh, that's right, these jade boxes are also for this little nephew. Clang. When Valley Head Nia heard the last sentence, his figure staggered and he thought to himself, this guy's habits are just as little you said. Without waiting for Valley Head Nia to answer, Elder Zhang waved his hand and said, whatever. There are many more of these things in Rejuvenation Valley. If you like them, there's no harm in having your future father-in-law give you a few more. This time, it was Zhang Xiaohua's turn to be speechless. After all the matters were discussed, Elder Zhang and Valley Head Nia placed their own jade boxes on the table so that Zhang Xiaohua could start the fire to refine the pill. Zhang Xiaohua hesitated slightly and walked forward. She took down the cauldron placed on top of the earth fire and placed the immortal cauldron that she had taken from Elder Zhang's pill room on top of it. She was about to open the mechanism and start the earth fire. Seeing this, Elder Zhang immediately stopped her. Ren Xiaoxia, do you want to use this strange cauldron to refine the pill? Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, exactly. But, I've tried this cauldron before. I can't control the temperature at all. How can I refine the pill? Elder Zhang, you don't know. A few days ago, I moved it from your place. When I had nothing to do, I blindly thought about it and happened to come across a technique of our sect that can control this cauldron very well. Moreover, the effect is much better than the original one. Therefore, I thought of using this technique to refine the important Crimson Flame pill. So that's how it is. This is the root cause of his different attitudes. Valley Head Nia and Elder Zhang both revealed an expression of sudden realization. No wonder they couldn't watch the entire process. The secret techniques of their sect were naturally forbidden from being spread to outsiders. When Zhang Xiaohua started the earth fire and heated up the cauldron, she stood there and didn't put in the medicine. Elder Zhang asked strangely, Ren Xiaoxia, quickly input inner energy to increase the temperature? Zhang Xiaohua looked at him and smiled without speaking. Valley Head Nia pulled his sleeve and said, let's go, Elder Zhang. Let's go outside and wait for Ren Xiaoxia to call us. I haven't put in the medicine and you won't let me watch? Elder Zhang was depressed. Although he was depressed, they had already agreed. Elder Zhang could only stand up and follow Valley Head Nia out of the pill room. In her spiritual sense, she saw the two helplessly standing outside. Zhang Xiaohua could only apologize in her heart. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and the jade boxes on the table all opened their lids. The jade box containing the scarlet flame grass immediately overflowed with an unusually lively heaven-earth yuan qi. The jade box containing the crimson pearl grass overflowed with a gentle and tranquil heaven-earth yuan qi. The heaven-earth yuan qi of the other few medicinal herbs were slightly different, and the concentration was also different. Zhang Xiaohua memorized the positions of the few medicinal herbs and closed the lids of the jade boxes. Then, she lightly breathed in and formed a seal with both hands. She hit the cauldron and was about to refine the meridian soothing pill. Chapter 487. Valley Head Nya and Elder Zhang were standing outside the alchemy room with resentment. From time to time, they would turn back to see what Zhang Xiaohua was doing. However, they knew that this method was extremely shameless. It was just that their hearts were itching and it was hard for them to control themselves. Inside the alchemy room, Zhang Xiaohua used the first few incantations into the alchemy furnace and the earth fire. When the temperature of the alchemy furnace rose, she waved her hand and the jade box containing the scarlet fire grass opened. Then, with a move of her finger, the scarlet fire grass was split into two halves. Her right hand waved again and half of the scarlet fire grass flew out of the jade box and into the alchemy furnace. At the same time, the jade box was closed. After the scarlet flame grass was thrown into the cauldron, it was refined into a fist-sized medicinal liquid not long after. It kept rolling in the cauldron, and thin wisps of smoke flew out from the medicinal liquid. These were the impurities in the medicinal liquid. Zhang Xiaohua knew that although the scarlet fire grass was a rare medicinal herb, it contained a lot of yuan qi. Correspondingly, because it had been growing for a long time, the yuan qi contained a lot of impurities. It was very difficult to refine it out. It was impossible for ordinary martial arts cauldrons to obtain pure scarlet fire grass liquid. Even if she refined it like this, it would take her a day and a night. Looking at the medicinal liquid in the alchemy furnace that kept shrinking and changing into various shapes, Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly. In a while, Valley Head Nya and Elder Zhang would definitely come in to see. How would she explain to them that the medicinal liquid was floating in midair? After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua chuckled and started another incantation. The fist-sized medicinal liquid gradually turned into a pancake and slowly sank to the bottom of the alchemy furnace. It was just like the pancake that Guosufei had placed on the stove in the Guozhuang house. Sigh, in a moment of desperation, Zhang Xiaohua's mind was only filled with the pancake that her mother had placed in her bag when she left the Guozhuang house. Looking left and right at the alchemy furnace, there was nothing unusual. Zhang Xiaohua then walked to the entrance of the alchemy room. Just as she was about to greet them, she heard a strange voice outside. "Father, Elder Zhang, why are the two of you waiting outside the alchemy room? Where is Brother Ren? Is he not in the alchemy room? Wasn't that Nye Qinyu?" Elder Zhang's face was full of bitterness and hatred as he said, "Little you, you're finally here." Nye Qinyu asked curiously, "Elder Zhang, what are you talking about?" "Little you has been helping Big Brother Ren transcribe for the past few days and is extremely tired. I want to have a good rest these few days. But Father said yesterday that he was going to refine the crimson flame pill today. I just woke up and immediately came over to help you guys." Following which, he smiled and said, "Big Brother Ren has always been an early riser. He must have gone to the valley to cultivate. Let's wait for a while. Anyway, it's still early." Valley Head Nya looked at his precious daughter and bitterly smiled. "Yes, the time is still early. But there is no such thing as time to concoct dawn. Plus, picking the herbs should be done early." Ouch! Nye Qinyu covered her mouth and said, "I forgot Daddy's instructions. The herbs must be picked before the dew disappears." However, she changed the topic and said with a smile, as the ancient said, "Theory must be combined with practice. I've only picked common herbs, so why would there be so many taboos?" Then, she felt that something was wrong and asked, "Didn't Daddy make an appointment with Big Brother Ren? Big Brother Ren should be in the pill room at this time." At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua walked out of the pill room with a smile and said, "Little fishy Nia, you're here too?" Nie Qianyu smiled and said, "Good morning, big brother Ren. Why aren't you inviting us in? Father and Elder Zhang have already gathered the herbs and brought them here." "Ha ha ha," Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, "Then please come in." Valley head Nia and Elder Zhang were pleasantly surprised. "We can go in now?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded slightly, and the two of them immediately strode forward, taking the lead to rush in. Nie Qianyu was puzzled, but she wasn't a talkative person. She accompanied Zhang Xiaohua into the pill room slowly. There was a faint medicinal fragrance in the pill room. It wasn't strong and was much fainter than the previously refined fasting pill, all-dispelling pill, and new snow pill. Seeing that Daddy and Elder Zhang didn't ask anything and directly rushed to the small pill furnace above the earth fire, Nie Qianyu couldn't help but ask in astonishment, "Big brother Ren, you've already started refining pills?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "Yes, we've already started long before you came." But Nie Qianyu was about to ask something when she heard Elder Zhang call out, "Ren Xiaoxia, please come over." Zhang Xiaohua quickly walked over and smiled, "Elder Zhang, what's the problem?" Elder Zhang pointed at the puddle of medicinal liquid at the bottom of the pill furnace and asked, "Nephew Ren doesn't use water to refine pills. Why is there so much water at the bottom of the pill furnace?" Zhang Xiaohua knew that using martial arts to refine pills had the same effect as using immortal arts to refine impurities. However, the refining method was too tyrannical and directly used fire to turn the impurities into ashes. At the same time, it also inevitably lost a lot of the essence within. However, immortal arts turned medicinal herbs into medicinal liquid and used a formation to protect it. This was the gentle way. Not only could it remove as many impurities as possible, it could also better retain the essence within. Rejuvenation Valley's water decoction method should also have this layer of meaning. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Elder Zhang, take a closer look. That's not water, but the juice of the scarlet fire grass. I didn't add anything else." Valley head Nia was greatly shocked and said, "Nephew Ren, you can actually maintain the medicinal liquid in this state at such a high temperature and not turn it into air and fly out. How did you do it?" Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her nose and said, "Uncle Nia, forgive me for not being able to answer this question." Valley head Nia and Elder Zhang were both disappointed. They looked at each other and then focused on the puddle of liquid. At this time, Nie Qianyu also walked to the front of the pill furnace and stuck her head out to look at the situation inside. She thought of the question just now and said with a smile, "I started refining pills a long time ago, but when I came, Father..." Before she finished speaking, Valley head Nia seemed to have realized something and suddenly raised his head to ask, "Nephew Ren, you just said that this juice is from the scarlet fire grass?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "Yes, Uncle Nia, is there a problem?" "But, in the pill recipe, didn't it clearly state that the scarlet fire grass and crimson pearl grass have to be added together and that the two main medicinal properties have to be slowly refined?" Valley head Nia asked somewhat anxiously. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "Uncle Nia, don't worry. I have confidence. This scarlet fire grass juice still needs to be refined for a day and a night. I can only put the crimson pearl grass in at this time tomorrow." "What?" The three people at the side were all shocked and said in unison, "Just refining this scarlet fire grass takes a day and a night?" Zhang Xiaohua suddenly remembered that the formula for the crimson flame pill did not specify the time needed to refine it. He had been busy with the matter of the array these past few days and had neglected this problem. The elixirs refined by Rejuvenation Valley were extremely ordinary, and the elixirs he had refined recently were at most a meal's worth of time. He had never refined an elixir as time-consuming as the crimson flame pill. Of course, it would be surprising if he said it out loud. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua explained, "Elder Zhang, Valley Master Nia, in the recipe for the crimson flame pill, it only states the steps to concoct the pill, but it doesn't state the specific time. The concoction method in my sect is different from the previous one. It emphasizes on the word gentle, which means to use a gentle flame to produce fine work. Therefore, the time taken is much longer." Nie Qianyu asked curiously. Then Big Brother Ren, how long will it take? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, it's not done one by one. After a while, you can put the crimson pearl grass and the other herbs into the pill furnace. They will be refined together for a day and a night. Oh, I see. The three people sighed. This was understandable. However, the next words shocked them again. However, after refining, the juice still needs to be nourished in the pill furnace for 13 days. Zhang Xiaohua said indifferently. This. The three people did not know what to say. Yes, the alchemy of the immortal Tao had long been lost. Although the alchemy of the martial Tao had the saying of pill nurturing, as time passed, this term was gradually forgotten. At this time in Rejuvenation Valley, pill nurturing was nothing more than rolling the muddy medicinal dregs into a round ball. However, before they could react, Zhang Xiaohua said again, I'm sorry, but I have to put in the crimson pearl grass. Please wait at the entrance of the pill room. Nie Qianyu was stunned and blurted out, Big Brother Ren, just put in your medicine. Haven't I seen you do it a dozen times? What's there to avoid? Zhang Xiaohua looked at Valley Head Nie and said, little you, go out with Uncle Nie first and let him explain to you. This pill furnace needs to be filled quickly. There can't be any delay. When he said, there can't be any delay, Valley Head Nie and Elder Zhang became anxious and pulled the clueless Nie Qianyu out of the pill room. After the three of them left, Zhang Xiaohua squinted her eyes and looked at the medicinal liquid in the pill furnace. She cast a spell and the crimson pearl grass turned into a round ball and floated in the air. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the rolling medicinal liquid and waited for a while before adding half of the crimson pearl grass into it. The moment the crimson pearl grass entered the crimson pearl grass, there was a reaction. The spherical medicinal liquid suddenly expanded as if it was about to explode. Zhang Xiaohua was not in a hurry. She cast a spell with both hands and her vital qi flowed freely into the spell. When the spell was cast into the medicinal liquid immediately rolled like a child's toy in the pill furnace. After a long while, it finally calmed down and floated quietly in the pill furnace. Zhang Xiaohua knew that although it looked peaceful, the fire-attributed crimson pearl grass and the water-attributed crimson pearl grass were quietly fusing in the medicinal liquid, reinforcing and restraining each other. However, the sphere was the original form of the medicinal liquid. She did not know if changing it to a pancake shape would affect the fusion of the two main ingredients. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense and observed the changes in the medicinal liquid. She then cast a spell and slowly sank the medicinal liquid to the bottom, changing it to a pancake shape. Fortunately, although the external shape of the medicinal liquid had changed, the internal fusion was still the same. There were no other changes because of the external shape. Zhang Xiaohua spread out the medicinal liquid and almost touched the sweat on her forehead. Was there anyone in the immortal Tao who could refine pills like her? Zhang Yi calm and read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 488. Outside the alchemy room, Valley Head Nie had already told Nie Qianyu about Zhang Xiaohua's unreasonable request. Nie Qianyu, on the contrary, was not as shocked and surprised as Elder Zhang. She had followed Zhang Xiaohua all the way back to Don't Worry City and found too many strange things about Zhang Xiaohua. Although Zhang Xiaohua tried to cover it up, the three of them were together every day and Nie Qianyu was very concerned about Zhang Xiaohua's actions. Even if Zhang Xiaohua frowned or made a special expression, Nie Qianyu would try her best to guess. How could she not see some clues? However, Nie Qianyu was very smart. She had always seen it with her eyes but never remembered it in her heart, let alone tell Little Orange. Now that she heard her father's words, she only nodded slightly and looked towards the alchemy room. She said worriedly, "Will Big Brother Ren be okay?" He has to refine for 14 days. Can he bear it alone? Elder Zhang's eyes widened as he looked at this little girl. He shook his head and sympathetically said to Valley Head Nya, "Handsome Nya, oh handsome Nya, you've suffered a great loss. This girl's personality is biased towards outsiders. You've given birth to 3 daughters in a row and raised them until now, but none of them thought about you. What can you do, what can you do?" Nye Qinyu covered her mouth and laughed. "It's still better than some elders who have no children." Valley Head Nye scolded, "Little you, don't be rude." Elder Zhang did not care and said, "That depends on how you think. If you don't think about your own father like you, it's useless to have you." Nye Qinyu said seriously, "Elder Zhang, this has nothing to do with who is biased. I just feel that Big Brother Ren must have his reasons for doing this. There's no need to force him." How could Elder Zhang not understand this logic? He had also thought it through earlier. However, when he saw that the other party was mysteriously refining pills in the pill room while he waited bitterly outside, anyone would involuntarily feel a little resentment. This was why he had repeatedly vented it. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua had already walked out. When he heard the conversation between Nye Qinyu and Elder Zhang, he could only sigh in his heart. Little Fishy was so concerned about him. She supported all of his decisions without reservation. She did not ask the reason for his actions at all, nor did she complain about not allowing him to watch. She was only worried about how hard it would be for him to continuously refine pills. This kind of care. Sigh, Zhang Xiaohua himself also had an indescribable feeling in his heart. If he was not moved at all, even his own heels would not believe it. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua appear at the entrance of the alchemy room, Valley Master Nya and Elder Zhang's faces lit up. They passed by each other and rushed inside. Their figures were graceful and their movements were swift. There was nothing to say. Only Nye Qinyu stood there motionless. She said uneasily, "Big Brother Ren, I didn't expect refining this crimson flame pill to be so troublesome and to trouble you for an entire 14 days. Nye Qinyu moved her lips and continued, "I thank Big Brother Ren on behalf of Rejuvenation Valley." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and looked at this girl who was not very beautiful. He said softly, "Little you, you're treating me like an outsider. I used your Rejuvenation Valley's alchemy room and used your Rejuvenation Valley's medicinal herbs to cultivate my own alchemy skills. In the end, I still have to share some of the pills refined. No matter what, I'm taking advantage of you. Should I also salute you and thank Rejuvenation Valley?" Nye Qinyu spat and said, "Then why don't you bow and thank me? What kind of stupid rules are you making to make Father and Elder Zhang depressed?" Zhang Xiaohua did not explain and said, "Let's go and take a look. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." When Nye Qinyu heard this, her heart felt warm. She nodded and followed Zhang Xiaohua into the alchemy room. Inside the alchemy room and inside the alchemy furnace, there were no changes compared to before. The only difference was that the temperature of the earth fire was much higher. Valley Master Nya and Elder Zhang stared at the big cake, but could not see anything. It was just some medicinal juice that was churning inside with a gulu-gulu sound. It was no different from the decoction of Rejuvenation Valley's pills. The only difference was that the pool of medicinal liquid was much smaller and appeared very strange. Nye Qinyu was even worse. She looked at it for a long time without saying anything. Her face was full of confusion. Indeed, this was very different from the alchemy techniques that she had learned. It almost subverted her previous understanding. However, her eyes soon became clear and there was a kind of fervent expression. She whispered, "Big Brother Ren, I don't know if my question is appropriate. If it's not, just pretend that I didn't say anything." Zhang Xiaohua was very puzzled. Didn't he just say that if she had any questions, she could ask? Why was she still hesitating now? Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "Little you, just say it. I definitely won't blame you." Nye Qinyu said somewhat embarrassedly, "This alchemy technique, can I learn it?" "That's right." Valley Master Nya and Elder Zhang's eyes lit up. Of course, if you don't let us see, can you let Nie Qinyu enter Beta school to learn this alchemy technique? Zhang Xiaohua was also stunned. He never thought that Nie Qinyu would ask such a question that could solve all the problems. This little girl's brain was not covered. There was indeed something different about it. Elder Zhang blinked at Valley Master Nie and hinted, "You're not bad and your daughter is not bad. Look at her ambiguous relationship with this boy. Maybe it will work out." Why don't you quickly add fuel to the fire? Valley Master Nie saw that Zhang Xiaohua did not immediately refuse. Instead, he was thinking about it. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Nephew Ren, little Yu's aptitude is not good. She has not been able to practice martial arts and has not joined other sections. She has only practiced some of the martial arts passed down in my Rejuvenation Valley. She has not achieved a small success. If it's possible, can you put in a few good words in front of your sect's chief and," then, he tilted his head and looked at the burning earth fire. He gritted his teeth and said, "If you can learn a little self-defense technique or this alchemy technique, my Rejuvenation Valley will be very grateful." Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat at a loss. He had never thought of passing this immortal cultivation technique to others, especially in this environment where there was no rich qi of heaven and earth. His own cultivation was also very accidental. He had gone through lightning to temper the first strand of vital qi in his body. Although the qi of heaven and earth in Rejuvenation Valley was much more than in the medicinal field of Huanxi Manor, it was still far from the requirements of the Carefree Heart Sutra. Even if he taught the Carefree Heart Sutra to Nie Qinyu, it was almost impossible for her to succeed in practicing it. Taking a step back, even if Nie Qinyu could learn it, without a primordial stone like his crouching ox stone, she would not be able to advance beyond the first level of qi refining, let alone practice the technique. Sigh, Nie Qinyu's request was really a headache. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was still silent, Valley Head Nie said, "Nephew Ren, it should be inevitable that Beidu School and Rejuvenation Valley will form an alliance. I've already told you about this before. If you return to the sect and inform the sect leader, he will probably know a little about the Yuli alliance. He will still give us face. Even if you can't learn such a profound technique, I think it's still possible to enter Beidu School as a disciple." Valley Head Nie's few good speculations left Zhang Xiaohua speechless. Nonsense, he was the only one in Beidu School. Oh, and that nephew of his, Zhang Bairen, who had just passed his 100th day, how was he supposed to answer? Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was not replying for a long time, Nie Qinyu rolled her eyes and said pitifully, "Big brother Ren, are you really not going to show mercy to girls? I'm already begging you so bitterly and you're not even going to answer me?" Hearing such a soft pleading voice, Zhang Xiaohua was sweating profusely. He hurriedly said, "Stop, stop, hurry up and stop." Nie Qinyu's face was full of pride. She smiled and said, "What does Big Brother Ren say?" Zhang Xiaohua pretended to be disdainful and said, "Valley Head Nie is here. You can't pretend to be pitiful. I haven't seen you act coquettishly all the way here. Now that you've done this, I'm covered in goosebumps." Then, he shrugged and said, "Little Yu's aptitude for martial arts isn't good and she's already past the best age to practice martial arts. It's really difficult for her to have any achievements in martial arts. Moreover, the sect has its own people in charge of accepting disciples. How can I interfere?" But when he saw Nie Qinyu's aggrieved look, he couldn't help but think, the Carefree Heart Sutra is the Misty School's qi cultivation method. If it's taught to outsiders, it's best to ask the people in the Misty School. But now that the Misty School has encountered such an unforeseen event, I can only act when I return to the incense cult. In fact, he neglected the fact that he had already given the Carefree Heart Sutra to his sister-in-law so that she could teach it to Zhang Bairen. At that time, did he consider the opinions of the Misty School? Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua added, "Even if I want to greet the elders in the sect, it will have to wait until I return from the incense cult." Nie Qinyu was a little impulsive and said it without thinking. When she heard Zhang Xiaohua's initial rejection, she regretted saying it out loud. She knew it was impossible, so why did she say it out loud and make others look down on her? But when she heard the last sentence, she was ecstatic. She had always been eager to excel, but her body was weak and she couldn't practice martial arts well. It had always been a pity. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't much older than her, but her martial arts cultivation was ridiculously high. Presumably, the Beta school had its own unique way of teaching disciples. If she could enter the Beta school, perhaps, thinking about it made her feel warm and she couldn't help but say in surprise, "Big brother Ren, don't lie to me." Just like Nie Qianyu, after saying the last sentence, Zhang Xiaohua regretted it. Wasn't she looking for trouble? However, looking at Nie Qianyu's surprise and thinking about how good she was to her, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh and say, "I'm not lying. It's just that I'm not confident, so I can't promise you casually." Nie Qianyu smiled and said, "As long as Big Brother Ren agrees, I'll be happy whether it succeeds or not. Who knows, I might even become your little junior sister." Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and said, "In your dreams. You'll probably have to call me martial uncle." Nie Qianyu looked disappointed and said anxiously, "That can't be, Big Brother Ren. Is that really the case? What do you think?" Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. Chapter 489. When Nie Qianyu saw Zhang Xiaohua acting like this, her face was filled with anger. Just as she was about to speak, Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, I forgot about refining pills. Could the three of you please leave for a moment and come back in after I'm done?" Nie Qianyu had no choice but to follow Valley Head Nia and Elder Zhang out of the pill room. As soon as they left the pill room, Elder Zhang gave Nie Qianyu a thumbs up and said, "Little you is really smart. You actually thought of becoming a disciple. This old man never thought of this." He then said to Valley Head Nia, "Valley Head, now you know the benefits of having a daughter. You were able to get this mysterious pill refining method to Rejuvenation Valley without any effort." Valley Head Nia shook his head and said, "Elder Zhang's thinking is too simple. Even if little you enters Beta school, let's not talk about how long it will take her to reach nephew Ren's level. Besides, if she becomes a disciple, she has to follow their rules. Whether or not she can refine pills for us is another matter. It's better not to have too much hope." How could Elder Zhang not know? He was just joking. Within the pill room, Zhang Xiaohua was concentrating on looking at the medicinal liquid that had already reverted to a spherical shape. She inserted several spells from the jade slip into it and carefully observed the changes within. She saw that the scarlet flame grass and the crimson pearl grass had reacted more intensely than before. This spell had the effect of promoting it. Zhang Xiaohua stroked her chin and formed a spell with her other hand, as if she wanted to discover something from within. After a long while, she sent the medicinal liquid into the furnace and walked out. This time, Valley Head Nia and Elder Zhang weren't as active as the previous two times. They presumably knew that no matter how fast they ran, Zhang Xiaohua wouldn't let them see anything from the pill furnace. Sure enough, the pill furnace, earth fire, and medicinal liquid were the same as before. Only the medicinal fragrance in the pill room was still faint. At this time, Nie Qianyu unconsciously frowned and asked softly, "Big Brother Ren, why is the medicinal fragrance different when you refine pills? I remember that some time ago, as long as you refined pills, the medicinal fragrance would assail our nostrils. But now..." Elder Zhang and Valley Master Nia also suddenly came to a realization. They were only concerned about the process of refining the pill and had forgotten about this detail. Moreover, many ancient records did not even mention the medicinal fragrance. They only took it for granted that the medicinal fragrance had to be rich to be a truly good pill. Elder Zhang asked with concern, "Ren Xiaoxia, could it be that the technique is wrong?" Zhang Xiaohua had compared the martial Dao and immortal Dao's alchemy, and she had some insights in her heart. She smiled and said, "I don't know the reason behind it, but I vaguely feel that the medicinal fragrance is naturally emitted by the medicinal effects of the medicinal herbs. If the medicinal fragrance is emitted too much, will it reduce the medicinal effects?" For example, if this medicinal herb is stored in an ordinary wooden box, the medicinal fragrance will be very strong no matter where it is placed. After a long time, it will lose its effect. Only when it is stored in a jade box, the medicinal fragrance will not leak out and it can be maintained for a long time. Zhang Xiaohua did not tell them about the array outside the medicinal liquid and the 5 elements inside the pill. She only threw out this simple comparison, which could be considered as a simple explanation that was easy to understand. This? The other 3 were suddenly enlightened. This theory was really easy to understand, but why was it not written in the alchemy books? Sigh, only Zhang Xiaohua, who had become a novice and completely relied on herself to fumble around, could have such an understanding. Nie Qianyu immediately asked, then according to Big Brother Ren, the fainter the medicinal fragrance of the pill, the more effective it is? Zhang Xiaohua nodded and smiled. Except for pills that have been stored for a long time and have completely lost their medicinal effects. Nie Qianyu spat and said, "Of course I know this." Not long after, the entire alchemy room fell into a dead silence. Yes, even when faced with a pool of medicinal liquid, there was no gurgling, nothing could be seen and nothing could be understood, so how could there be any questions to ask? After a while, Valley Master Nie smiled and said, "Nephew Ren, I still have some miscellaneous matters to attend to in the valley, so I won't be here to observe. Nephew Ren, please take care of it." After he finished speaking, he cupped his hands and left the alchemy room. After a while, Elder Zhang, who was originally the most enthusiastic, also wanted to give up. He muttered, "Young hero Ren, I suddenly remembered that I haven't fed my big white yet. I reckon that it's hungry now. I have to hurry and take a look. You go ahead with your work. I'll come back tomorrow to take a look." After he finished speaking, he cupped his hands and ran away without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to speak. Nie Qianyu was the only one left. She looked at Zhang Xiaohua apologetically and silently accompanied her. However, after a while, Nie Qianyu's eyes became a little blurred as she looked at the medicinal liquid. Although she liked being with Zhang Xiaohua very much, she didn't dare to talk to Zhang Xiaohua when faced with this medicinal liquid that didn't change at all. She was afraid of disturbing him while he was refining pills, so how could she not feel sleepy? Upon seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua withdrew her divine sense from the alchemy furnace and asked softly, "What's going on?" "Little you, it's still early, so why are you daydreaming?" "If you want to do it, then just do it. Why are you alone in the alchemy room with me? How can I face those months of 3-character classic?" Nie Qianyu, who was originally in a daze, was suddenly teased out of her sleepiness. She spat and said, "It's broad daylight, so why are you talking about a man and a woman alone? I'll just rest here. Let's see who in the Rejuvenation Valley will say no." Zhang Xiaohua was startled and immediately gave her a thumbs up. She said with a smile, "You're indeed the second most powerful person in the Rejuvenation Valley. You're so impressive." Nie Qianyu's face was slightly red. She looked at the medicinal liquid that still didn't change in the alchemy furnace and asked, "Big Brother Ren, has it been like this for the past 10 days? Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "Basically, it hasn't changed. There will only be some changes on the last day." "Then, we can't watch it on the last day, right?" Nie Qianyu asked very sharply. "That's right," Zhang Xiaohua said without hesitation. Alas, Nie Qianyu sighed and said, "Father and Elder Zhang will definitely regret it." Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and didn't answer. In any case, she had already made it clear before that no matter what, she couldn't let them see her using spells to control the alchemy furnace. Seeing that Nie Qianyu was somewhat unhappy, Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said, "Little fishy Nie, instead of being bored here and not being able to learn anything, why don't you go back and carefully comprehend the 5 elements Dai formation? That's a real thing. Once you learn it, you can use it to protect the Rejuvenation Valley. Haven't you always wanted to rely on your own strength to achieve results that would make others take notice of you? Isn't this the best opportunity?" Nie Qianyu's eyes lit up when she heard this. These words were exactly what she wanted to hear. Thus, she had long forgotten the whispered instructions from Elder Zhang and Valley Master Nia at the entrance of the alchemy room. She stood up and said, "Big Brother Ren, you're right. I'll bring that formation over now and comprehend it in your alchemy room. If there's anything I don't understand, you can immediately answer me." "What?" Zhang Xiaohua almost cried out. "Didn't I just want you to go back? Why do you really want to stay here overnight?" Zhang Xiaohua repeatedly waved her hand and said, "Little fishy Nia, you'd better comprehend it in your own room. I have to concentrate on refining pills here. If you have any questions, it won't be too late to find me after dinner. What do you think?" But Nie Qianyu really wanted to say, "Big Brother Ren, the people from the fragrant religion are about to arrive. How many more days can you stay in the Rejuvenation Valley? I just want to spend more time with you." Unfortunately, she couldn't bring herself to say such naked words of love. She could only change her words and say, "But, can't I come over whenever I have a question?" Zhang Xiaohua pinched his chin and said with a profound expression, "The ancient said, walk your own path and let others envy you. Although this formation is dead, you're alive. If you encounter a problem, it's best to think about it a few times. Perhaps you'll have your own ideas. You don't have to rely on other people's explanations. Thinking about it on your own is the most practical gain. Moreover, different people have different opinions on the path of formations. It is not necessarily conventional. If you accept it completely without thinking, you will not be able to develop it and surpass it." Alas, in short, he wanted Nie Qianyu to see and think more by herself. She shouldn't disturb him when he was refining pills. How could Nie Qianyu not understand? She only smiled sweetly and said, "Big Brother Ren is so talented. I'll definitely learn from you. I'll go back and comprehend it now." After she finished speaking, she rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaohua and walked out of the pill room. After Nie Qianyu left, Zhang Xiaohua heaved a sigh of relief. This world was really peaceful. The feeling of no one watching was really good. Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua made a hand gesture and sent the medicinal liquid back to the center of the pill furnace. Then, he made a few more hand gestures and the entire medicinal liquid started to boil abnormally. After a long while, the medicinal liquid gradually calmed down. Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand and took the grass praying mat beside the bed. He sat cross-legged in front of the pill furnace and released a strand of divine sense to carefully observe the medicinal liquid in the pill furnace. He closed his eyes and prepared to comprehend the incantation of spirit traction. However, after Zhang Xiaohua closed his eyes, he felt as if something was missing, which made him feel uneasy. He frowned and opened his eyes. What greeted him was a few jade boxes beside the pill furnace. Zhang Xiaohua immediately understood. Of course, half of the scarlet fire grass and half of the crimson pearl grass had not been put into his money pouch. How could he be at ease? After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua took out 2 dark green jade boxes from his money pouch and placed the scarlet fire grass and crimson pearl grass on the table into the jade boxes. Then, he placed a restriction on them. Only then did he feel at ease. At this time, there were still many medicinal herbs on the table that were untouched. Zhang Xiaohua rolled his eyes and took out a few more jade boxes. He divided the remaining medicinal herbs into half and placed them into the jade boxes. "Anyway, I've already told Valley Head Nia and Elder Zhang to leave half for me. I'm only taking them now because I'm afraid that the vitality in the medicinal herbs will dissipate." After doing all this, Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged again and calmed his heart to comprehend spirit traction. A day's time passed very quickly. Chapter 490. Dusk had fallen for a long time. Zhang Xiaohua stopped her cultivation and looked at the empty pill room with a smile. Elder Zhang's personality has changed. An entire day has passed, and he still hasn't come to see his precious crimson flame pill? Just as she was thinking, she heard footsteps. Without releasing her divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua knew that it was Nie Qinyu. When Nie Qinyu entered the alchemy room, Zhang Xiaohua deliberately looked behind her and said, "Huh? Where's Elder Zhang? Uncle Nie? I haven't seen them for an entire day, and I miss them. Why haven't they come to see me refine pills?" Pfft. Nie Qinyu laughed out loud. "You really want them to come? I'll go call them right now." Nie Qinyu also pretended to leave. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly said, "Forget it, I'll just think about them. Uncle Nie still has the huge Rejuvenation Valley to take care of, and Elder Zhang still has the handsome Dabai to take care of. There's no need for you to make another trip." "Bah!" Nie Qinyu sneered. "Even if you want them to come, they may not come." Without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to ask, Nie Qinyu said directly, "Those who came and left after being scolded by you were asked to enter the elixir chamber one moment and leave the elixir chamber the next. They are all your elders. How can they still keep their dignity? If you let them watch from the pill room, they'll naturally come." Zhang Xiaohua came to a realization. She pointed at Nie Qinyu and laughed. "Little fish Nie, you're trying to persuade them again. Did Elder Zhang go to look for you?" Nie Qinyu covered her mouth and laughed. "Looks like I can't hide anything from Big Brother Ren. Father and Elder Zhang both asked me to ask you. If you let them see something new in the future, they'll come. If it's just a pancake like medicinal liquid for 10 days, they won't come." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "Then you should tell the two of them to come back on the last day. There won't be much change in the next 10 days. Nie Qinyu nodded and then asked a few more questions about the 5 elements Dian formation. She was inspired by Zhang Xiaohua and wanted to think about something of her own. However, there were too many things included in the immortal Dao formation. It was not easy to just accept them all. She had just come into contact with the formation, so how could she understand her own things? Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua answered all her questions without hesitation. Nie Qinyu's eyes sparkled as she listened to Zhang Xiaohua. Looking at Nie Qinyu's eyes, Zhang Xiaohua raised her little tail high and looked like a master. She said, "I don't have much time left, little fishy. When I leave, where will you find another master like me? Why aren't you working hard to master it?" If it was any other day, Nie Qinyu would have already scolded Zhang Xiaohua for being so arrogant. However, when she heard it now, she felt weak in her heart. She pursed her lips and did not say anything. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua had an indescribable feeling in her heart. She quickly picked up some common knowledge about the formation, including the 5 elements formation and the tripartite formation. She combined it with her own martial arts knowledge and tried her best to make Nie Qinyu understand and practice it on a daily basis. This gradually diverted Nie Qinyu's attention and made her listen more attentively. Nie Qinyu only left reluctantly when it was late at night. After Nie Qinyu left the inner valley, Zhang Xiaohua immediately restricted the alchemy room. She did not waste any time and continued to comprehend the heavenly Tao. Zhang Xiaohua did not think that she was wasting time by explaining formations to Nie Qinyu. First, Nie Qinyu's cultivation in martial arts was limited. If she could learn formations, she would have some ability to protect herself. This could be considered repaying Nie Qinyu's wisdom. Second, Zhang Xiaohua's formations were fumbled by herself based on jade slips and might not be completely correct. During the lecture, she could also comprehend or make up for new things. After a while, it was almost midnight. Zhang Xiaohua, who was sitting on the bed, suddenly opened her eyes. She frowned and released her divine sense from the alchemy room, directly sweeping outside Rejuvenation Valley. She saw several carriages and several horses carrying a group of people along the small path toward Rejuvenation Valley. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. Why were there still people coming? However, judging from their hurried but not surreptitious appearances, they didn't seem to have any ill intentions towards Rejuvenation Valley. Right at this moment, a guard dressed in martial attire scuttled out from the forest on the side of the path. He stood in the middle of the path and held a long spear in his hand, blocking the path of the carriages. The carriages all stopped. A young man dressed in martial attire riding a white horse stepped out of the crowd and walked towards the guard. Under the moonlight, Zhang Xiaohua could clearly see that it was Rejuvenation Valley's second son-in-law, the young gang master of the whale gang, Changsheng. When she saw this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't be bothered to look any further. She withdrew her divine sense. However, she found it strange. It was already the middle of the night. Why had Nie Qinyu brought her husband back to her parents' home? Ever since Zhang Xiaohua reached the peak of the early stage of qi condensation, her comprehension of the heavenly Tao had improved slightly. In particular, she'd made new gains in the past few days when she'd combined the incantation of spirit guidance with the heavenly Tao. It was very easy for her to merge her entire body into her surroundings. Even if she didn't release her divine sense, she could still reflect any abnormal movements within a certain radius into her mind. However, Nie Qinyu was Nie Qinyu's second older sister. When she returned to her parents' home had nothing to do with Zhang Xiaohua. He naturally wouldn't pay her any attention. Moreover, the time to cultivate the Carefree Heart Sutra was about to arrive. Even if he wanted to pay her any attention, there was nothing he could do. Zhang Xiaohua stood up and floated over to the pill cauldron. She carefully examined the situation within the cauldron. She still felt a bit uneasy. Just as the recipe for the Meridian Soothing Pill in the Jade Slip had said, the Meridian Soothing Pill was only a low-level pill. She only needed to pay attention to the cauldron for a dozen or so days. She didn't need to pay attention to the temperature at all times. However, she had several hours between midnight and daybreak. She couldn't pay attention to anything at all. If she made a single mistake, all of her previous efforts would be wasted. Sigh, if only I had a child to look after the cauldron. Zhang Xiaohua, who was similar to an alchemy boy, couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Moreover, the image of a scabby kid appeared in his mind for no reason. It was actually Ji Xiaohua from Pine Ning Town who had the same name as him. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but smile. She thought to herself, if I had a scabby-headed child to look after the cauldron, wouldn't I be laughed to death by others? Seeing that the time was about to arrive, Zhang Xiaohua didn't have time to let her imagination run wild. She concentrated and orderly injected some techniques into the cauldron and medicinal liquid. Then, she sat cross-legged on the cattail hassock in front of the cauldron. She took out 2 vitality stones from her bosom and closed her eyes to cultivate the Carefree Heart Sutra. Not long after, mysterious fluctuations surged from Zhang Xiaohua's body. Countless invisible starlight from the endless starry sky shone through the mountain walls of Rejuvenation Valley and directly shone around Zhang Xiaohua. Everything was no different from his nightly cultivation. However, although there was no difference in Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation today, there was a change in the medicinal liquid being nurtured in the cauldron in front of her. The essence of the scarlet fire grass and the essence of the crimson pearl grass in the medicinal liquid were interacting with each other like water and fire. They were constantly vibrating and rotating. Zhang Xiaohua was sitting in front of the cauldron. Her whole body was shrouded by the starlight, and the cauldron above the earth fire was inevitably enveloped as well. The starlight entered Zhang Xiaohua's body and also entered the rotating fusion of water and fire. The 2 essences that were still vibrating and seemed to be rejecting further fusion gradually accepted each other harmoniously after the starlight entered. The vibration of the medicinal liquid also gradually weakened and gradually calmed down as time passed. Moreover, due to the mysterious fluctuations surging from Zhang Xiaohua's body, these fluctuations caused the starlight around her to vibrate. The starlight in the medicinal liquid was also unavoidably affected. Therefore, the rotation of the medicinal liquid was also affected by these mysterious fluctuations. There were some slight changes in the rotation of the medicinal liquid. As a result, more flickering starlight was attracted into the medicinal liquid. The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes and immediately looked into the cauldron. Following Zhang Xiaohua's awakening, the fluctuations on her body immediately disappeared. The starlight also immediately stopped projecting. Naturally, the starlight in the medicinal liquid also disappeared. However, the changes in the rotation of the medicinal liquid remained. It was a pity that these changes were too weak. Even when Zhang Xiaohua used her divine sense to observe carefully, she did not detect any changes at all. Not having any changes was the best result. Zhang Xiaohua heaved a sigh of relief. She stood up and used a few more hand seals to remove the restriction on the cauldron room. She then walked to the empty space in front of the cauldron room and started cultivating the Big Dipper magical fist. Although Zhang Xiaohua had already told Niaqin yesterday to pass on the message to Valley Head Nia and Elder Zhang that there would not be any special changes in the 10 over days of refining the pills, so there was no need for them to come and observe. However, not long after Zhang Xiaohua returned to the cauldron room to comprehend the god's guidance, Valley Head Nia and Elder Zhang came over hand in hand. After greeting each other, the two of them could not wait to observe the medicinal liquid in the cauldron. They saw that the medicinal liquid was still at the bottom of the cauldron and there was no change from yesterday. The two of them could not help but look at each other in dismay. Could it be that this medicinal liquid had been roasting at the bottom of the cauldron for 10 over days? What was the difference between this and one day? Of course, they understood in their hearts that there was definitely a difference. Otherwise, Zhang Xiaohua would not have stayed in this cauldron room for 10 over days. But the question was, what was the difference? Was it to refine the essence of the medicinal herbs? The two of them almost reached out a hand to grab Zhang Xiaohua's neck and make her say the reason. But looking at Zhang Xiaohua's smiling and closed mouth, they knew that this fellow was going to invite them out again. Sure enough, just as Zhang Xiaohua was about to open her mouth, Elder Zhang said with a smile, "Ren Xiaoxia, Big White caught a cold while looking after the medicinal herbs yesterday. Our rejuvenation valley is too big and I can't manage it alone. I am relying on Big White to patrol here, so I have to take good care of it. I reckon that I won't be coming over for the next few days." The refinement of this crimson flame pill will all depend on Xiaoxia. Valley Master Nia also forced a smile and said, "I also have to deal with one matter after another in this valley. It seems that I won't be able to come over often. I will have to trouble my nephew with this matter." Valley Master Nia frowned deeply. These words seemed to be the truth. Zhang Xiaohua's heart also moved. Thinking of what she saw last night, she could not help but laugh secretly. Even an upright official finds it difficult to resolve family matters. This must be Rejuvenation Valley's own matter. Chapter 491. Zhang Xiaohua lowered her head and pretended to think. She then said solemnly, "If that's the case, then you two seniors can go about your business. There's no need for you to come over for the rest. How about I inform you after I've successfully refined the crimson flame pill?" Valley Head Nia glanced at Elder Zhang and nodded, "That's the only way. Nephew, you've worked hard. If you need anything, just tell little you. All the medicinal herbs in Rejuvenation Valley will be at your disposal." Hearing the word, medicinal herbs, Zhang Xiaohua pointed at the jade box on the table and said, "After a while, I will put the other medicinal herbs into the cauldron according to their weight. I will put away the remaining medicinal herbs first. What do you two think?" The two nodded and had no objections. This was something they had discussed beforehand. Zhang Xiaohua was just putting it away first. After chatting for a while, Valley Head Nia and Elder Zhang were about to leave with conflicting emotions. Seeing Valley Head Nia frown, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of the fragrant religion. She immediately asked, "Uncle Nia, are the people from the fragrant religion about to arrive?" Valley Head Nia nodded and said, "It should be around this time. However, nephew, don't worry. This old man won't forget about your matter. I've already arranged everything properly. Even if the people from the fragrant religion come now, this old man will delay them until the crimson flame pill is successfully refined." Zhang Xiaohua heard this and sighed, "The crimson flame pill can still be refined in the future. I don't want to push back the opportunity to go to the fragrant religion. I ask for Uncle Nia's understanding. Valley head Nia looked at Elder Zhang and also nodded. This old man understands nephew's thoughts. Nephew, just focus on refining the pill. This old man will arrange everything. After speaking, the two cupped their hands and bid farewell. Zhang Xiaohua stood alone in front of the cauldron. Thinking of Valley head Nia's expression just now, Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. She understood that Valley head Nia was most concerned about this crimson flame pill, but what she cared about was the opportunity to go to the cult of fragrance. If the people from the cult of fragrance were to come now, there would be an irreconcilable conflict between her request and Rejuvenation Valleys. She hoped that the people from the cult of fragrance would come a little later. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua, who had been waiting for people from the fragrance cult to come quickly, wanted to delay this moment. This day passed very peacefully. In the morning, Zhang Xiaohua threw the remaining medicinal ingredients into the pill furnace and controlled the temperature of the earth fire to slowly quench the impurities of the remaining medicinal ingredients. When it was close to noon, Zhang Xiaohua once again injected a series of complicated spells into the pill furnace. She observed the faint changes of the 5 elements in the pill furnace and officially entered the pill gestation stage. When it came to pill incubation, he only had to pay attention to the temperature of the earth fire and control the stability of the cauldron. There was nothing else to pay special attention to. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua took some time to separate a strand of consciousness to watch over the cauldron and began his usual cultivation. In the blink of an eye, nearly 10 days had passed. Valley Master Nia and Elder Zhang did not appear again. Only Nie Qinyu came to Zhang Xiaohua almost every night to ask questions about the 5 elements Dian formation. With the depth of her study, Nie Qinyu had already mastered the basics of this formation. It had to be said that Nie Qinyu, who did not have a good aptitude in martial arts, was still better than ordinary people when it came to the cultivation of formations. Therefore, when Zhang Xiaohua answered her questions, he slowly taught her some of the basic knowledge of formations and restrictions. Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation was even more remarkable. She had already begun to comprehend the cultivation concealment chant of God's guidance and had already achieved some small success. If there were no accidents, she would be able to achieve large success in a short period of time. At that time, Zhang Xiaohua would not attract the attention of the experts in the fragrant religion. After all, Zhang Xiaohua only went to the fragrant religion to look for Zhang Xiaohu and did not have any intention of causing trouble for the fragrant religion. However, Nie Qinyu's expression was the same as Valley Master Nie's. At first, it was just a frown, but recently, there was a slight worry on her face. Zhang Xiaohua originally decided not to ask, but in the end, he couldn't help but ask, "Little fishy Nie, 10 days ago, I saw Uncle Nie's worried face. You also seem to have something on your mind. I know this is a family matter of your Rejuvenation Valley. If there is anything I can help with, there is no harm in asking." Nie Qinyu forced a smile and said, "Alas, this matter," however, she only said the beginning and did not want to continue. She said, "It's nothing, Big Brother Ren. This is purely a private matter of our Rejuvenation Valley. You can't help much. You should concentrate on refining the pills. It would be best if you finished refining before the people from the fragrant religion arrive. Otherwise, it will always." In the end, there was another sentence that he didn't finish. Zhang Xiaohua knew that she was also afraid that the people from the fragrant religion would suddenly come and he would not be able to explain himself to the Rejuvenation Valley. He shrugged and said, "This matter can only depend on the heavens. I can only do my best." Alas, Nie Qinyu sighed and said, "But many things do not go according to one's wishes." Zhang Xiaohua's heart trembled and he vaguely had a bad feeling. He immediately asked, "Could it be that the people from the fragrant religion have already arrived?" Nie Qinyu rolled her eyes and said reproachfully, "If the people from the fragrant religion came, even if father did not tell you, would I not tell you?" Zhang Xiaohua said apologetically, "Little fish Nie, don't blame me. I was also anxious." Nie Qinyu waved her hand and said, "It's nothing, Big Brother Ren. Don't worry. As long as the people from the fragrant religion come, oh, and father will tell you whether or not the crimson flame pill is refined. You don't have to worry. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and smiled. After a while, Nie Qinyu was obviously not in the mood to study. Zhang Xiaohua did not keep her and sent her out of the alchemy room. Not to mention that Zhang Xiaohua was still sitting cross-legged in front of the alchemy furnace. She did not make any gestures to inject the liquid into the furnace. After leaving the alchemy room, Nie Qinyu went out of the inner valley. She did not go to the Peach Blossom Temple, but went directly to the Huichun Hall. At this time, there were already many people sitting in the Huichun Hall. Valley Master Nya was sitting at the head of the table, expressionlessly sipping tea from time to time. On his left, the two disciples, Fei He and Mu Qingxian, were sitting upright with their heads bowed. They looked like clay bodhisattvas. On his right, the eldest daughter, Nie Qinrong, and her husband, Yu Zhonglin, were looking at each other, not knowing what to do. Their second daughter, Nie Qianxiu, and her husband, Chang Sheng, were slightly angry. They exchanged glances and glanced at Valley Master Nya from the corner of their eyes. Seeing Nie Qinyu enter the Huichun Hall, Valley Master Nya was surprised and smiled. "Little Yu, why are you back so early today?" Nie Qinyu looked at everyone and said, "Big brother Ren is a little tired, so I came back early." After she finished speaking, she greeted everyone in the hall and casually sat down next to Mu Qingxian. Hearing Nie Qinyu's words, the anger on Chang Sheng's face became even stronger. He gave Nie Qianxiu a look. Nie Qinyu coughed and said to Valley Master Nya, "Father, wasn't this young man with the surname Ren fine? As long as he helped our Huichun Valley get through this difficult time, he would be kicked out. Why is he still staying in the valley after so long? Could it be that this guy changed his mind and father couldn't kick him out because of your face? If father doesn't want to be the bad guy, then I will go and explain it to him so that he doesn't have any bad ideas and leaves the valley as soon as possible." When Valley Master Nya heard this, he shook his head and said, "Nephew Ren is staying in the valley not because of your sister, but because of other important matters. You don't have to worry about it." "Nephew?" Nie Qianxiu sneered and said, "Since father is calling him nephew, then have you investigated the background of this nephew? He is staying in our Huichun Valley for no reason and is even trying to build a relationship with us. Don't fall into his trap." When Nie Qinyu heard this, her face turned pale and she said, "Second sister, Big brother Ren has a chivalrous heart and didn't take advantage of our Huichun Valley. He just..." Nie Qianxiu interrupted her words and said, "Little you must not be bewitched by him and lose your usual intelligence. The bad men in this world like to play hard to get. He obviously has thousands of ideas for you, but you can't see through them and think that he doesn't care. Only when you take the bait will he reveal his ferocious face. I think this Ren is such a person. Even second sister, who has just met him a few times, can see your feelings for him. How can he not know? Since he has no interest in you and helped our Huichun Valley, we can just give him some elixirs and some gold, silver and jewels. He can just come from afar. Why is he still staying in the valley to talk to you? This person must have an unspeakable plan in his heart." Nie Qinyu's face turned pale. When Yu Zhonglin heard this, he opened his mouth and was about to say something, but Nie Qinrong pulled his sleeve and shook her head. Yu Zhonglin was stunned and very puzzled. However, he saw Nie Qinrong constantly winking at him, so he looked back and saw Valley Master Nye's face was terrifyingly gloomy and showed signs of anger at any time. He immediately extinguished the thought of speaking and frowned as he watched Nie Qianxiu's performance. At this time, Chang Sheng coughed and stopped Nie Qianxiu from continuing. He smiled and said, "You said so much, but he is just an outsider. Little Yu is much smarter than us, how can she not know how to be careful? Moreover, father-in-law is also here. He will definitely not be deceived by this hypocrite." The word outsider was enunciated very clearly. When Nie Qianxiu heard this, she also smiled and said, "Husband, you are right. I am just afraid that our family will be taken advantage of, so I reminded little Yu that an outsider is an outsider and can't be completely trusted. Then, she said to Nie Qianrong, "Do you think what little sister said is right?" "Big sister." Nie Qianrong was a little caught off guard and hurriedly said, "Second sister is right, right. However, the specific problem needs to be analyzed in detail." After saying that, she shut her mouth and refused to say another word. Hui Chunhao was silent for a while, then they heard Changxing say again, "Father-in-law, what do you think about the matter that I mentioned last time?" Chapter 492. A cold smile appeared on Valley Master Nie's face when he heard this. "Xiao Chang, I've already answered you about this matter several days ago. Do I still need to repeat myself?" An almost imperceptible trace of anger flashed through Changxing's eyes, but his expression remained warm and genial. He said respectfully, "Father-in-law, please understand. This son-in-law of mine isn't making things difficult for you. Moreover, Changxing isn't an outsider. He's a nephew I watched grow up. He can't practice martial arts, but he's a bit smart. If you don't help him, this child's future will be bleak." Valley Master Nie coldly snorted. "The Whale Gang is a famous gang in the Jianghu. Your nephew only needs to find some work in the gang. Won't this be easily solved? Why go so far for what's near?" When Yu Zhonglin heard this, he couldn't help but feel surprised. His father-in-law had always been kind and amiable. Whenever there was a problem with the Whale Gang, he would grant it. He wasn't stingy at all. Although Rejuvenation Valley's attitude towards the Whale Gang wasn't as good as Deer Cry Sec's, they were all ordinary son-in-laws. Presumably, he wouldn't be stingy with Changxing. What did Changxing want his father-in-law to do for him to refuse again and again? Just as he was about to speak, Nie Qianrong tugged on his sleeve. When Yu Zhonglin looked over, he saw his wife shaking her head slightly. Changxing glanced at Nie Qianxiu out of the corner of his eye, but didn't say anything else. Nie Qianxiu felt wronged. "Father, Changxing is also my nephew. He treats me with respect every day. He's a good person. Moreover, before I returned home, I already promised father-in-law that I would complete this matter for him. Look at the gifts I brought back. They're all gifts from the Whale Gang. Just give me some face and agree." Valley Master Nie didn't hesitate. He shook his head and said, "If it were anything else, would have agreed long ago. Even if you married into the Whale Gang, you're still my daughter. How could I not give you face? However, this matter is truly important. I can't ignore it." After that, he took a sip of tea and said, "When you returned late that night, you told me about this matter early in the morning. At that time, I didn't immediately refuse. I only thought about it again and again. This involves the reputation of our Rejuvenation Valley, so I didn't dare to make a decision on my own." Seeing this, Nie Qianxiu turned her head to look at Mu Qingxian and Fei He. However, the two of them had remained silent ever since they entered the Rejuvenation Hall. They were completely focused on tasting the tea, as if they had never tasted such a wonderful tea before. Nie Qianrong had no choice but to turn her head to look at Nie Qianyu. Nie Qianyu was annoyed that she had scolded Zhang Xiaohua just now. She pouted and looked impatient. She did not look at her and just used her finger to draw something in the air. Nie Qianxiu thought that she was fooling around and was extremely angry. If Zhang Xiaohua was here, she would be able to see that Nie Qianyu was drawing the 5 elements die in formation. The entire Rejuvenation Hall immediately fell into an awkward silence. Yu Zhonglin really couldn't take it anymore. After all, in this hall, only he and Changxing had the role of son-in-law. If he didn't say anything at this time, he would lose out in terms of morality. As a result, he coughed and said that, "Father-in-law, although the Whale Gang is a large sect, it is still the place where Changxing grew up. If he only makes a living in one place, it is inevitable that he will have the mindset of a frog in a well. If he comes to Rejuvenation Valley, it can be considered as making up for his shortcomings and learning new skills. I feel that this is a good thing. Moreover, Changxing also came to our Deer Cry sect with second sister 2 years ago. Valley Master Nya looked at his son-in-law and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Zhonglin, do you think that if Changxing came to my Rejuvenation Valley, the whale gang would give me a carriage full of gifts? Do you think I'll reject you again and again? Yu Zhonglin was speechless. Nie Qianrong smiled and said, Father, please don't blame Zhonglin. He has good intentions and wants to help second sister. It's just that he doesn't know what's going on. However, your daughter is also confused. Valley Master Nye sighed. You just came back this afternoon. Naturally, you don't know the reason. Qianxiu and Changsheng are begging me for the same thing you begged me for 6 years ago. As soon as he finished speaking, Nie Qianrong and Yu Zhonglin's expressions changed slightly. They looked at each other and exchanged glances. They didn't say anything else. Valley Master Nya continued, if Changxing only came to my Rejuvenation Valley, I wouldn't have anything to say. I couldn't ask for anything more. However, just like Zhonglin's cousin, he wants to pass down the incense cult and try his luck. Do you think it's easy to be an alchemy boy? Not to mention that I haven't seen a single alchemy boy come back after so many years. If Changxing goes, who knows when he'll be able to come back? Before he finished speaking, Changxing said, Father-in-law, please don't worry about this. I already explained the situation to my father and brothers before coming here. They all feel that if he goes to the incense cult, there will naturally be other opportunities. It doesn't matter if he doesn't come back. If he can make a name for himself, he will be able to bring honor to his ancestors and raise the prestige of the whale gang. Valley Master Nye smiled bitterly. Not a single one of the alchemy boys sent by our Rejuvenation Valley has ever come back. Although we hear that they are doing very well in the incense cult, we don't see any living people. It's inevitable that there will be something wrong. Nie Qianxiu was still unwilling. Father, you don't need to worry. We only agreed to send him to the incense cult. As for his fate, whether he comes back or not, it's not something we can control. Valley Master Nye scolded, Qianxiu, you're being muddle-headed. Your husband's family's matters are our Rejuvenation Valley's matters. Changsheng is also our relative. This matter is clearly dangerous, and it's not like there are no other ways. Why do you insist on walking down this single-plank bridge? Father, your daughter has never asked you for anything in all these years. This is your daughter's request. You should just agree. Valley Master Nye still shook his head. There's one more thing. The incense cult has always maintained close ties with Rejuvenation Valley. They even strongly support our Rejuvenation Valley in the pugilistic world. However, we treat people sincerely. Every time they come to Rejuvenation Valley to pick people, we receive them with sincerity. We let them choose from the alchemy boys that we focus on nurturing. You have to know that the incense cult has made it clear that they only want alchemy boys trained by our Rejuvenation Valley. If I let Changsheng go forward, wouldn't it be cheating? Hearing this, Changsheng and Nie Qianxiu's faces showed a trace of anger. However, they still endured and did not flare up. They only softly pleaded, Father, although Changsheng is not our alchemy boy, he is still Changsheng's nephew. We know him better than our alchemy boys. Jinjin is not an outsider. What is there to be worried about? The word outsider was clearly enunciated. Valley Master Nye shook his head. If I could make an exception, would have made an exception for Zhonglin's cousin a few years ago. Why wait until now? You should think of another way. At this time, Nie Qianxiu could not bear it anymore. She stood up. Father, it's not that I want to make things difficult for you. Since you want to take care of the alchemy boys, then don't include outsiders. You have to be fair. On one hand, you want to send an outsider to the incense cult as an alchemy boy. On the other hand, you keep denying the future of your own people. Do you think I don't have other thoughts? When Valley Master Nye heard this, his face also showed anger. He frowned and looked at Yu Zhonglin. Yu Zhonglin was shocked. He quickly said, Father-in-law, although this son-in-law also came to welcome the people from the incense cult, I just returned to the valley this afternoon. It was at this rejuvenation hall that I saw second sister and second brother-in-law. Wuxia Xianxia sneered. Father, there is no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. Since you want to send Ren Xiaoyao to the incense cult, then don't be afraid of others knowing. Then, he glanced at Nye Qinyu, who was also surprised, and said, I thought there was something wrong with Ren Xiaoyao that day. Even if he helped him when he saw injustice, why didn't he leave when the matter was over? He just stayed in my rejuvenation valley and kept saying that he didn't need any repayment from us. I thought he was very noble. It turns out that he didn't care about the foundation of my rejuvenation valley at all. He had already made his plan. He turned out to be a super sect in Jianghu, the incense cult. Maybe he had already calculated this plan when he saved little you. Maybe he was even sent by the enemy. Everything had already been arranged. Nye Qinyu said angrily, You second sister, how can you slander big brother Ren like this? He didn't even know what Rejuvenation Valley was that day. Nye Qianxia sneered. This is even more nonsense. Although my Rejuvenation Valley is not as famous as the incense cult in Jianghu, there must be a problem if a person in Jianghu hasn't even heard of Rejuvenation Valley. Little you, don't be blinded by others. Others have sold Rejuvenation Valley and you still help them count the money. Shut up. Valley Master Nya was also furious. I know what kind of person Ren Xiaoxia is. He has been in our Rejuvenation Valley for several months. If he has any bad conduct or intentions, how can we not see it? Moreover, your eldest senior brother and second senior brother have also been in contact with him. They have all praised him. Do you think we are all blind? Fei He and Mu Qingxian also heard that Zhang Xiaohua wanted to go to the incense cult for the first time. They were very surprised. However, when they heard their master mention it, they quickly nodded. Yes, this Ren Xiaoxia is indeed a magnanimous person. He is not what you think. Nye Qinxiu did not back down. You may know a person's face but not his heart. I have only seen him once. However, from the fact that he wants to go to the incense cult, I know that his purpose in saving little you is not simple. Moreover, father, no matter what, Ren Xiaoyao is an outsider. He has not really married our family's little you. Since you can let him pretend to be an alchemy boy and enter the incense cult, why can't you help him and let him have a good future in the incense cult? Valley Master Nye sighed. This is clearly different. Nye Qinxiu sneered again. What's the difference? He just wants to hug the incense cult's thigh and make plans for his future. Seeing that Valley Master Nya was still shaking his head, Nye Qinxiu gritted her teeth. If father doesn't agree, then no one will go. If you let that person go to the incense cult, then don't blame your daughter. Chapter 493. Valley Master Nya said angrily, What do you want? Nye Qinxiu also seemed to have shed all pretense of cordiality. She said, Father, you naturally know your daughter's temperament. I never give up until I achieve my goals. If father only wants that bastard to go to the incense cult, then don't blame me for leaking information to the incense cult. When Valley Master Nya heard this, he didn't fly into a rage as Nye Qinxiu had imagined. He only smiled. I have no intention of hiding nephew Ren's identity. Even if the incense cult's emissaries find out about this, they won't blame us. Is that so? Father? Nye Qinxiu smiled like a kitten. Father will definitely say that he is little Yu's future husband. With this identity, the incense cult naturally won't blame us. However, what if they find out that this husband is just a gimmick and has nothing to do with our little Yu? Right, what if it's a person of unknown origin? Valley Master Nya was finally enraged. He roared, You dare. Why wouldn't I dare? Nye Qinxiu raised her head. It's just a small favor. If father isn't even willing to help, I really don't have the face to return to the whale gang. Changxing stood up at the right time and scolded, "Little Xiao, how can you speak to father like this?" He then bowed to Valley Master Nia and said, "Father-in-law, please don't blame her. Little Xiao's temper is like this. You know that she's just saying things out of anger. If the incense cult finds out about this, won't it become a big problem? At the very least, they'll cut off all ties with our Rejuvenation Valley. At the very least, they might even teach us a lesson. The incense cult's anger isn't something that our Rejuvenation Valley or the Jade Foundation Alliance can handle. Don't you think so, brother-in-law?" Yu Zhonglin was listening intently. When he was suddenly called, he was startled awake. "Oh, yes, brother-in-law is right." Nie Qianyu, who was sitting below her two senior brothers, also looked at her father with a worried expression. Second sister and brother-in-law were right. Letting Zhang Xiaohua into the incense cult was indeed risky. However, back then, she had thought that only Valley Master Nia, Yu Yan, the Jade Foundation Alliance's leaders, and herself knew that Zhang Xiaohua was going to the incense cult. Therefore, there was no risk. However, she didn't expect that her second sister would return to the valley late at night a few days ago and say that she wanted to force her way into the incense cult to secure a bright future. This wasn't something that had never happened before. Recently, even brother-in-law Yu Zhonglin's cousin had been rejected by her father. However, she didn't expect her second sister to have such detailed information. For a moment, she didn't know how to persuade her. Valley Master Nia flew into a rage out of humiliation. He never thought that his daughter would fall out with him because of her in-laws. The idea of sending Zhang Xiaohua to the incense cult wasn't suggested by Zhang Xiaohua. She had only asked for the location of the incense cult's headquarters. Everything was arranged by Valley Master Nia and Yu Yan. Sigh, it was all Yu Yan's fault. Why did he think of sending her to the incense cult? However, when he thought about the influence that Zhang Xiaohua had on the Rejuvenation Valley in the past few months, Valley Master Nia couldn't help but secretly admire Yu Yan's arrangement. If it wasn't for the kindness of sending Zhang Xiaohua to the incense cult, would Zhang Xiaohua have given so many things to the Rejuvenation Valley? Alchemy techniques, the 5 elements dye formation, and the crimson flame pill that was being refined now. That was an elixir that could increase one's cultivation by 10 years. It was something that he couldn't even dream of. Sigh, this second sister is too much. The reason I came back today is just like before, to show my face in front of the incense cult and let them know about the Deer Cry sect. I have no other thoughts. Father, you can make your own decision, I have no objections. Yu Zhonglin also smiled and said, Father-in-law, Qinrong is speaking from our hearts. Before we came, Father also told us so. You don't have to worry about us. Sigh, why is there such a big difference between people? They all have the same mother, why do they look so different? Valley Master Nia was even more helpless. Seeing this, Changxing immediately stood up and bowed. Father-in-law, I am sorry for being presumptuous. This is the first time and also the last time. In the future, I will not trouble father-in-law with such a difficult matter. Nie Qianxia also begged, Father, please agree. This really is the last time. Valley Master Nia said helplessly, Sigh, you can leave for now. Let me think about it carefully. This was a tactful agreement. Other than Nie Qianxia, Changxing, and Nie Qinyu were all especially surprised. They didn't think that Valley Master Nia would yield to Nie Qianxia and Changxing for Zhang Xiaohua. What kind of charm did this Zhang Xiaohua have to make Valley Master Nia take such a big risk? Nie Qinyu wasn't surprised because she knew everything. She knew Zhang Xiaohua's importance and his use to Rejuvenation Valley. Nie Qianxia and Changxing weren't surprised because they knew that as long as Valley Master Nia allowed Zhang Xiaohua to spread the incense cult, they had no choice but to let Changxing go. Otherwise, it would be a life and death struggle. This wasn't what Valley Master Nia wanted to see. However, Nie Qianxia was still not satisfied. She hurriedly said, Father, what are you still thinking about? The messenger of the incense cult arrived in Sorrow City yesterday. Maybe he's coming to Rejuvenation Valley now. If you hesitate, the cucumber will be cold. It had to be said that Wuxia Xianxia was still a little too anxious. The old man had already acquiesced. Couldn't she give him a way out? Changxing hurriedly scolded, "Xianxia, how can you speak to father like that? Hurry and apologize to father." Valley Master Nya was so angry that he laughed. "It seems that you're really considerate. You even pay attention to the movements of the messenger of the incense cult. It's rare. If you use this effort on the development of the gang, you may benefit a lot." Wuxia Xianxia seemed to know that she was too anxious. She explained, "Father, don't blame me. I already promised father-in-law before I came. I'm afraid that I'll lose face. That's why I'm anxious." Valley Master Nya sneered, "If you're afraid of losing face, then what about other people's faces? Also, how can the movements of the messenger of the incense cult be known by us? I advise you not to overestimate yourself. Otherwise, if you get into trouble, no one can help you. Even if father helps you this time, he may not be able to help you next time." Hearing this, Wuxia Xianxia was pleasantly surprised. "Father, you agree?" Almost everyone present wanted to cover their faces. He had already said this much, but she still didn't understand. This IQ. Changxing pulled Wuxia Xianxia's sleeve and stood up again. He bowed and said, "Thank you, father-in-law. This guy's etiquette tonight was almost more than in a year." Valley Master Nya glared at them and snorted. He stood up and entered the inner hall. Seeing their master leave, Fei He and Mu Qingxian immediately stood up and cupped their hands to everyone. They turned and left the Rejuvenation Hall. Tonight's matter was not so much the Rejuvenation Valley's matter, but rather the Valley Master's private matter. Wuxia Qianyu also stood up. Her face was very gloomy. She looked at her second sister from the corner of her eyes. She felt like she didn't recognize her anymore. She nodded to her eldest sister and brother-in-law and went to catch up with Valley Master Nya. Wuxia Qianrong stood up and looked at her second sister. She wanted to say something but stopped. She looked at Yu Zhonglin. They both shook their heads and left the Rejuvenation Hall hand in hand. Changxing seemed to be happy that his wish had been fulfilled, but he was also worried about offending his father-in-law. He looked at Wuxia Xianxia, who was still somewhat unwilling, and reproached her, "You're usually so smart. Why are you so reckless today?" Wuxia Xianxia sneered, "Look at father's attitude today. It's obviously different from how he treated eldest sister and little you. If I don't fight for it, when will I be able to complete your father's task? But father-in-law has already agreed. You should have just given him a way out. Why force him to make a decision? You don't know this. Although father has agreed, little you just needs to say a bunch of nonsense in front of him. My efforts tonight will all be in vain. When the incense cult's emissary comes tomorrow, he just needs to say he doesn't agree. What else can we say? But, you can't what? Aren't I doing this for the good of Rejuvenation Valley and our whale gang? It's just that father is stubborn. In the future, he'll definitely thank us. Forget it. Let's not talk too much here. Let's go back inside." The two looked at the silent inner hall and stood up to leave. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.